Hey, Drizzle. How's it going? No, I think... Yeah, Swish is a joker, dude. I'm just looking at this, this conversation that we've got going on here. Somebody's looking for a warden's ward of warding. Yeah, anyway, so yeah, Swish was saying, yeah, D2D2 is always rich, break my burrs and sirs, and I'm like, alright, yeah, okay, like, that's gonna happen. Like, I got a fucking Cham and a Vex to my name, that's really about it. Anyway, yeah, so good you, okay, that's good to hear, that you're doing pretty well. Moneybags D2, yeah man, they call me Tuber for a reason, but yeah, Maul's in chat, that's good, nice to see you are here. I can hop in a Discord with you if you want in a little bit, and you can tell me a little bit about how your World of Warcrafting has been going. And then I haven't even forgotten... Hey, Levi. Nice to see you. Probably crashing out soon. Tired as hell. Alright, cool. Well, it's nice to see you either way. I appreciate you stopping by to say hello. Yeah, I tried to get my stream started ASAP. So, yeah. I mean, I think I'm making it earlier and earlier. I had some things to take care of, so I wasn't quite able to get it started right at 5:30 like I wanted to, but I think pretty close to 6 is actually pretty reasonable. Oh, speaking of which, let me, just 5 minutes. Bam, there you go. Start timer. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, you got me. Just the moment too. Hey, nice to see you, LeBron. How are you doing? It's good to be back for a little bit. Hope you've all had a great week so far. How's it going? Good luck today. Yeah, thank you. Tesladin is done. Does almost 10k damage Zeal. Well, shit. That's pretty crazy. 10k damage Zeal. Whew. And I assume that's per hit on the Zeal too. So, yeah, that's exciting, dude. Good on ya. Kind of curious to see it in action at this point. Still no solid crafted ammo. Okay, well that's actually kind of a good thing. That'll keep you going for a little bit. Going back to Levi's question, you like any Dark Souls games? I like the third one the best. I haven't actually played Dark Souls, to tell you the truth. I mean, like, there's just too many games out there that I would want to try, but that I've just never gotten around to playing. Granted, Dark Souls is one of those games which I'm not, like, super interested in, but I've definitely heard a lot about it. It's obviously, like, it's one of these, meme, like, it's a meme of a game, so... Or it's, a lot of memes have been born from that series, so, like... So, yeah. Well, maybe I shouldn't say memes, but a lot of, well, I don't even know what word I'd use, but there's a lot of people who reference Dark Souls, so yeah, it's definitely had a profound impact on people. It's got a reputation for being a very difficult game, but again, I've never actually myself played it, so yeah. How's it going, Levi? Watching the NBA Finals right now. Okay, sounds good. Don't let me stop you. Go right ahead. Are they on the final game right now? I haven't really been keeping... Oh! Starting it off strong. What is that? It's like that is a G-Bane. Very nice. $30 FHR, 18 DR. 18 DR, 18 MDR. What's the ED on this? 196 ED. Ooh, nice high rolls. G Bane, and this was on run number 688, I believe. Or is it 689? I think it's 689 now. There we go. So like I said last stream, this is going to be probably a bit of a longer one. I don't really think I have anything planned for this evening, unlike last time, so I'm really hoping to get to run 750. So, I'm hoping to do at least 50, I think is the goal, so... yeah, so hopefully you guys are going to be sticking around, tuning in for that. It's going to be a rather long ride today. I don't know if I'm going to be talking the entire time, though. I don't have too many topics planned for today. I think Seth isn't here, so... And I think LeBron himself is also watching the NBA, so it's going to be just me and myself grinding today. Yeah, but I appreciate you guys hanging out. If you guys have questions, as always, feel free to ask. I think Drizzle, I don't know how long Drizzle's going to be staying for, but yeah. It's good stuff, good stuff. Damn, another 30 months. Fuck off, ZZZ. I was expecting you to come a little bit later, but nah. You can't do this to me. Like last stream, I actually did almost 40 runs, and that was only because I had to cut it short because of some plans that I had to tend to. But here today, I am actually a free man for tonight, and unless something goes horribly wrong, or unless I'm tired, or I just don't feel like doing any more runs, or I get sick of yo shit, I probably will be committing to the remaining... I'm going to be aiming for run 750 tonight, so it's going to be hopefully around 60 runs is kind of my goal, but we'll see how things go, I guess. What happened, by the way? Got a booty call? Something like that, yeah. Something like that. Had to take a call, so I had to hop off stream. Yeah. Drug deal. Well, I mean, I've already told you guys that I do my drug deals, but like, usually if I were to do a drug deal, I wouldn't, like, I wouldn't time it such where, well, I mean, I guess sometimes the drug deals themselves occur out of the blue, you know, like if somebody wants me to hook them up, then I gotta be on the money, man. I gotta just straight up be like, alright, you need the dope? Here's the dope. And yeah, I don't know. 24/7. Yeah. I'm ready. No, I'm ready today. Remembered it's Wednesday. Okay, fair enough. Customer service. Yep. Customer service. Hey, man, I'm telling you, man. Apparently, I can't run a YouTube channel, but I can certainly tell you how to run the drug deal. You gotta like be on top of things. You gotta like, if somebody's saying, hey, D2, or hey, ZZZ, yo, I need dope like right now. Yeah, man, you gotta be on that. Hey, looking at Corona. Oh, it would have been great if it were unique Corona instead, but you know what? That's maybe a little too much to ask for. Anyway, how are things going with you, ZZZ? How is The Boys, by the way? I had some questions about that show because somebody had asked me about it earlier this week. What is that show even about, The Boys? Like, I wonder, like, is it gonna be like the next, like, Game of Thrones or something? Like, is it like this big show? Like, I actually know nothing about it. Yeah, like, I get it's about superheroes, and I've seen Watchmen, but I don't know. And I'm not talking about, like, Game of Thrones as in, like, is it gonna be like some kind of, like, medieval fantasy drama type deal? Yeah, okay, I guess you get me. Doesn't have mass appeal. Okay, cool. Yeah, I just found it interesting, the timing on it. That, you know, you asked me about The Boys, and then after that, somebody asked me a while back, like, if I watched any shows. To which I had to say, of course, that no, I really don't. They were asking me about The Boys, or they said that they watched The Boys. And what was the other show? I can't remember the name of the other one. Fuck. Yeah, I can't remember off the top of my head, but yeah, I recognize The Boys. It's a cool show. Oh, I believe that. I just don't know what it's about. And it's also like, yeah, like Amazon Prime. I don't know. There's so much of it I don't know about. Like, I think that's like, what, basically, what was that show called? Not show, but it's either like Amazon's equivalent of Netflix, I guess. I don't know. More and more companies are doing these exclusives. This is Upward Dark, but I don't know, it's not that bad, but maybe I've seen too much shit in real life. I mean, okay, but what are the themes that people say make it too dark, right? Like, I don't know. I mean, like, maybe it's messed up or dark for them, yeah, but, you know, what was the name of that show that came out? I remember that there was a stupid, fuck. It was that controversial Netflix show. Let me see if I can pull it up. Netflix controversial show. There you go. Yeah, Cuties. There you go. Now that one I can totally see why people would say, okay, yeah, this just should not be a thing. Like, maybe a lot of people get exploded and dismembered. Okay. I mean, cool. That's fucking awesome. I don't know what more to say. Well, I mean, people aren't really getting dismembered. Also some weird stuff. Oh, okay. Well, you've piqued my interest. The sick side of me that desperately needs help is now quite intrigued as to what exactly all the rage is about. It's so weird. So interesting. I don't know, whatever, that's... Okay, like, people just get dismembered, that's really not... Like, okay. Kind of very cynical, alright, I mean, great, I guess. It just sounds like a ridiculous show, like, to be honest. I mean, not sounds like it, but, like, I've seen the, ads, the trailers for it. Because Twitch loves like rubbing that shit in my face, and I look at it and I'm like, okay, it looks like kind of like dark humor, I guess. Attitude towards corporations, government, famous people, and heroes. I see. Okay. Dark humor, yeah, I believe that. Like, I love dark humor. I hate to say it, but I do too. I mean, dark humor is best humor, I guess. I mean, I guess it really depends on, there's like varying degrees of dark humor, I guess. Some people might not really be too keen on, yeah, another Cathans. Anyway, yeah, not everyone's gonna really be in that boat of like, oh yeah, I love watching these bad jokes. Like, when I turn chat channel into a shit show, that's my kind of dark humor. Turn into a shit show. Is it? Is that really dark humor, though? Like, it's humor. I don't know if I'd go as far as calling it dark humor, you know? Like, everybody just hopped off, it looks like. Huh, we'll go figure. But anyway, yeah, so, like, when you turn a channel into a shit show, usually you turn it into a shit show that's tied to the game. Like, it's always some discussion about the game, or... I don't want to say the meta game, that doesn't really make much sense, but like there's Diablo 2 and then there's the Slashdiablo private server, and usually you're starting up topics about one of these two things, and it's kind of like, I don't know, like it's funny seeing the reactions, but it's not really like, you know, people dying, haha, that's hilarious type of dark humor. Get here and they leave. Oh, don't worry, I don't think they're pulling a Garg on you or anything like that. It's just, I think Drizzle had to take off for the night. Or he said he was dead tired, in his words. And, LeBron is watching the NBA Finals, so, I mean, yeah, I mean, all the power to him. Either way, though, I mean, appreciate you tuning in from the very beginning. Otherwise, it would have just been me farming for, like, another 50 runs and... well, 10 runs, I guess, waiting for somebody to show up, and that would have just been chilling, and not really having any anything to really talk about, so I probably would just said not too much. HNNN Heat versus Lakers. Yeah. I mean, I don't watch NBA, so I don't really know which two teams are going at it or what. I don't really pay much attention. Anyway, in the meantime, though, I am curious, though, ZZ, do you have anything planned for next season? I know this season you're making that barb. Oh, let's talk about your barb, actually. Yo, so I have your barb still open, and I see that it's already level 87, so congratulations on that. Yeah, so your barb's already level 87. Yeah, what's the story on that one? How did that come about? I'm guessing probably pits. Probably would have run pits with that guy, I would imagine. But yeah, feel free to share how things with that. Just respect to WWE. Oh, okay. Well then, yeah. Okay. Well then, that's not really much of a surprise. Radish is like, thank you, D2. Okay, the D2 is saying, I think I've done 150 Chaos Pops before this. Thank you, D2. I used your video to get it. Okay, well, at least people find that Seal Glitch video kind of useful. That's really nice. It makes me wonder if I should start doing that next one. Well, I mean, I've wanted to do that next one for a while. Budget, probably Singer. That sounds like a lot of fun. So, that'll be like, later on down the line. I don't know when I'll have time for that. Honestly, if I were to do a Budget Pit Singer video, I probably would want to do it after I finish this Druid. Or not really finish the Druid, but like, I want to finish the 1,000 runs of Mausoleum. That's my current like big project that I'm working on. That's what I'm most interested in. After that, maybe I might take some time to just make Diablo 2 content and not just Slashdiablo content. That sounds like a bit of fun. Hey, I'm 3 Watcher. Speaking of videos, you'll be pleased to know that business has finally been taken care of. I just need to put some finishing touches, and that's that. Yeah. Well, I can't really call it. You're gonna be the first to know this, but I can't really call it a video now that I think about it. I mean, I call it business, but I can't really call it a video. I have to call it videos, if you catch my drift. But anyway, just respect to WWE after realizing it's superior to Frenzy. Honestly, yeah. Like, my problem with Frenzy is that there's just too many limitations, right? Like, okay, yeah, great, you get 2 weapons, but or, you know, you need to have 2 weapons, that it's like, I can get a lot. Oh, an Nth Great Maul. There you go. But no, like I was saying, my biggest problem with all that, let's not do that. My biggest problem with going Frenzy is like, you can't really. I just feel like you don't really have as much freedom to play the game, to be honest, compared to Whirlwind. Like, just plain and simple. I don't know how else to put it. He's alive, feels good, man. Yeah, I'm not doing Pits, no, realize Pits is a scam. Okay, brainwashing from the 1% to find their D-webs. Okay, well then where'd you end up farming? I mean, I said Pits not even because I was expecting you to try and look for, like, high runes or anything like that from Pits. Like, I was just expecting that, you know, as a level 85 area, you would have wanted to farm there. Because as a Frenzy Barb, you don't really have too many options. So you run just Trav for the runes. Oh, shit. You still run Trav and you made it to level 87 just off Trav. That's actually kind of impressive. I'm surprised even that you're willing to grind out Trav of all places, but anyway. Level 85 don't mean shit to you. Yay, well, for XP. Like, I figured that you were trying to go for high XP rather than trying to go for loot, but just Trav? I just figured that Trav would be slower XP. Yeah, because I see your guy's level fucking 87, so either, in my eyes, either you played a shit ton, or you leveled off of like level 85 areas, or it's just some area where you can get a lot of good XP, right? Not doing anything for XP, that's surprising. Well, I mean, you're ZZZ, usually you're the XP guy, so I don't know. Everything okay? Everything, well, depends on you define everything. Like, everything in life? I guess you could say, yeah, I suppose so. With regards to what you probably wanted me to do, stuff you wanted me to take care of, it's fucking done finally. But yeah, tomorrow probably I need to, like I said, I need to give some, like, post-game remarks. I gotta say, like, what the difficulties that went behind making or doing the challenge and blah blah blah. And yeah, it's not gonna take me much longer than the 13 hours that I already put into that fucking thing, though. Yeah. Anyway, you're gonna have to wait and see. You stood me up on Saturday. I sat alone at the bar for 4 hours. Yo, I'm sorry. Yeah, man. It was a last minute decision. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I decided at the, like, I don't know what you're talking about. Sorry, no. I'm splitting. I'm on two different conversations right now. I was talking to Hom 3 Watcher. When I said 13 hours, I was talking to Hom 3 Watcher. When I was talking about, you know, area levels, I was talking to you. That's my bad. I should have been a little bit more distinct. But yeah, sorry. Let me just going back to Hom 3 Watcher though. Like yeah. It was a last minute decision that I decided. Okay, fuck this. I'm just gonna. No, we're not talking about. No, we're not talking about Diablo 2. We're talking about something else. Yeah, I was working on something else that took fucking 13 hours, basically. Or your in real life Yu-Gi-Oh tournament. In real life Yu-Gi-Oh tournament, man. That shit's some serious business. It's time to duel. Sorry, inner weeb representing. But for real though, yeah, it was. Yeah, another booty call. No, it was a last minute decision. I was like, okay, I have two choices. Either hang out with Hom 3 Watcher at the bar, or work on something that I should have done a long time ago. Or that basically, those were my choices. And I chose to do the latter, of course, and finally finish some unfinished business. Thank fuck, finally. It's done, it's over with. I don't have to worry about it anymore. Very liberating feeling. Very liberating feeling. But, yeah. It's acceptable stand-up. Yeah, I figure that's... Thought it was for another man. No. That was not... Now, don't worry, I'm not gonna... Look, man, I haven't used Grindr in a while, okay? COVID is a bitch, so, no, I wouldn't be using Grindr. Unfinished business that I kill someone? Yeah, yeah, it sounds about right. That's exactly... He doesn't shoot and tell. Well, I'll tell you what I like to shoot. Like, But yeah, let's not talk about that right now. Okay, so this is a pretty quick run. I think I'm pretty set here. I kind of want to double back, but I'm pretty sure that was everything, so I'm just going to get the fuck out of here. Anyway, back to the boys. I recommend it. Oh, let's take a step. Okay, before the boys, I just wanted to quickly address this. I'm not doing pits. Okay, so also had stuff to make second oath. Still doing Trav for the runes. I assume that, yeah, Hell Trav at this point. Yeah, I'm really curious about the overall progression. I mean, I showed my progression on the melee bard, and that was kind of interesting, I guess. Or at least to me it was. I don't know about everybody else. P1 Trav to 87, almost 88. Oh, goodness gracious. P1 Trav all the way to 87. That sounds like a lot of runs. There is sex, drugs, violence. All the best things? Yo, that sounds fucking amazing. I've done 550 Hell Trav. I got Vex, Mal, Islam. Oh, okay. Cool. What did you end up doing with the Vex, out of curiosity? The Mal, I mean, that's kind of a given. You probably made oath with that. Lem, I mean, there's a plethora of different things. You could have gotten Lawbringer if you felt like it. Or you could have, I don't know, made a lot of different things. But I also don't know what you could do with Ist. Why does somebody need 2 oaths? Do barbs actually duel with them? Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Usually, if you're a whirlwind barb and you don't have access to grief, which is the rune word for a whirlwind barb, but like if you don't have access to grief, like a low rune, then your next best bet is going double oath. Double oath, because those do a shit ton of damage. Now, if you go single oath, you do more damage on your whirlwind, like per hit, but you attack like half as fast, I think. Like, from my understanding, if you put on like a second oath, your whirlwind speed is like double. Or not whirlwind speed, but like, I don't know, like, if you're passing by a monster with whirlwind, you hit them a bunch of times, and with 2 swords or 2 oaths, it's much, you're outputting a lot more damage than when you're outputting, than what you would output if you had only 1 oath. That's the easiest way I can really explain it with the limited knowledge I have. You sold it for 2 golds. Okay, I thought you were doing solo self-found. That's why I was wondering what you were going to do with the Vex. I figured you might keep it to, like, save it for grief or something. But, I mean, yeah, if you're just going to split it up, then that explains why your equipment is so... Hey, look, a ward bow. Ain't that crazy. Anyway, yeah. Yeah, somebody's looking for a warden's ward of warding, interestingly enough. But anyway... Yeah, okay, well that explains why you have most of your equipment. I quit SSF when I got to Hell. Okay, that's fair. Seriously, add one to the mall counter? Why am I adding one to the mall counter? Did I miss a mall? I thought I... Yeah, why am I adding one to the mall counter? I thought I had already... I thought I added one to the mall counter earlier. Didn't I get them all? Yeah, I thought I did. Yeah, I did. I got an as Great Mall, and I added the counter. Unless I actually subtracted one instead of added one, but that should have been... I think I added it right away, didn't I? I could totally be wrong, though. I'll check VOD, yeah, please do. Double check. Anyway, so also made a duress, continue using Honor and Lawbringer. Okay. Honor and Lawbringer. Makes plenty of sense. It's a pretty solid setup. Thought we were at 25, I mean 26. Okay, well, yeah, feel free to check. I might have actually -1 instead of +1. That could have been... It could have very well happened, actually. Because I'm great at counting. My first Hell game, I dropped a 3 open socket PB and a 5 open socket Colossus sword. Never mind, I'm good? Alright, good. So I actually didn't count correctly this time around. Good. Okay, so what was I saying now? First game... I dropped a 3 open socket PB and a 5 open socket Colossus sword. And then someone in chat channel needed Rattle Cage. So I sold mine for 2 lems and a co. Then made Treachery, Lawbringer, and Honor all at the same time. Oh, okay, cool. So that's how you set your guy up. Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, I thought you were... I was like, man, you managed to gear yourself up so fast, and via SSF too. That's what blew my mind, to tell you the truth. At the time, my weapons were Alibaba and Cold Steel Eye, which was enough to kill Countess with LOH, by the way. Okay, so yeah. In the end, I guess you were right then. Yeah, I guess you can kill Countess with LOH, but how long did it take, and was it really worth it? Yeah. In your eyes. It doesn't show Diablo 2 displayed. Oh, shit. Hey, thanks for the heads up, Chaos. Nice to have you on board with us. Let me just, yeah, because they fucking took off Diablo 2 Lord of Destruction from the freaking categories. Okay, well, there you go. Yeah, they took Diablo 2 Lord of Destruction off of the categories, so... What's up with that? Anyway, how you doing, Chaos? Hope you're having a solid day. I'm just chilling here. We got Home 3 Watcher and we got ZZZ, and they're just hanging out, having a good time. At least I like to think they're having a good time. Maybe they're not having a good time, I don't know. Maybe they come here because they have a terrible time. You know, like, heck if I know. Figured I'd tell you. Yeah, I appreciate it, though. Thank you. Yeah, I didn't feel like grinding for Lems. Solid 5-minute count is run. Yeah, dude. Yeah, well, there you go. Yeah, I really appreciate you giving me the heads up, though, Chaos. I would have never known. I don't think Home 3 Watcher and ZZZ probably picked up on it either. They probably just happened to pass by me because, well, they haven't followed. Okay, so didn't feel like running for Lems. Solid 5-minute Countess run. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Fair enough. So after I got Lawbringer plus Honor, I did a couple Pits runs, but realized I was not getting any runes. Countess was 5 minutes, so I pushed to Act 3 and was able to do 2-minute Trav runs. Wow, that's fucking awesome. You were able to do 2-minute Trav runs. I assume this was after you. Wait. Hold on. Now I'm assuming that these Trav runs were after you opted to upgrade your gear, right? Because I cannot imagine you finishing 5-minute Countess runs, then coming back to Trav. Going to Trav and somehow doing 2-minute Trav runs, like, what? No, so, that was before. Okay, fair enough. It's been super slow but relaxing for your drop in since it's been a bit. Oh, yeah, thanks. Yeah, it has been. How have you been? What have you been up to lately? And, yeah, what are you, playing right now? No, that was before. I didn't have a, telly staff or anything, so Countess was fucked. Yeah, you said that for whatever reason, I don't know why you did that. Oh, because you were trying to do WSM bug, you said. I don't even... Anyway. And yes, cows are solid for HRs. Anyway, the other thing I also wanted to say... The other thing I wanted to say, you were talking about freedom when it comes to Whirlwind Barb. Yeah, like I feel like with Whirlwind Barb, I can choose like I can go dual wield swords if I feel like. I can go like obedience, right? Like obedience is huge early on, and it's not nearly as difficult to get. Hey, Ogre Mall. It's not nearly as difficult to get as like freaking. Or not even obedience, but like a good two-handed let's say like a Colossus Volge or something, right? Like those aren't difficult to shop. It takes time, but it definitely gives you a little bit more to work with than freaking trying to like get dual swords, which I just feel like don't do that much damage. They just straight up don't do that much damage. I don't know how else to put it. Like, not everyone's gonna agree with me. I respect that, but I fucking used dual wield swords, high damage swords too, and it's just like, no, dude, I get a lot more damage like early on from getting like a cool grim scythe or something, and then later on upgrading to obedience. And I've been told, yeah, okay, well, obedience is not that damaging a weapon. Or no, sorry, it's a very damaging weapon, but it's really slow because it's a pole arm. Like a very heavy pole arm, but like it does the job. Anyway, I don't know. I would not go two-handed. Fair enough. Fair enough, but yeah, like back when I was starting off with absolutely nothing, you saw my season with the Whirlwind Barb, like the first 3 hours. Like what am I gonna do, right? I have a choice between dual swords and freaking. Like, because I was starting my character completely naked. And at that point, it's like, okay, am I going Whirlwind Barb with 2 blades, or am I going pole arm? And I felt like I was just getting a lot more out of a pole arm. That's just how it is. I don't know what the math behind that is, but the reality is for me, like, I was just hitting a lot harder with a pole arm per second. Honestly, Lawbringer. See, that's what I'm saying, right? Like, in your case, yeah, you got Honor, Lawbringer. I mean, you're solid. But when I was starting off my Barb, the only thing I really had access to was the shop, like Charcy, you know. And when I'm talking to Charcy, it's kind of like, all right, D2, what would you like to wield today? And then, of course, I gotta look for a good weapon. And that was my starting point. And it's a choice between dual swords and fucking. Anyway, you got the idea. That's my take on it. But that's what I meant earlier when I was talking about freedom with Whirlwind versus Frenzy. If you're rocking a Frenzy Barb, you don't get that option at all if you're just starting out with nothing. And yeah, I mean, I guess you could go like you could go Cold Steel Eye and Blade of Alibaba or whatever, but at the same time, I'm kind of like, okay, you can also do this with Whirlwind, right? So I'm kind of like, yeah, there's that limitation on Frenzy, which makes sense, but I kind of don't like that limitation, to be quite honest. Dual Wheel is far superior. There is hella options. Yes, that's true. But then, of course, with Frenzy, I mean, even endgame Whirlwind, you're probably going to be going dual weapons, right? Dual wield. Like, all right, fine, fair enough. But when you're starting out, like, you know, you can only use two weapons, so as a Frenzy Barb, and I'm like, okay, you also have this freedom as a Whirlwind Barb, not just as a Frenzy Barb, but you can also go like, you could two-hand like a one-handed weapon. You can go pole arm. Like, yeah, you have a lot more options. I feel like with Whirlwind. But anyway, it's just how I feel. I was like, where did the sound go before I realized my headset died? Oh. Small update for me. I'm just waiting for Project D2. Played every other mod / mini server for D2, so I'm just waiting to see if he can hear me, and then I was going to reply to him in the meantime. I'd start Frenzy, then respec Whirlwind when I got 2 Oaths. Really? That's interesting. For me, I'd go the opposite. Maybe it's the wrong way, but I feel like as a Whirlwind Barb, I can do a lot more as a Whirlwind Barb when I'm starting out, and then finally, when I get 2 weapons that are actually half decent, then I might want to go Frenzy. Afterwards. I didn't miss it. I just haven't quite gotten around to it. There's just too much stuff. Once you get Crushing Blow Dual Wield, Whirlwind is going to shit on two-hand because you get twice as many CB procs. Okay. But like Crushing Blow against what? Like Bale? Against Diablo? Against Trav? Because you don't really need Crushing Blow against Trav, do you? Okay, you can hear me. Good. Ah, Jim Bobs. Against everything. Okay. I don't really... I feel like, well, I guess in your case, you play P8, so it's different. But for me, I'm kind of like, if I'm playing P1, I don't really ever pay much attention to CB when I have a high damage weapon. Because I'm kind of like, alright, well, they're probably dead just from the raw damage of the hit over the CB. There's big damage on normal monsters. Okay, fair enough, I believe that. Love for the patience and care for the audience. Oh yeah, no worries, dude. I mean, it's the least I could do. You went out of your way to tell me that Diablo 2, that I'm not in the right category, so that's the least I can do. So, you just managed to find your charger. Okay, fantastic. So, what was I saying to you? Okay, so Project D2, when is that coming out, by the way? You know what? I'm kind of intrigued now. Let's talk a little bit about Project D2. Well, at least I'll talk about it with you. Then I'm going to address all the 3 watchers' questions. So, yeah, when is Project D2 coming out? I'm thinking about it right now. I feel like it'd be kind of cool for me to play Project D2, I realize, to at least give it a try. Assuming it's free. I'm guessing it's free. Like, again, I am interested in it, I realized, like, now that I'm mulling this over in my head. Previously, I was kind of like, okay, whatever. Just a mod for D2. But I'm thinking about it, and I think it'd actually be kind of cool to be on the same page as everyone else when it's just starting out. Unless it's already been released, and at that point I'm like, alright, well, fuck. But, like, I think about it, and I'm like, Path of Diablo's been out for years, Median's been out for years, Slash has been out for years. People know kind of, like, the ins and outs of these servers. I mean, like, Z's probably not going to agree. Like, okay, yeah, there's a lot of people on Slash who, he would argue, probably don't, like, they feel like they know a lot because they've played the game so much, but they might not actually know the reality of things at all, right? But regardless, I feel like the most enjoyment I get out of games are when I'm just starting it out, right? Like, you know, when I'm just playing at, like, level 1 and everybody else is level 1. It's kind of like ladder reset, except it's, like, also kind of like a brain ladder reset, if that makes sense. Because not everyone is going to know what the best items are, the best builds are, right? Like, what's good for farming, what the best way to farm is, right? Like, and that's going to be up for us to figure out, and I feel like that the more I think about it, that's actually kind of an enticing reason to want to play Project Diablo 2. Myth mod, I don't know what Myth mod is, but sure. CB is massive for P. Oh yeah, I don't doubt that. Yeah, P8 CB absolutely makes sense, but talking P1 here for Barb. So it's huge? Okay, that's kind of surprising. Well, it's absolutely king, it's like a life you just want it. Okay, fair enough. I mean, color me convinced. Closed beta begins Oct 24. Ideal release is like November 6th, I think they said. Okay, interesting. I do admit though, I'm a little bit worried. I'm a little bit worried because if it's around that time frame, I'm gonna go on a limb and guess that's gonna be roughly in the same ballpark as the Slashdiablo ladder reset. And I mean, if I had to choose between Project E2 and, you know, Slashdiablo, of course I go Slashdiablo. Like, there's no question about it. But at the same time, if it's at a very convenient time, like if we said, okay, maybe it's like next week or 2 weeks from now, then maybe I would actually give it a go. Especially because I think, yeah. That's basically it. Anyway, that's the end of this run. So I'll check one other thing out. Alright. I don't know what the myth mod is. My first time hearing about it. Massive all the time. Okay, cool. Also really cool. Okay, so let's talk more about that in a little bit. I've been keeping Home 3 Watcher, I've been looking at Home 3, or I've been leaving Home 3 Watcher in the dark for a little bit. So Home 3 Watcher was asking... let's see, what was the exact question again? Thoughts on D4. Okay, there you go. So, yeah, I've talked about this a couple times. I'm surprised you haven't heard me go over this. So, I actually like the direction that Diablo 4 is taking. Yeah, I mean, call me a blasphemic heretic or whatever. Like, a heretic that spouts blasphemy. I don't fucking know. Wait, whoa, latest update? Whoa, hold on. I didn't hear anything about the latest update. No, I didn't see it. I've liked the direction that they were taking it up until this point. Obviously, I think it also needs work, but from what I've seen so far, I like how they're kind of returning in part to the roots of the game, and rather than trying to make it a clone of D2 or a clone of D3, they take things about both games that people enjoy about both games, and they're trying to integrate it in a way that actually kind of makes sense, because I mean, believe it or not, there are things that can be improved in Diablo 2 that, yeah, maybe they can pull something off on with Diablo 4. So anyway, to be fair, it honestly looks neat. Yeah, I would say that it looks neat, and I think that there's like different things about the game that just look fucking awesome. Like, it looks like there's like raids, and I'm not talking like, I mean, you know, a lot of people are like, oh, it's gonna be like another World of Warcraft type deal. No, like, for me, I feel like one of the things that Diablo 2 lacks is actually being able to have, like, you know, like a big boss to fight, right? Like, like, oh man. Anyway, that's a completely different topic. Also, the PvP, that's something which I'm really hoping that they focus on in Diablo 4. I think they have, like, 3-on-3 arena. I think that looks fucking amazing. That looks sick. And I just am curious to see where they go with that. But having said that, let's take a look at this new update that you're talking about. Okay, let's check this out. Diablo 4 quarterly update. Okay, David Kim. This isn't cool enough in the current version. Let's see. Legendary items. Okay. Oh. Yeah. Huh. Interesting. Hmm. Okay, well, I mean, I skimmed through it. It's kind of an interesting post, but I'm glad that they're kind of going over what their reasoning is for some of these changes. I can say that much. I don't know what to say about it. I haven't really been keeping too up to date with D4 just because I don't. It's hard to really get hype for something for which there's no release date, I guess. And I mean, I say that as a complete hypocrite, as somebody who promises content and just never delivers on it. But besides the point, like, I look at shit like Diablo 4, and I'm like, alright, I don't know when this is, if or when this is going to be coming out, so I don't really pay as much attention to it. If they said, like, oh, we're releasing it tomorrow, or let's say, like, next month, or next year, then probably closer to the release, I'd be a little bit more, like, inclined to look more deeply into it. But it's going through so many iterations and changes right now that I really don't even... yeah. Act bosses, should I just be spamming? ET is fine. Really switch it up and do a few different things. Your sole goal is without a care for anything else. And probably ET act bosses. Okay. Okay, what else were you guys talking about here? I was gonna say, ignore the D4 bullshit, none of that is happening. Well, yeah, for me, though, 3v3 PvP is wondrous. Yeah, like, that's something that I know Laws and other PvPers have been hyped about for so fucking long, right? Like, it's something that just isn't in Diablo 2. Like, it is, but you have to manually organize it. Like, it'd be nice to actually have a proper dual arena for that kind of thing. And the clan system, there's just so much. This game, like, even Diablo 2 itself had a lot more room for growth. Like, people call it the perfect game, but, like, honestly, this is a game which absolutely had room for improvement. Like yeah, things like that. Clan system, dueling, more endgame content. I'd love to see all those things in Diablo 4, honestly. And being able to have different effects on skills, yeah, I'm on board with that. Organizing it on D2 takes so much effort. Yeah, it kind of does, right? Like, a lot of people want, like, honestly, two things. You want to have, like an actual dedicated, like, fixed, I shouldn't say fixed PvP, but, like, you want to have a proper time and place to be dueling people. And you also want a way to track progress. Like, imagine if there was, like, a leaderboard where it's like, okay, yeah, these are the top PvPers. Wouldn't that be exciting? Right? It wouldn't be so, like, these tournaments, these reputations wouldn't be so localized. It would be like, okay, everyone who's playing D4 know that Riker is the #1 PvPer, you know? Like, how cool would that be? So that's my point. So what are these guys talking about here? Leveling on the side is nice bonus, but leave just after GG items. Care less about high level. Okay, if you're a light or fireball sort with infinity, cows are reasonably quick. Key bosses. It could be mix allocate with cows. You said you wanted GG items. Anything good to mix in with cows for Lightning Java? So goal is runes, cows all the way. Otherwise, for XP maybe. Halls of Pain Flare. Oh, Halls of Pain. Maybe Halls of Pain, Flare, farming for fun, or WSK2, WSK, let's see, farming? For orange boxes. Let's see, what are you talking about here? They had a completely other expansion plan, which got scrapped for Diablo 3, so yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah, exactly. I don't know, keep your mods, I'm happy with vanilla. Let's see, you can have whatever option you want, it's delightful to me. Having restricted options is boring as shit for me. Actually, what... all builds viable is garbage. It's not true is the problem. You'll never make all builds viable. They said the same about POD. So, I mean, here's the interesting thing about when people say not viable, the first thing that comes to mind when people talk about things being unviable, because I hear this in every single game. I hear this in every game that I've played, which involves some kind of like, well, some kind of like meta, I guess, right? Like, how should I explain this? Basically what I'm saying is, there's a lot of people who are going to be like, okay, this class, this build is unviable, without actually really like stating what exactly viability means, right? Like, I feel like in this game, people would say a martial arts assassin is unviable. Would you guys say martial arts assassin is unviable? Yeah, absolutely. Hell, would I say it's unviable? Probably, but I don't know. Like, viable for what exactly? Like, oh, it's kind of like if I were to say, oh yeah, hey, ZZZ is viable. Viable for what? Like, viable for pregnancy? Like, no, fuck. Like when we talk about viability, there has to be like viable for something. Like viable for MFing? Yeah, martial arts sin is actually viable for MFing. Is it viable for farming faster than most other builds in the game? Absolutely not, right? So I don't know. Like, so even the notion of viability itself is something that's actually kind of intrigued me, and that's, yeah, so there's always gonna be a meta and unviable things. Like here's one for you. Like Poison Creeper in this game. Now that's one of the very few skills in this game where I have to say, okay, now that is something that's unviable. Like if we take like the first maybe like 20 levels out of the or normal difficulty out of the equation, because after that, Poison Creeper probably isn't gonna be like a killing skill. You're not gonna really center a build strictly around Poison Creeper, right? Like. So there's that. The majority of other things in this game, the majority of other skills are viable in some way or another if you build it right, I feel like. And it's like that for a lot of games too, despite what people will say. What was the phrase that ZZZ uses? Meta slaves? Like, there's a lot of people who label guns that don't get regularly used as unviable, even, or not guns, sorry, like things in a game, right? Like, that just get labeled unviable, even though they're perfectly viable. It's just that they're seen as inferior, which aren't necessarily the same thing. Sorry, I said guns because I was thinking Call of Duty. Like, I see this a lot in Call of Duty, like, especially the latest one, Modern Warfare. So, anyway, that's the first one that came to mind. But, I mean, we're talking about builds, so I should not complicate the explanation and just talk about builds specifically, right? Call of Duty. Okay, well, yeah, but I'll always have Call of Duty. Besides the point, though. Like, I don't know, man. Yes, there will always be a metagame. That doesn't mean you shouldn't strive to make all evils usable to a standardized degree. I agree with Chaos of the Divine. Like there's always going to be skills that could use like, this is the thing, right? Like, you can make a game where most, if not all, of the skills are usable or have their place in some way, shape, or form. I would like to think, right? And you're probably not going to be able to hit that balance right away, but like Chaos said, it certainly doesn't hurt to try. You go through many iterations of a game. That's kind of the point of a rebalancing patch. You kind of want to like tweak certain options in the game to maybe be more reasonable than others. I feel like that's already true for LOD. Which part? Like, most of the builds in this game are viable? You'll want new stuff, that's cool. Yeah, so that's, yeah, well, that's why I guess the main thing I want to say here is it's kind of like a matter of perspective. Like, for me, I see both sides. I see three different sides. I see like people who say LOD is perfectly fine where it is, which is kind of the camp that ZZZ that you are in, as well as Coaster. I mean, believe it or not, and also that I'm in, right? Like I'm perfectly okay with where the game's at. But there's also other people who, for Diablo 2, are kind of like, okay, well, there's a lot of builds that could have been reworked, like Martial Arts Assassin, for example. Like, I showcased that it works, but there's definitely a lot of nuances about the build that definitely could have been reworked in some way to make the build much less buggy. Okay, that just as a starting point, I guess. And then, of course, there's some people who are just like, okay, this game is completely broken and it just needs to be completely overhauled. I feel like those are, by and large, the three main camps, but that's just kind of how I see it. I don't know. And yeah, there's no way to please everybody, right? Like, I really don't think there's a way to please everybody, but there is a way to make, like, there is a way to try and, I guess, make things a little bit more... There's just some things that just don't have business being as weak as they are, I guess, in Diablo 2, or at least that's how some people would feel about it, which is why, maybe one of the reasons why POD might be so popular, maybe. Needs a lot of love, to be fucking honest. Oh yeah, absolutely, bro, like, 100%, please. Just, yes, yeah, it definitely needs a lot more love than what it gets right now, but... I mean, unfortunately, it doesn't. It doesn't. I mean, it's not going to be getting any love anytime soon, right? Which, in a way, for me, is fine, actually. Like, this is not a game which I'm running PvP anyway. If it's... See, here's the thing. If it's a game where you're... Oh, press 0 while bring over that wall. That's... Four of you then on the armory. Sorry about that, guys. Kind of hopping all over the place, but yeah. Anyway, most skills are usable or viable. Yeah, I mean, I kind of feel like that, to tell you the truth. Like, well, I feel like most of the skills in this game definitely do have a room. Like, look at Coaster. He's always coming up with different cool builds, right? Like, him and I and ZZZ, we don't all collectively agree on the same points, but he makes fun, weird builds. I try to make builds that are less powerful into, like, builds that are actually somewhat playable. And then, of course, ZZ just, you know, want to be like, hey, we made new stuff, new skills, new things, that's cool. But I don't like when people act like they fixed D2 rather than making a mod. Yeah, no, that's a fair point. No, that is actually a fair point. Like, I can respect that, to tell you the truth. Like, yeah, I mean, I can see some people who might say, oh yeah, POD is kind of like a fixed or better Diablo 2, just because they well, in part due to the game being a lot easier, but I do feel like part of what made Diablo 2 so fun was, like, there were some of the builds were more challenging than others, and I felt like that actually kind of makes the game a little bit more interesting for me as a PvM game. If it's a strictly PvP game, then yeah, you probably are gonna want these builds to be closer to one another and how strong they are. But, like, as a game which is much more rooted around, like, you know, you're farming monsters, you're just going around hitting and killing shit, like, it doesn't really matter if you can, you know, do pits in, like, 1 minute versus 2 minutes, I feel like. Like, yeah, okay, great, like, you walk out of 1,000 runs, like, twice as quickly, but at the same time, it's kind of like I don't really think that's a huge deal. But anyway. They say that stuff all over every Twitch. Like, yeah, play this is so much better. We fixed everything, but it's still vanilla, not a mod. Yeah, that's true. That it's weird because that's a bit of a contradiction. You can't really call something vanilla while being like we fixed everything that's in vanilla. It's called vanilla for a reason, right? Like including all of its flaws and drawbacks. That's why even when I'm advertising Slash nowadays, like I had to say it's a close to vanilla mod. Like it's not entirely vanilla, despite what you might think about it, right? Like how I could go and just say it straight up, oh, it's vanilla, and I can, you know, it's like, it's essentially the core game. The drop rates have been altered, which some people are going to be like, okay, that's not really vanilla, so, you know, right? Like, so anyway, point is, yeah, yeah, I can kind of see where you're coming from. Like, some people are like, yeah, they fixed a bunch of stuff, but in reality, it's like, then at that point it's a mod for the game. It's not really what the original D2 was that we all came to know. And that's actually even one reason why I play on Slash and not on like POD or any other server. It's because it's kind of what I know and I grew up with. But anyway, besides the point. Next thing. Here's the thing. The reason I'm not excited for PD2, PD2 Project Diablo 2. Oh, the reason you are excited for PD2 is they're not really adding a shitload of new skills. They're reworking things that aren't exactly super viable and giving it a better position in the game. Leap Attack for Barb was reverse engineered to the point it's an AoE stomp instead of Leap over Swing, which was clunky. Like the fact it's actually an AoE stomp deals with attack speed and weapon damage. It makes it feel more rational. That's interesting. I do wonder though, like median and no, actually let's not go with median. From my understanding, Resurgence, because you've played more about these private services, you know more about it than I do, Chaos. But from my understanding, median, or sorry, Resurgence and Path of Diablo are similar in this regard, aren't they? They are mods that, rather than try and make brand new skills, try and rework the existing skills. Do they not? Diablo's Diablo 2, nothing will change the fact it's a good game at its core. Oh yeah, for sure. Okay, one of the things I noticed about POD is all their new skills are extremely clunky since they're just reusing different animations and things that doesn't feel right. Okay, I can see why you would say that too, but definitely not. That's not, I mean, I don't play POD enough, so I can't really say, but that doesn't sound like something that I'd make a huge fuss about. I make a much bigger fuss about the fact that they fucking reworked Enigma and Infin. Still, anyway, I don't know, man. I feel very strongly about that shit. Project D2 will be like that, I don't know. Adding cooldowns and weird stuff. Well, and removing cooldowns, right? Like, look at Hydra and Fissure. Their cooldowns have been removed. At least my understanding of it. And Frozen Orb, too, right? All the skills that had a delay. I think got their CDs taken off, so it's like, alright. MXL is a pretty huge thing to compare just about anything to. Yeah, that's why I was like, okay, let's not get into the topic of Median XL. That's a completely different demon. Or a completely different behemoth. But talking just in terms of like Resurgence and Path of Diablo, from my understanding, rather than make completely brand new skills, I mean, obviously, like Druid, for example, has Flame Dash in Path of Diablo, which is a completely non-vanilla skill, but at the same time, it's also not. It's like they haven't really tinkered with most of the core Diablo 2 skills, or at least like completely changed it up. The Necro skill where you spawn bodies out of thin air to make a poison cloud. Yeah, Necro definitely, they tweaked a lot of things about Necro though, I admit. Yeah, that's true. I don't know, there were some things that they left alone and some things that they kind of tried to overhaul, so guess it's pretty 50-50. Somewhat, there's examples like Median XL where everything is super revamped. See, that's the thing. That's why I don't want to talk about Median XL, because I know that, yeah, Median XL, yeah, that one is, like, radically different from Diablo 2. That's not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is the existing, like, Path of Diablo and Resurgence. My understanding is Resurgence was kind of like a rebalancing mod, which added some new endgame content. At least that's kind of what I gathered from it. Meanwhile, Path of Diablo is very like, okay, if we can kind of tweak the numbers so that it's not, well, it's not complete dog shit or it's not completely broken, let's do that. But otherwise, we'll make brand new skills if the existing system doesn't work. And this was the case with their martial arts system. But anyway. Resurgence is also very different from vanilla. Okay, unique tiering system, the amount of pen available. Overhauled custom skills on Resurgence are hefty as hell. Like Bozon is insane on Resurgence. Okay, interesting. Where everything is super revamped. POD is just a weird custom charm plus rework system, which I dislike. I see. Combined Paths of Exile Diablo and Nihilus made it better, but not trying to throw shade. I mean, it doesn't have to be shade. You're just sharing how you feel about the game, and neither me nor ZZZ, or at least from my understanding, are are affiliated with the people who designed these games. So, like, at the end of the day, what we talk about kind of stays here, really. And, I mean, it's fair to have opinions about these games. It's fair to have criticisms about these games. And honestly, if the people who make these, who fucking make these private servers are gonna, like, be salty about that feedback, then, well, then, you know, I don't know how else to put it, they can go fuck themselves. Like, you know, if they're gonna be like, oh, well, you know, you can't throw shade at them for whatever reason. I'm down to, oh yeah, I'm down to throw shade. Yeah, fuck it, man. Like, I mean, just to give you some perspective, like, ooh, shit, this is doggo. Pun not really intended, but it's kind of like a dog pelt. But anyway, so what was I saying? Yeah, because I know, like, even in, what was that dude's name? Green Dude? The guy who ran Path of Diablo, I had an interaction with him. He came to me to ask about how I felt about the martial arts assassin. Or rather, he was asking the people on Slash in the Discord channel, like, hey, you know, like, is there anybody who plays a martial arts assassin? I would like to talk to you guys and know what it is that you like about the martial arts assassin, because he obviously probably wants to tweak some things about the martial arts tree on his server. And then during our conversation, I asked him about teleport. I don't know if you know this story, or if you guys know this story, but anyway. So I say that he got, like, I feel like he got a little bit defensive, but, you know, I'm trying to be as objective about this as possible. And basically what he said was, well, why do you care? You don't actually play Path of Diablo, and you're not on the Path of Diablo server. And then I explained to him, I'm like, well, I have tried Path of Diablo, and frankly, I'm not. Part of the reason why I'm not particularly interested in playing on Path of Diablo is because it is a mod for the, or no, sorry, it's a. Let me actually just pull up the fucking conversation. I know that I have him here somewhere. Here we go, Green Dude. Here we go. What he said was, what do you care about POD? You're not even on our Discord, lol. I can't talk about future changes. And I told him I was just curious. I didn't have a telly idea to bring up. I was just wondering, since that's the main reason I don't play POD. And he's like, what do you mean that's the reason you don't play? What reason? And I told him, don't worry so much about it. He's like, no, I just mean, what is it about telly you don't like? And I told him, I don't like that its effect has remained so unchanged from the original game. I'm also simultaneously aware that if you try to change such a skill, like, it's, you know, it's going to have some huge ramifications as a skill that's popular around your community. And then Green Dude is basically like, wait, so you play vanilla where teleport is unchanged and you don't want to play POD because teleport is unchanged? And yeah, anyway, so point is, straight out Green Dude gets defensive about teleport. Oh, whoa, whoa, my Merc died. Whoa, shit, I wasn't paying attention, that's my bad. Let's kill him first. Yeah, I mean, I remember watching one of his streams where he was going over the patch notes, and And yeah, teleport is a really weird one, but it's the main reason why. It's not even just teleport, it's also the Enigma change too. Like, if you're gonna leave teleport the way it is, at least give people the option of using the fucking Enigma. Like you're already giving all these classes like all these different types of mobility, right? Like fucking dashing strike, flame dash, like fucking convocate, and then now you're just gonna take out Enigma. Like, why? Well, why do both of these things anyway? I think that's kind of dumb, personally. They don't need to change teleport. They need to take off the stupid cooldowns for the other classes' fake teleport and make them equal. I think they should just, honestly, just fucking leave Enigma the way it is. If you're gonna fucking add, like, all this free mobility already on the other classes, then, in theory, that should already give people less reason to have to use Enigma. Right? Like, anyway. Besides the point, though. I'm going way off topic. My point earlier was just that I told the green dude straight, like plain and simple, that yeah, this is why I don't play on your server. And if he doesn't like it, well, too fucking bad. Right? Like, too fucking bad. I don't know what more to say than that. Like, it's a problem which, if he can address, then great. And if he can't address it, then oh well, oh shucks, then I guess I just won't play it. I mean, he's not gonna shed a tear over it because he's got thousands of other people to play on that server, and I'm not really gonna shed a tear about it because, well, I have Slashdiablo and other people, other games to play, really. So, so yeah, like, it's really not a big deal for me. Told Minsky to fix Gull for declone spawn. He was not impressed. Okay, what ideas did you propose to him, out of curiosity? Just give... They don't want Enigma. They're hipsters. Well, I mean, I get that the whole reason why they were like, oh yeah, we don't want Enigma to maintain... I think there were two reasons for it. The first was like Enigma was already was too strong in vanilla for starters, which, you know, like, it gives like fucking insane number of bonuses, which arguably is kind of balanced out by the fact that it's a very difficult rune word to get. But again, that's its own discussion. The second reason was that they didn't want Enigma to be a fucking crutch. This is my understanding of it, right? Like, it was an item that pretty much everyone and their mother fucking wanted on their build. And you don't want an item that fucking everyone is trying to use the same item of, which is just stupid, right? Like, you definitely want, like, if you're playing a paladin, you kind of want some variety on your damn builds. So I can kind of see why they took off Enigma, but I'm also kind of like, well, you already addressed this issue by making it so that every class has its own form of mobility. So why do you need to double nerf it, essentially? Why do you need to, like, take out the option of people using this and give people the option of... Anyway, I don't know, man. It's kind of weird. I don't agree with that, but... And that's one of the... Well, just the status of teleport is big enough to make me just not interested in playing PoD for endgame, but that's just me. That's fair, but yeah, when he was not impressed, Chammerzod, It's fair, but yeah, when you brought up Resurgence earlier, I had PTSD-esque flashbacks due to friends of mine all going hound PA PvP active solo session of if you die, restart and rejoin, and we fucking witch hunted each other. Is that seriously how it works? Huh, interesting. Okay. All I had to do was this: delete teleport and the Huff and Enigma, give everyone real teleport. End of story. +2 armor. We did that as a group thing. Oh, I see. Okay. Interesting. It's not the usual bit. Fair enough. Sounds like some epic, like, battle royale that's, like, taking place. I don't know. Things far more interesting. Oh, I believe that. Oh shit, there's a guy. Anyway. Yeah, no, I don't... No, I'm thinking about it. You know, obviously, for vanilla, I 100% do not support that change. But VOD isn't vanilla, so I can't really look at it with that metric. So actually, I don't really have a good counter argument against giving teleport to everyone, but I think probably the problem is like teleport is kind of seen as a sorceress's skill, and they probably want to, well, they as in like me and not Minsky, Green Dude and the rest of the like the PODers probably want to keep it like as a Sorc skill primarily. But again, like I just don't agree with where it's at right now. Talk about the real D2. I said stuff about CB earlier. Okay, yeah, we can leave it be now. Like, I said what I needed to. Although, again, talking about that spawn system, that's a stupid argument. Yeah, well, again, take it up with them. Like, I don't personally give a shit. Like, what... Give teleport to everyone, put it on Enigma, like, but just give people an option of fucking, like, not being forced into using a Sorc just to fucking get around the map and, you know, run like Mephisto or something, right? Like, that's just stupid. Rename it for every class for cosplay LARPing purposes. Sure. Well, anyway. Mod traumatized the fuck out of me. Why would it traumatize you, though? That's so weird. Like, just because of the whole PvP situation. Anyway, what else were we talking about here? There were some other things. There's a unique bow resurgent called Voidbringer. Okay, allows you to play an AoE energy-based multi-shot, which is vastly different from Slash. Oh yeah, absolutely, that's true. Yeah, interesting. Normal monsters in the pits have 2.5k HP for a fall and 5k HP for everything else, meaning you're doing 625 or 1300 from a first hit. CB proc on those shitters. Your weapon is going to be like 2k with Frenzy and like 1k with WW, so this is major DPS boost. Oh, that's true. That's true. I've never thought about it like that. Yeah, that's true. That is actually true. Interesting. Never looked at the math like that. I'm gonna be at 75 CB with just G-Face, Duress, and G-Toes. Oh, okay. Yeah, never paid as much attention to CB as I should, I suppose. Because my personal friend group are horrendous sadists, fair enough. It was good trauma, if that makes sense. Oh yeah, for sure. I got you. No, I feel you. It's kind of like PTSD flashbacks to me using my martial arts assassin. It was a struggle, but it was a lot of fun too, in a way. But anyway, yeah. Okay. Made plans for endgame perfect WW barb gear. Made plans for endgame. Okay. Does it deviate at all from double grief? Like fortitude / enigma? I think I can get as much DPS as a light Sorc. Oh man, okay. Interesting. Very interesting indeed. With multi-boxing? Oh yeah, probably you just throw enchant, but then after that I don't know what else you would throw on. How much DPS is a light Sorc? Definitely enchant. No reason not to go enchant, but after that, if maybe, oh, you know what? I figured it out. Enchant Sorc with a pally that has auras. Possibly two pallies that have auras, actually. One with Fanat, one with Concentration, or some shit like that. And then... Or maybe like one with Might. Heck knows. Fuck Paladins. Most people using Enigma with Reaper's Merc. They had to be allied and take XP. Interesting. Okay, so I'm not even going to use them for auras. Okay. Multi-box. Most people are using Enigma with a Reaper's Merc. For a Barb? Yeah, I guess. Yeah, no, they do actually. I'm just trying to reflect on this in my head because, you know, Fortitude or Enigma, right? And I'm like thinking about it, I'm like, okay, yeah, if you're a Barb, you're probably going Enigma, of course, so you can teleport in pits and fucking like Hork monsters and all that shit. That's why I think a lot of Barbs will end up running Enigma. But anyway, is Pride / Might Merc. Okay. Pride and Might Merc. Alright, that's to be expected. Unpartied Curse Necro with big amp damage. Yeah. Yeah, that would do it. But from my understanding, the top end... Well, I guess here's the thing. Top end Light Sword damage is 40k. But, I mean, if we could just go off of the average, it's closer to 20k. Can you... that actually makes sense. Hold on. I'm just trying to reflect about this in my head. Like, what's the highest amount of damage I've made with a Whirlwind Barb? I don't remember off the top of my head. But I know that... I think, back when the Spy was making a Whirlwind Barb, he ran EBOTD on, like, a Thunder Maul or some shit like that. And then it was hitting at, like, 14k. Combo that with the Enchant Sork. You probably hit 20k with that, actually. Then Fort on Barb with Chant. Yeah, that actually makes sense, because probably you would get your sword. And it looks like I actually did manage to get an Istrune out of a coffin. Or a grave, so... Yeah, that's a grave. Hold on a sec. There you go. Istrune. 702, coffin. No, sorry, grave. That was a nice drop from a box. Yeah, it was a grave, oddly enough. But yeah, it is a very nice box. That's a kind of a nice find after being on a dry streak for so long. Honestly, I'm kind of glad I don't play this game for drops. At least not this season. Like, honestly, if I had played this for drops, though, I definitely wouldn't be farming Mausoleum. But again, like, I'm more interested in the science about what happened. Well, not even science. I shouldn't call it that. Just the results. Just the results of what happens after I fucking run 1,000 Maws. Like, for me, that's infinitely more interesting than, like, oh shit, well, I found all the runes to make Enigma. Although, it definitely would be nice to be able to make an Enigma. I'm not gonna lie. That would be fantastic. But you know what? Maybe I'll just have to, rather than try and show you guys this super secret awesome build I was talking about, I'm going to have to save that for a different season, I guess. I'll have to put that on the shelf because I simply am not going to be able to reach that level of wealth to make that character by the end of the season. Mausoleum simply isn't paying out, and probably just, yeah, it's just not gonna cut it. I don't know how else to say it. Okay, what else were you talking about here? So, Fort Unbarb with Chance, so not Thunder Maul has to be Griefs for max speed. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I was just trying to think about trying to hit like 20k, just the raw damage. But then again, now that I think about it, you're talking about DPS, and there was another Maul, so maybe let us up this counter once more. 28. Yeah, I know that. Yeah, like I said, you were trying to Fort on Barb with Chad. Okay. Grief also has 20 Deadly Strike and 175% damage to demons. Yes, it does have 175% damage to demons. Do the math with Might Concentration for LOH, Grief, Skill bonus, and Strength bonus. You can get close to 2,000% off weapon ED. Words. It's true, but, I mean, he's trying to say that his Barb can output the same amount of damage as a Light Sword, or DPS as a Light Sword, which, again, if he has the math to back it up, then hey, I'm all for hearing it. It's fucking fantastic. Hogger's watching the Yankees playoff game. Yankees playoff game. That's baseball, isn't it? Like, I know that there's like a NBA game going on right now. That's where LeBron's buzzed off to. Anyway, with 80% DS and 30% crit strike. Okay, so Grief becomes 15k per hit average damage. Yeah, 20k damage with only 2.27 attacks per second. 200 FCR, physical activity. Ah, I feel you, Ailma. How are you doing, by the way? Nice to see you. Hope you're having a solid, I was gonna say day, but hope you're having a solid week. Mine's already been pretty productive, so I'm really happy about that. I'm here, and today I'm hoping to do 50 runs. At least 50 runs, but we'll see where I end up. Yeah, I was aiming for run number 750 tonight, but, yeah, I guess I'll figure out how these things go. Anyway. 2.27 with 12.5 attacks per second. Is it really 12.5 attacks per second? That's fucking insane. I never actually I'm just trying to think. That doesn't sound right, but maybe that is right, actually. It's a hit every 4... Isn't it a hit every 4 frames? It's 4 FPA, isn't it? For a Whirlwind Barb. I don't know where you got 12.5 attacks per second from. Even if you, like, Fanat... I think that the cap is, FPA. You get 2 hits when dual wielding? It is 4 frames per attack, but I thought it was, like... 1 sword hits on 4th frame, 1 sword hits 8th frame, the others, sword 1 hits on 4th frame, sword 2 hits on 8th frame, sword 1 hits on 12th frame, sword 2 hits on 16th frame, like that kind of rotation. Or, I thought it alternates. No, it's both. Seriously? So, at, like, every 4th frame, you actually get a double hit, or you actually swing with both? Okay. Otherwise, 2-hand would be way better. I see. Ready for them adoption flavors? I might need that sooner rather than later. Oh yeah, let me guess. You're gonna be referencing good old Trump and Biden. Yeah, I mean I don't. I would rather avoid trying to bring politics into this because this is supposed to be a more chill stream. But at the same time too. I will say, I've been looking forward to seeing that presidential debate for months now. Ever since Bernie lost, I was actually kind of curious to see how Biden... Well, I mean, regardless of whether it was going to be Biden versus Trump or Bernie versus Trump, I was actually just curious to see how this... I wanted to watch the debate. It's good entertainment. It's kind of fun. Yeah, here's your political take. Yeah, well... Either way, I just think, I mean, I don't myself live in America, so it's not my place to really be like, alright, yeah, you guys should be doing this or that. It's dangerous to have a political opinion nowadays because everyone gets in the fucking butthurt tears over it. So nowadays, I just watch politics for sheer amusement. Like, I just watch it for the shits and giggles. In this case... Trump versus Biden. Now that was a fun debate, if you could even call it about. Yeah, exactly. Like if you could even really call it a debate, it was more like a spectacle. That's what I would call it. Definitely, I don't know if it was really a debate by any means, but anyway, no references. I just love Canada. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, I mean, I don't really know. Canada's great, but I don't know what it is. What greatness about Canada it is that you are, has made you interested in it. Could be the free healthcare. A lot of people like the free healthcare around here. That's a fair take, to be fair. Rest in peace, Bernie. Yeah, well. Fair. So back to WW. All right, bud. Sure, go ahead, spew some more numbers at me. Let's hear them. Good old numbers. Actually, let me finish reading this too. Grief becomes 15k per hit average damage with 12.5 attacks per second. Okay, so again, 6 hits. Game runs on 29 frames, so you hit 7.5 times per second. Right? I don't know, I'm too fucking lazy to do the math behind it. Sure, I'll just take your word for it. Fucking 12 attacks per second. I don't really. But you said that you can out DPS a light sork? I'm gonna go pass out. Alright, sounds good. Thanks for the chat, Chaos. Hope you enjoyed the the discussions we had. Although, yeah. Hope you enjoyed the discussions. Again, I appreciate you reminding me to set it to D2 category, and yeah, appreciate your company. You have yourself a good night, and enjoy the rest of your week. Hopefully, I'll see you again next Friday, or next Wednesday, sorry, but I don't know if you are going to be around or not. Anyway, take it easy, man. Healthcare just became free in BC, far from free. Okay. Oh, I see. Yeah, well. That's how people put it, though. Free healthcare in Canada. So, anyway. All is Reapers is not good enough to compete with Lightswork, because Lightswork is minus 85 from Decrypt, then minus 35 or more from Gear, and Reapers is only minus 50. Yeah. No, that is a fair point. So you need Amp to get minus 100 resist. Yeah, I'm on board with that. Minus 85 from Infin. Okay, that's what you meant. Okay, yeah, sure. Yeah. No, it makes sense. Like, minus elemental resistance is far easier to get than minus physical resistance, of course. So, yeah. So yeah, it makes total sense to use a Curse's Necro to do your bidding for you. No, is this why you were trying to make a endgame whirlwind whirlwind barb in the first place? Like, is that what got you to really try and crunch these? Yeah, is it the case where you crunch these numbers ahead of time and then decided, wow, because of this, now I'm going to play as a barb? Because, like, yeah, I know at the start of the season you're like, oh, I want to play as a barb, but I never actually took the time to ask, why did you choose to play as a barb? Or is it just something you realized after you started playing the barb that, oh, yeah, maybe I can actually make this a freaking crazy character? We didn't even get to CB damage yet, by the way. Okay, fair enough. Sure. Okay, I'll read through the CB damage in a little bit, but first I'm just gonna read this here. You get 450 average damage with Grief, plus max damage charms, the 19 times multiplier from skills, strength and items, which is 9k damage, and 86% of hits do double damage, which means real average is 16k. Okay, cool. Fuck, fucking die already. And then, of course, like you said, no CB factored in there, so yeah, it's kind of interesting. With CB, you're getting close to 20k average on Throne Room monsters, alright? Does CB take effect before or after the damage is dealt, or your raw damage is dealt? I think it takes effect after the raw damage is dealt, is it not? Before. So CB first, then raw damage after. Okay, interesting. So it's better. All right. Okay. Also, as another random side topic, what are you planning to run next season, ZZZ? Because now that I think about it, or are you even planning to play next season? I'm gonna guess that you are, but yeah, like I know Coaster's gonna be running. What is he running next season? I can't even remember. I'm just trying to recall here. So it's the assassin, was it? Oh man, I can't pull this shit up. I have such an awful memory. I should know. Yeah. Okay, I remember now. He's trying to go Sork. That's what it was. Yeah, I know he's going Sork. You don't know yet? You always decide last minute? I kind of like how normal people decide what they want to eat for dinner. Well, okay, yeah. But, yeah, I mean... For me, it's kind of like, the ladder reset happens every 4 months, so I like to give it a little bit more thought than just, yeah, I'm gonna make a druid, like, right now, you know? Like, try and switch things up, try to do something different, especially because I'm putting on a show for you guys, and I don't want to... Like, you guys have already seen me play, like, a Whirlwind Barb before. Like, I don't really need to make a Whirlwind Barb a second time. You guys don't really see or learn or gain anything new out of that experience, and I'm kind of mindful of that. Both as a content creator and as a D2 player. Like, or just as myself, I should even say. Like, I just like to learn more about the game, and I just don't feel like that can really happen if I'm just playing the same build over and over again. But anyway. Okay, I think I'm just about done here. 40 gold I don't care about that, I'm just gonna skip content creator. Well, what I mean when I say that is I'm not talking about like, oh, you know, I'm fucking putting out like videos or streams with like thousands of viewers, but or even hundreds of viewers. What I'm saying, what I mean by content creator, Mr. Oh, I'm gonna poke fun at everything that's being said. All I mean is, for the very few people that watch the streams that I make, I just feel like I want to offer something unique that that you're just not going to see at Dabrubski's or like Llama's channel. That's all I'm trying to say. So regardless of whether, you know, you consider me to be a content creator or not, because I make content so infrequently or because I have so few views, it's still... I'm still somebody who does produce content. And that is, even with my one view, or even with my very few views. Llama plays D2 with oven mitts on. Yeah, that's what I call content. Okay, well, good for you. But, I mean, I don't know what more to say than that. Good for you. I wonder if his fans also are in the same boat. Well, I guess technically you are his fan too, but... whatever. Let's see. So the CB, you're getting close to 20k average on throne room monsters. So before, so it's better. Okay, so even when you factor things like chance to hit with melee, the fact that Bale has 50% block, these Barb can out DPS a light sword. Okay. Cool. That's... Yeah, I can see that happening. I mean, I don't know what to say. That's really cool. Thanks for sharing. I mean, I myself would probably never end up running such a barb, but you got the numbers straight. And again, it's kind of cool that you do this. That you're actually taking advantage of all the things that are offered to you on this private server. Because, like, right now, like, a lot of people use multi-boxing primarily for self-rush, self-leveling, and, you know, too lazy to run 2 boxes, and... You know, if they are going to run 2 boxes, what are they going to do, right? They're just going to run multi-box Bow Barb and maybe an Enchant Sword, maybe, but when it comes to, you know, like actually running, you know, if we have access to 4 boxes, then, you know, doing unusual things like having a summoning druid so that you can actually kill the Bale waves, and set up wave 5 for your character, or setting up Bale. Like, I don't know. Like, for me, that's just more interesting. The fact that you found more uses for your Curses Necro and your Barb, I think that's pretty fantastic. Biggest fan I have, Mr. Llama underwear. Well, I mean, I didn't know he fucking sells llama underwear, but anyway. Subbed to Llama for 6 months tonight for September. I would do the same for you, DGD, too, if you turned on subs. Yeah, well, unfortunately, you're never going to be able to sub to me. Probably sooner I will quit Twitch for good before you're going to see that that sub button. Day will come. It shall come soon. Just not today. Oh, the day where I get sick of your shit. And ZZZ's shit. And everybody else's shit. One wishes. This is what I realized, we haven't even scratched the surface of the multi-box meta. Honestly, okay, I mean, sure. I mean, I'm trying to think like what else you could possibly do with multi-boxing that you really want. That was actually a pretty good one. Because it would trigger Canadian tax on it, they would discover you are a drug dealer. You know what? Yes. Yes, it is. Alright. I'm just about done here. I think that should have been everything. Biggie. Last letter, I had my day 1 light sword running P8 bail. That was the thing. Yeah. I believe that. You know, that actually makes sense. I was just thinking about it. It just feels so obvious to me now. Now that you said that, I just thought about it. Like, I was gonna ask, did you rock Conviction on your Paladin as a makeshift Infinity? And I'm like, no, there's no way you would do that because you don't want to have a Pally soaking up the XP. And then I thought about it even harder, and I realized that doesn't matter. You can just fucking unparty the Conviction, and that's probably exactly what you did, wasn't it? Yeah, no, for real, yeah, we did. I'm surprised you still remember that conversation, frankly. I mean, I have other ideas in mind, but of course, but yeah, that one is one that I definitely want to run next season. But yeah, multi-box. So, you didn't have a Paladin at all? Oh, that's even worse. Yeah, no, I was thinking, like, yeah, you'd probably just run Conviction to max out lower res. Max LR Necro. Alright, fair enough. I mean, I was thinking first Conviction Pally, then lower res Necro, and then my thought process was like, hey, wait a second. The Conviction Paladin can actually run the, because of course, you know, I know you have your Necro. Paladin would die too much, but... Oh, game server will restart in 15 minutes. I'll tell you guys what, actually. I am... give me a sec, sorry. I'm gonna actually grab myself some food in 5 minutes. It's gonna be my last run, especially because the game server is restarting. And yeah, I'm gonna go grab something to eat, then come back, and I'm gonna continue doing my runs. This would be a great time to do it. I'm gonna have dinner. Make nugget time in 15 minutes, it's okay. Well, not even in 15, just 5. I figure I might as well just eat now. This would be a good time, because there's gonna be some point where my progress just, you know, I obviously won't be able to finish my run, so I might as well just do this sooner rather than later. Okay, anyway, didn't have at all max LR Necro with the cursed GCs. Yeah, but the cursed GCs come after day 1, that's the thing. I wouldn't die too much, but if I redo it, I would make my Conviction Paladin with Necro, then make Chanter later. Okay. Fair enough. The other interesting thing, too, is you only get access to 4 boxes. And if you found somebody else... Yeah, no, really, like, yeah, you only get access to 4 boxes. If you could have access to more, maybe you could do even more, but, like, right now, I think where it's at. enchanter from the start instead of paladin, but I would make 5 characters. Okay, I'll make him a frozen pizza. Yeah, I don't plan around other people. Oh, that's fair. That's fair. But yeah, I was just thinking about what other possibilities could... I don't have too many friends. Huh. 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 Well, yeah, I don't know. Yeah. Sure, why not? And that's how I like it. Yeah, I've heard. 3 max, 18 AR, 2 dex SC. Is this even worth anything? I don't think so, but you know what, fuck it. Run 705. Oh, 706 actually. Ooh, I'm farther along than I thought. That's pretty cool. Will be a long night though. Yeah, so the enchanter. Okay, so I'm actually kind of intrigued that you decided to make a enchantress. This for me is kind of interesting. Oh yeah, probably because you wanted to buff your merc, but yeah, like I could imagine the bowbarb for sure. Then after that, and of course the sork, you know, that's given. And after that, your two remaining boxes are actually pretty fluid. Like you can do a lot of different combinations. Curse, Necro, Conviction, Paladin, if you want to have like a Trapson or something. If you want to have like a Druid, if you want to like you said, like what you did, you went enchant Sork, but really don't really need 2 Sorks, I guess. Merc buff, yes, yeah, you buffed Merc for AR, but yeah, you could probably do better than that, to be frank. Like, yeah, no, there's different ways to do it. And the other thing too is you're running like Throne Room, like P8 Throne or Bale runs. In my case, like if I were trying to plan for 4 box, I would be trying to do it for well, farming like areas that are normally much more difficult early, places like WSK, or you know, well, obviously Chaos Sanctuary, or maybe even Throne Room, actually, to be honest. But part of the issue with farming Throne Room, I feel like, is why would I... Well, I mean, I don't know. I just don't feel like it's as good for drops, personally, but maybe there's some, like, crazy science behind it that would prove otherwise. Anyway. Mary doesn't need the chant buff until you get Infinity, then the fire damage is nuts. Yeah, I believe that. I do believe that. And the thing, though, is, I think, what, the minions of destruction aren't immune to fire. Or they are immune to fire, so that's kind of a wash. My theory is drops don't matter. And why would you say they don't matter? Because for me, what I'm more interested in, I guess, is to run 3-minute P8 bales. That's all I need. Okay, fair enough. So for you, they don't matter. For me, they matter. Because, unlike you, I like to compare my wealth EPing with other people when I've actually when I'm in a season, right? Like for you, you like to do P8 bale, as from my understanding. I like to see how quickly you can run that. But me, I like to dick around with seeing how much richer I can get than other people. At least if I were to try and do some kind of crazy 4-boxing strat, that's what I'd be interested in. That's my fatal mistake EPing. Okay, well, you call it a mistake, but really, I find it more fun, personally, than trying to grind out levels. You know, like, okay, that's just me, though. I hardly consider that a mistake, personally, but maybe you'd love to try and convince me otherwise, that it's actually a legitimate mistake of some kind. Having said that, though, that was indeed my last run, before I go grab myself something to eat, come back, and then grind out the remaining, probably, aiming for something like 40 runs, 45 more runs, but it's probably going to be closer to like 35 to 40, but we'll see. My scuffed 4-box team. Is it really a scuffed 4-box team, though? That's the thing. Like, how is that a scuffed 4-box team? I don't understand. How would that be a scuffed 4-box team? I don't think that's a scuffed 4-box team at all. Anyway, having said that, I'm gonna take this one to go grab myself something to eat. Thanks again everyone for hanging out. I'm gonna be right back, and I'll talk to you guys in a bit. So yeah, just put this up, and talk to you guys later.
Try not to fall, try not to lose any hope that the dawn might bring. Losing faith in me and everything I do, but now we'll be okay. We're alright, and not coming down. There'll be no holding on, and we say
Alright, hey guys, I am back. Let's see. Well, not quite 18 minutes, but close enough. Let's see, what were we talking about? We talked about this before, how farming wealth and farming XP... Yeah, no, I remember this. Actually, it's funny that you mentioned this, because while I was having my food, I was actually mulling over if, like... I was mulling over this, more or less, this exact statement. Even before you had wrote this, actually. Or before I'd even seen this. Yeah, I was thinking, like... farming XP, farming items. Yeah. You'll always be richer if you farm P1 every game. Make your builds for, like, CE Necro. You even call it a CE Necro this time. Even Frost Nova AT Sork like Kerm, or your P1 Nova Baller. Yeah, no, for sure. Using 1-4 or 2 ASATs, you will always get way more XP than a P1 farmer, the people who do 8-man bales. Average players don't optimize either XP or drops. Yeah, I would say so, yes. Most people don't really care. They usually don't optimize for one or the other, right? Like, you're not gonna like play the game unless you're ZZZ, of course, or unless you're D2D2, but most people aren't gonna go hard just for items or go hard just for XP. Actually, there are some people who go really hard, well, who go hard for who go hard for items. but they hit a high level just because they, well, I shouldn't say a high level, but they hit like level 90 just because they play so damn much. Like if you run 1000 AT, for example, you're probably going to be like level 90, level 91, 92, 93, so on. But obviously, a lot of people who want to who want to focus on leveling are accustomed to the BNet strat of you gotta look for a bail run and just join the bail run. And obviously that's slower than just running P18, assuming of or well, sorry, 2.8, assuming of course that you can actually handle 2.8, right? Like if you're pushing P8 and you're getting completely destroyed, then obviously it's not efficient at all. Anyway, yeah, Coaster, what's up? Nice to see you. Good to have you on board with us today. How's your day been so far? Hope you're doing well. Anyway, yeah. So I think. Oh, I mean, actually, I forgot that the text is still on. So I closed down the text. We're moving on to run number 707 now. Just had my dinner, so I'm basically good to go for the next probably 3 hours, 4 hours, probably 3 hours. I don't really want to. Basically, I'm going to aim for run 740. Maybe 745 would be pretty good, honestly. Yeah, but we'll see. We'll see how long it takes me to get there. But yeah, I'm expecting to be here for at least another couple hours, so I mean, buckle up and enjoy the ride, I guess. But yeah, going back to the talking about their gear cheap stuff. Still don't know what you meant by that earlier, but yeah, no, I I get the most. I find it more interesting comparing EPing, like wealth, to a lot of these people, the 1%ers, and even like no one's gonna. I don't know. Maybe it's just because it's me, right? But I'm kind of like, yeah, more people are gonna care about how much wealth I have rather than how much XP I have. XP is something that can't really be shared. Items can, so I guess that's part of it. By share, I mean trade. Like, if I'm super rich, then people are gonna be like, DTD2, can I like get like a burr break or whatever the fuck? Well, oh yeah, and I respect that. I totally respect that. Especially because wealth is, in a lot of cases, actually out of your control, right? Like, I shouldn't say in a lot of cases, but it's kind of like you're really banking on RNG to do its thing, whereas with XP, there's always a gradual progression, so it's not like you can blame the game and be like, man, I went 1,000 runs dry, 1,000 bail runs, or 1,000, yeah, you can't say I went 1,000 bail runs dry on XP, that's just not how it works, right? Well, I guess you could technically say it, but then if that's the case, you're probably doing something very wrong. The only one scared about this mall should only happen because I was gone. New meta next season is gonna be a mall break. Oh, dude, imagine that. Oh, that would be so ridiculous. The thing is, next season I would have loved to actually make the mall a thing, but next season is the season I'm gonna be working together with Deucecrim, and frankly, I'm how should I say this? If I'm gonna be playing together with somebody else, I don't think that should be the same season where I'm trying to meme around and try and put unreasonably good prices for a lot of good items. And especially, like, I want it to be on a season where I can expect to be pretty well off, if that makes sense, right? Like, if I'm going to play together with Deucecrim, and we get, like, items, then probably we're going to have to work out who gets this, who gets that. We need to figure out, like, how optimal our runs are going to be, yada yada. And frankly, like, if I'm going to be doing my P4-1 strat that I keep talking about for Chaos Sanctuary, that's a season where I can be pretty confident that, yeah, I can actually make, like, the mall, but yeah, right, like, this upcoming season probably isn't a good season for me to try and, like, make the mall, like, a thing. That's how I feel. I'd love to, though. I really would. It sounds like a great idea. Like, it just pisses a lot of people off because they're like, oh, this is such a dumb thing. And I think that's kind of the point. So, anyway. Okay, you have a real question. Okay, sure. What do you got? Should I go 300 strength on Barb or pure Vit? For what exactly? For, like, right now, or P8 Bales? Thinking 15 ED Sacred Fort. I feel like you should just go all out. I mean, again, you're the expert on this. I don't know why you're asking me, but I feel like you should just go all out on strength. I mean, like, if you can keep your dude alive, like if he never dies, then you don't really need to have pure Vit. That's kind of my take on it, right? Like, if your Barb can survive perfectly fine. If your Barb can survive perfectly fine when all he's rocking is like 100 Vit, and he's getting like all these boosts from your inventory, from your fortitude and all that shite, and you already have probably you're gonna have battle orders and all that jazz too. Then you don't really need to have pure Vit. This strength will add about 10% additional flat damage. Yeah. I feel like you should have as much Vit or you should have as much life as you can comfortably use to clear everything out with, right? Like, okay, yeah, you get more, like, not that much more damage, but at the same time, I'm also kind of like, the extra damage is probably for you going to be more useful than the health, assuming that you're not just dying in these P8 runs. Or coming close to death, even. That's the other big thing. With a level 54 bow, I should have 4k HP. Yeah, 4k HP with 300 strength is... that should be plenty. Like, you shouldn't ever really have a problem surviving off 4k HP with a fucking Barb. And you have lifesteal too, don't you? Don't you get lifesteal from somewhere? Only 15% DR? Eh, I mean, I guess. Unless I burn my G-face, I mean, you could, but knowing you, a burr is not just going to fall from the sky for you. So I don't know if you would want to waste a burr. How about a soul rune? Nah, not very useful for P8, I suppose. IK gloves? Sure, I'll chart it down as a drop, might as well. But yeah, for real though, frankly I think that's a little bit much. That's already plenty. 4k health, what the hell? Oh, besides Burr can be ED strength jewel, yeah. That could do it. Could give a bit more boost to your strength, but... probably ED max, okay. I'm just trying to think how else you... Yeah, I mean, like, that DR. I like the idea of 6k HP. I mean, if you want to get 6k HP, then get 6k HP. But I just... I mean, maybe you'll have trouble like... will you have lifesteal? You should have lifesteal, right? Like, what are your rings gonna be, as a matter of fact? Trabs, nope. Hey, Blade of Alibaba. There you go. It's, yes, lifesteal. Because I'm like thinking to myself, like, okay, 6k HP, like, do you really need more than 6k HP to survive? Rings? Yeah, that's exactly what I was wondering about. Like, what rings are you using then? Palwar. 61 ED Alibaba. 708. So I believe CBF is not needed on WW Barb, so I want 2 times blood rings. Okay, yeah, that's fair. Just remind me, yeah, like CBF, like Whirlwind Barb, even when they're frozen, doesn't really affect their whirlwind speed, right? Or am I mistaken? I mean, also, it could maybe free up an opportunity for a Cham G-Face for all I know. Antlers, okay. Doesn't change attack speed, no. Okay, cool. Just movement, alright. So, 2 times Blood Rings. Yeah, no, I would have expected as much. Lifesteal, but ring. Yeah. That's exactly where I was expecting you to get Lifesteal from, to be frank. 2 Blood Rings. Or, I was actually thinking more along the lines of even like a dual leech rare ring. Like, doesn't even need to be that good. Or even like a BK. What am I making next season? Oh, what is this? Blood Ring. Spirit Keeper. Oh, that's garbage. You're asking me or ZZZ Coaster? I'm guessing you're asking me. Of course, part of your routine is you gotta ask me every stream, I guess, what I'm gonna be making. Well, he's making a Blizzork. Yeah, man, you got me good. It's gonna be the last season, though, probably, where I'll be, well, yeah, I don't know. I was gonna say it's the last season where I'm gonna be leaving things under wraps, but I'm like thinking about the seasons after. Like, I have next season plan, I have the season after plan. After that, I don't know what I'm gonna do, but I also know that at some point I'm gonna want to make the super secret awesome Druid build that I keep talking about. Because I just simply am not gonna have enough wealth this season to make it. Yeah, so I need to reflect on that. I refuse to believe it. I mean, oh shit, what is going on here? Oh, I got unbared because of it's been 5 minutes. Anyway, so here's the thing. To tell you the truth, I don't really want to make a Blizzork. Okay, like I think this is fairly obvious, but I just don't think Blizzork is a particularly interesting character. End of discussion. But of course, I kind of need it for my goal, right? Like, it's kind of hard to play through the game and use something other than a Blizzork while still having the clearing power of a fucking Blizzork. I kind of want to tinker around with my 4-box setup to see if I can somehow set up such a bizarre, like, notion. But, you know, I have yet to get around to that, to tell you the truth. I also have yet to get around to theory crafting for next season. I know what build I'm going to play. I just don't know every little detail. Well, I don't really know what my items are going to be. Well, I think I have a pretty good idea, but I have to figure out like what the progression is going to be like, where I'm going to, well, I know where I'm going to farm, but just, I guess, basically like what items I want, and possibly where I'm going to level. Kind of like when I ran Pindles, right? Like, I needed to run Hell Pindle to level some of my guys. Fucking ZZZ. Anyway, crafted items get 4 rare affixes instead of 6, that's the only difference. Okay. Yeah, I mean, you know what? I'm gonna check something out. Crafted blood ring. I want to actually see an example of like a solid crafted blood ring here. Alright, let's take a look. Yeah, 6% life stolen per hit. Yeah. Oh, there you go. 9% life stolen per hit and 5% mana stolen per hit. Although that's POD. I don't know if you can actually get 9% life stolen per hit as a modifier on a crafted ring. Anyway, whatever. So where were we at here? Blood ring can also be dual leech. Okay, seriously? Alright, interesting. Well, there you have it then. But okay. I mean, I don't know. I really don't know what more to say. Like, it seems like you've got that planned out. You got blood rings in mind. Like, if you yeah, and then probably you gotta have like strength or something too. That could boost your damage. Yeah, that could boost your damage. Like, I don't know what other options you'd really want to have as your rings. I don't know. Really, like, yeah. You can get 11 life leech and 6 mana on blood rings? Seriously? What the fuck? That's crazy. I didn't actually know that. 11, because I know that I think for rare rings, I'm pretty sure it goes up to about 7. I've never seen one greater than 7. But damn, crafted blood ring can go up to 11. That's fucked up. But anyway, yeah, going back to Coaster. I'll tell you what, if you're really insistent, I could tell you what I'm planning to make next season after this stream's over, Coaster. How about that? But I would rather not say it on stream because I also don't want to like ruin the surprise for any lurkers out there. ZZZ could probably give two less shits about what build I'm using next season. He frankly doesn't give a fuck, but but even though he's the only other person talking, I also don't know if, well, I don't know. I'd rather keep it under wraps, you know. I mean, I'll tell you. You want to know? I mean, fuck it. Fine. If you're so insistent about it. You want me to spoil the surprise? That's all I got. That's all I've got. If you put it that way, I almost feel bad to ask. Well, you ask every stream, right? You want to know. If you want to know, then shit. Sure, I'll just tell you. But part of the idea is, like, you know, next season, looking forward to what silly, fucked up build I plan to set up. And besides, I'm probably not going to be starting out with it outright. Anyway, there's a lot of stuff there. Maybe I'll... Yeah, I don't know. I need to think... Like, I need to think very carefully about how next season is going to go. And I'm not just talking about the character, but I'm talking about, like... I'm playing with Dewscrim. I need to make a character for Dewscrim. I don't know if I want to use that same character to actually play the rest of the season out, or if it would be cool to start off with that character while I play with Dewscrim, and then later switch over to my other character that I want to make. Just because that it would be nice to kind of show the progression of me building up that character, rather than sharing wealth to make that character. I don't know if any of that makes sense. Like... Yeah, but don't worry about it. You know, you're free to ask. If it just shows me that you're really curious to see what I have in mind, which I respect. And in fact, like, I feel even bad that I keep the secret sometimes, but I also feel like it's kind of nice, right? Like, kind of. Part of the reason why I also try not to keep why I don't ask you most seasons is because I'm always waiting until next season to know, right? Like, I don't just want to, like, you have some crazy, fucked up, weird ass build to show me, or to show Slash, and I always look forward to it, so I don't want to ruin the surprise for myself. That's just how I look at it. I don't know about you. Probably not. Probably you don't care. Probably you'd rather just know now rather than later, and like you said, I think in one of our past conversations, Coaster, I think what you said was you would rather know so that you can kind of guess as to how I'm going to approach it, which is also totally fair. I respect that. I just want the name. I don't want to know how it's made. It's made with a lizard. ZZC, shut the fuck up. I'm not making a Blizzork next season. I'm not making a Blizzork with fucking Gold Mastery next season, okay? You have my word unless for some reason Dewscrim decides to back out of playing next season, at which point, yeah, I'll switch out next season for next season, but that's a different story. And even at that, like, that season in particular, I'd say is one that ZZZ might be more interested in, because then that's going to be a season where I'm actually going to try to 4-1 it. And at that point, that's probably something that I would want to show. I'm clipping it. Oh boy, oh boy. Alright. Clip it. I don't know, man. Next season. Sorry, no, not even next season. But let's just take a side topic for a second. Next season, I'm still pretty like. I want to figure out a way to not have to like rely on a fucking Blizzork to do my bidding. To tell you the truth, I'm not just talking about like end game farming. I'm talking about at the start of the game. You know, it would be great to not have the start as a fucking Blizz, especially if I'm 4-boxing. That definitely opens up an opportunity to use like a Conviction Paladin with like fucking Fireball or something. I don't know. Maybe early game Nova Ball. I need to experiment a bit more and figure out if there's any way I can come remotely close to Blizzork. But the thing with Blizzork, it's always gonna be easier, because you don't actually need to manage a second character, but I would like to actually not have to use a stupid Blizzork to farm or to play through the game. Talking about day 1 CS? Yes, yes. Day 1 CS and also getting through the game. Getting through the game as in like going through, you know, normal Nightmare Hell. Which actually yeah. Yeah. That's really about it. And then, of course, day 1 CS after. You can taxi a Hammerden. Yeah. Yeah, I could. I could taxi a Hammerden. I could. I could. It's not like that thought didn't occur to me. I just... yeah, yeah. I mean, I know for starters, I think that's probably what you even did with your Java a while ago. But I think my main hesitation for that, reason why I'm very reluctant to do that, is... I don't know, I just... if I'm focusing on this Sork, I'd rather have the Sork be the one to do the killing, too. So, I'm gonna go through them all. Hold on. Druid, Sin, both bad. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. I want to like contest and be like, no, actually, though, no, wait, there is one build that actually works for Fire Druid, I realize. for Druid, sorry. Yeah, for Druid. But Assassin, probably not. Barb is bad, needs gear to do anything. Okay, yeah, yeah. Barb is off the table. Fire in CS. For anything that's not labeled immune to fire, I was thinking. Then that means that I only need to go one element on Sork, which should probably even be lightning or something. I don't know. Again, I haven't worked it out, but I'm just saying I don't want to rule something out as bad if you know it's not actually 100% bad. Yeah, Paladin's definitely on the table though. No question about it. Yeah, that leaves Javazon. Or Amazon, and, you know, even Amazon with like fucking freezing arrow or some shit might not be awful, but obviously doesn't dish out as much damage as Blizzork. You're right, I can farm Halls of Pain Flares, but that is not the point, Fatty. And by the way, thanks for tuning in, by the way. Nice to have you on board with us. Good evening, Fatty, or good morning, I guess, for you. Fire only works on Stormcasters and Lord Desays. Else is Mega Fire Resist. Yeah, well. Anyway, like I said though, Fatty, I'm not, again, I'm not factoring in the idea of trying to go farm some flares. What I am focused on, what I am most interested in, is Chaos Sanctuary. That is my goal for next season. That is the money. That is the prize, and I'm not deviating from that period, because the whole premise of that season is that when I ran LK, I felt like I could do better in Chaos than in LK, to be honest. And Here we go. Yeah, exactly. Definitely not this season though, obviously, right? Like I'm already well underway here. And next season I'm gonna be two-manning with Deuce Crim. So that's gonna be well, I don't even know if it's gonna be 2/8s, but we're definitely gonna be farming together. So that's definitely not a season where I'm gonna be rocking my crazy 4-box strat. But the following season, without a doubt, it's gonna be Chaos Sanctuary again. I know how boring that it is to farm the same fucking area for 3,000 runs, but hell, I love Chaos Sanctuary, and frankly, I am interested in this hypothesis specifically. So I don't care about Halls of Pain. Like that's gonna be for a different time. Like the idea of Flare farming or Halls of Pain farming. If I want to do Halls of Pain, I'll do that in a different season. But 2 seasons from now is going to be Chaos Sanctuary, and I don't. Oh, hey, look, a Thunder Maul. All right, let's add that to the counter. My issue is I don't. On one hand, I don't want to use a Blizzork. If I have to use a Blizzork, I will. But I'm kind of curious, like especially at Coaster's prodding, I'd kind of rather see if there's an alternative that in which I don't lose efficiency. Okay, that's important. And is it possible? Maybe. I don't want to rule it out as an impossibility. But I also need to be very careful because again, like that's no easy task, right? Like I can't just be like, "All right, well, anyway." Yeah, so for me, honestly, Harridan will be best for day 1 Chaos. Oh, yeah. Without a doubt, it's multi-boxing. Like this is like, ideally, yeah, maybe that's what I should go with. Maybe I should just go Hammerden. Like, I'm reluctant to do Hammerden because, like I said, I would rather my Sork do the killing. Because the whole idea from that a couple seasons ago was, back when I was playing my Sork, like, I think it was 3 seasons ago? Yeah, it was 3 seasons ago. When I played my Sork 3 seasons ago, she was the main character. I don't want it to turn into, like a seal glitch chaos, where the only reason I'm using my Sork is to fucking pop the seals while I taxi my Hammerden to kill everything. You know, at that point, it's a Hammerden season, in my eyes. You main Hammerden and you need to gear 2 characters day 1. That's not... That doesn't sound even too bad, actually. Do farming only Grand Vizier plus her minions? Is it really a her? But anyway, yeah, I hear you. That's a good point. I remember that was one thing I did, I think, when I first started playing on Slash. I called it Modified Chaos Runs. That was my name for it. Obviously, it's a little vague, but point is, I guess I should just call it Vizier Runs. There you go. That would actually make a lot more sense. I just call it Vizier Runs. So, yeah, I used to do Vizier Runs. I haven't done it since, but yeah, Vizier might not be a bad idea, strictly speaking. But I just like the idea of Seal Glitch more, like, I don't know. Me and Hammerden, then after you get runes, you go and after you get runes, do you go Enigma or Sork? Oh, absolutely Sork. Absolutely Sork, dude. Like, for 2 reasons. No, I just feel like a Sork is faster. If the goal is seal glitching, I feel like the Sork is faster. I don't know how else to put it. Like, I'd be okay taxiing a Hammerden, but not only is the Sork faster for, like, you know, endgame seal glitch, but, and easier because they have telekinesis, but it's supposed to be a Sork season in the first place, so I don't really want to go Hammerden. Really, you're maining Sork? Yeah, well, yeah, exactly. Definitely maining Sork. Blizz Sork, Bobarb. Okay, yeah, this is kind of... See, no. You say Blizz Sork, Bobarb is definitely needed. That's the point. That's the problem. I don't want to say a Blizz Sork is definitely needed. The assumption is a Blizz Sork is not needed, so what can I use as an alternative to a Blizz Sork to do chaos runs quickly? And now I gotta actually fucking go into my workshop and test something out later. But anyway, back to Nova Baller, 200 FCR. You see, that's the other thing too. I was thinking about that too. I was actually thinking about the idea of going 200 FCR Nova Baller, and the consensus well, how should I say this? I don't really want to use the same build that I've already used before, ideally. Originally, I was all in. I was like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna make another Nova Baller. And I'll just, like, Nova Ball everything and do, like, 45-second Chaos Run, Seal Glitch Chaos Run. That'll be fucking filthy stinking rich. But I was like, it might be nice to try something different if possible. So, there's a lot of different things I want to juggle around there in that season. On one hand, I want to be... Well, obviously, I want to be, I want to be able to do Chaos Runs, okay? On day one. This is the first big thing. I want to be able to do Chaos Runs on day one. And I want to be able to... I'm not even going to say make Infinity by day 2. But I want to at least be able to do some X number of Chaos Runs, okay? Like, maybe it's going to be 500, maybe it's 1,000. I need to run some math and see what I can realistically expect out of, like, 20 hours of farming of Chaos. But the point here is that it would be nice to be able to run Chaos day 1 without having to rely on a fucking Blizzork, okay? I know I can do it with a Blizzork. I'm trying to figure out if there's a way to do it with anything else. Any other Sork build specifically I should add, because again, yeah, I know I can just fucking hammer in it, I guess, but like, I don't know. Maybe there's something different. That's fine, I don't care about end of season. Yeah, you probably don't, but I do, so I need to work that out. Anyway, day 1, Fire, Cold, Light. You use low res, you can mix Fire and Light. See, that's what I'm wondering about. I think I have an idea, actually. I came up with something that might work. Yeah, I came up with something that might work, but it's a little fucked up. I like the... yeah, well, you said Cold, Fire, Light. Yeah, some combination of maybe Frost Nova. No, I won't even use Frost Nova, actually. No Frost Nova. I don't think that Frost Nova is good day 1. To tell you the truth, I don't actually think it's that good without any equipment. It is going to be hard on day 1. Oh yeah, I absolutely agree with that. I don't know, man. I need to think more deeply about that. Anyway, yeah, that's all for me to work out later on down the line. CS has huge light res and fire res. Yeah. Huge light res and fire res. Oof. 10 to 20 runs of Nightmare and Refuge runs and hope for Rockstopper drop, then do what? You go Fire Light, then how to kill double immune Infector. That's true. That is actually true. I actually have no response to double immune Infector. I basically just have to call any run that I do against the against the double immune Infector a wash. There's no response to that. There's zero response. Like, I mean, I could beat his ass to death with maybe like a paladin or a barb or something if I have weapons for him, but at that point I'm just better off doing a new run. Yeah. Anyway, you know what, guys? That man, you guys got me hyped up. That's definitely something I need to think more deeply about. Anyway, I'm gonna get back to my runs, but had to. There's definitely a lot of cool shit for that. See, Coaster, I'm trying to make things interesting, okay? I'm trying to make things interesting by not going down the fucking Blizzard route. But ZZZ is right. Like, Blizz is really strong. It's just so strong a spell. Like, I don't know how else to put it. Like, I know that it's strong. Yeah, that's why I'm like, if I'm giving a Blizzard, I need like something that I can use that that, man, dislike it only because everyone and their mother's on Slash. Oh yeah, for sure. I get that, but like shit, dude. Trying to use, trying to do a season where I'm trying to get mega rich without using Blizzard is like those are two goals that are almost in opposition with one another. Kill everything except the mages. Yeah, no, it's true. Which is where the Holy Bolt Paladin comes in. Yeah, I'm still pretty convinced on the Holy Bolt Paladin, but trying to think of everything else, anything else, rather. Like, now that I really think about it, there's not really many other characters that pack a lot of cold damage. Like, I know there's the Druid, the stupid Hurricane, but that Hurricane doesn't really do that much. Like, the majority of his damage comes from NATO. Yeah. So, I don't know. Like, at the end of the day, if I have to use Blizz, then I'll use Blizz. I'd actually sooner use Blizz before Hammers, like, given the context of this season, where yeah, it's technically supposed to be a Sork season, right? But, yeah, ideally, I want to see if I can find a way to get around. Like, it would be kind of interesting. It would be kind of cool. That's what I'm going to say. It would be kind of cool in my eyes if I could actually do, like, I don't know, Fire Lightning, and then maybe I could pack like an Amazon on the side that spams fucking freezing arrow, I guess, to kill Infector Soldiers. Some stupid shit like that, but something weird, something unusual. But obviously, this is just, I hate to say it, but it's not always possible. So, I mean, if these goals are in contradiction with one another, then I'm afraid that it's just not going to happen. I think Blizz is faster than Hammers anyway. Yeah, I agree. And not even just because, like, Blizz hits harder with, well, not even looking at the numbers of, like, oh, which one does more damage compared to the other, but just looking at it strictly in terms of, like, at least I don't have the fucking multi-box in hammered in to fucking spam Blizz on most packs, you know what I mean? Or to drop hammers on most packs if I'm packing a Blizz Sork. Anyway, yeah. If I'm gonna go hammers, then I'd rather go Blizz. That's the reality of it. But I do want to see if there's maybe some other routine I could follow where maybe I could compete with Blizz Sork, especially if it's 4-boxing, because again, you get access to potentially a Necro with lower res, or a Pally with Conviction, or, well, you guys got the idea. With LR Conviction, you have to bring in 2 characters for every seal just to buff the Sork. This is the other option, Light Sork. Yeah, Light Sork is also another option, of course. Lower res everything. Yeah, well. What about making 3 support heroes and 1 Sork for Chaos without Blizz? Max Conviction, probably lower res, Curse Necro, and Bow Barb. Okay, so yeah, so that's what ZZ was replying to, I guess. Yeah, this is ZZ's statement is the issue. Like, so basically for every pack that I need to kill, I need to bring in my Conviction Pally and my lower res Necro. Like 1 I can manage. 2 is okay, sorry. 1 character, all right, that's kind of the norm, right? 2 characters I can manage. 3 characters is pushing it, and then, well, yeah, the fact that we're pushing it that far is kind of like, I don't know, man. Lower resist everything, constantly 2-boxing. Yeah, well, that's 3-boxing, isn't it? If you're lower resing and you're... Then for immunes, you bring Conviction Pally to break, then lower res to lower to 0. Wait, what? That's not how it works, dude. If you're breaking an immunity, lower res and Conviction add to one another. So like, if you have a monster with like 110 res, let's say, you Conviction it, it goes down to, 95, and you lower res it again. It'll go down to like, 80, not down to 0. I'm not sure if I misunderstood what you said, but I believe that that's how the mechanics behind conviction plus lower res work, unfortunately. Or fortunately, it would be kind of broken if you could have, like, fucking minus 200, but... Yeah... Yeah, you're free to try and double... You didn't test it? Oh, okay, well, yeah, from my understanding, if it's those skills, like, lower res conviction, like, because, yeah, those two tally up with one another. When it comes to minus enemy lightning res, that is, like, that will work at full effect as long as their immunity has been broken. It's only lower res and conviction that don't work like that, just FYI. At least, again, this is all from memory, so I could be wrong, but my understanding of how it works. Otherwise, it'd be a great idea in theory, just, you know, like, see a monster, oh yeah, let's just pop their immunity and shit. Okay. But yeah, no, that's a good point though. Like, I should, like, I could bring the lower res Necro or the Conviction Pally just for the monsters for which I really need them. But anyway, yeah, again, I gotta try to work all that out at some point. It's a lot of fun. It's actually a lot of fun theory crafting about it. Yeah, I don't know. For boxing. Hey, easy. So when Indrek plays his Sork on PX, right? He always sets it to P8, right? Not P4, not P1, but P8 when he's trying to get through the game, I imagine. Is that correct? Like when he's just trying to like level his gun. You can even get Conviction Pally up with one Lawbringer. Not always. Interesting. Okay. I was just thinking, if I had to 4-box Sork Pally, Necro, Barb, then I have to use a Sork, which means I have to play through the game, and I'm like, alright, well I guess I have to use Indrik's playthrough as essentially as it's kind of like as a guide, using that word, but really, it's just as a guide. You can even get Conviction Pally up with one Lawbringer. Well, okay, sure, just, you know, hand me a Lemon, you know, a couple hours into the latter season. You know, honestly, maybe I could get a Lemon. That's the thing, like, it is very possible that I do my Forges, because I'm getting 4 Nightmare and 4 Hell Forges. It is very possible I could get a Lemon and then build up a Lawbringer. But, then what, right? Like... Oh, sorry, my mistake. Oh, even worse. Lem and Co. Let's not forget the Co. I'm not talking about coasterism either. Because that's actually, like, day 1, like, good fucking luck. Yeah, yeah. See, that's the other thing I was curious about, too. Like, so let's suppose you get Lawbringer. What do you really need it for? Yeah, like, oh, yeah, why do you need Lawbringer? Like, what, for Sanctuary Aura? For Decrep? For both? Because, like, you know, you're rocking a Necro, right? You can easily, if you're making a Cursed Necro, you can put 1 point Poison or whatever. That's no big deal. But, like, why? Anyway. Ah, shite. It would knock the enemy undeads back? Yeah, you're talking about Sanctuary. Alright, cool. Yes, that's right. Sanctuary Aura... Lawbringer provides Sanctuary Aura. Sanctuary Aura knocks monsters back, and it looks like I still can't join. But... Oh, Conviction and lower res are cooked then. Oh, you're talking about the way the breaking immunity mechanic works, I imagine. But yeah, okay, so, again, I don't know what the... You just tested, okay, well... Well, that's not good. I'm going to try to restart my game and see if I can join. Because, yeah, this is kind of a problem. You guys able to join a game? Yeah, actually, I should ask about that because, like, there's so many people here. Makes me kind of wonder. Anyway, yeah, let's go back to Fatty's idea first because I wanted to address this quickly. You think there was an aura that knocked enemy undead's back? So yes, Lawbringer has that aura is called Sanctuary Aura, and Lawbringer does indeed have Sanctuary Aura. The problem is, what are we using Sanctuary Aura for, right? We're using it just to knock back undead? Like, we need something that can kill the undead. Sanctuary will, you know, it'll pulse, it'll do damage to them. But the actual damage on Sanctuary Aura is largely quite pitiful. If I'm not mistaken, give me a sec. Let me double check this. Sanctuary Aura D2. Okay, hold on a sec. Let me actually just... First of all, I'm going to check out Sanctuary Aura. Let's see. So, this receives 7% cleansing. Cleansing gives 7% magic damage per level to knockback effect only. At level 20, it does 100 magic damage. And damage to melee attacks versus undead. It does 710% bonus damage to undead at level 20. So let me think about this. You know, I have a weapon, 100 damage. Yeah, that's like 8 times the damage. Like, I don't know, man. I don't think it's enough. To tell you the truth. Here, let me see what else. Cleansing Aura. No, Sanctuary. No, frick, Lawbringer. Let's take a look at this other. How much ED does it give again? Let's see here. It doesn't even give any ED. That's, I think, the other big problem with it. Lawbringer, Colossus Sword, 61 to 121. So base damage off of Sanctuary. Yeah, dude. I just don't think it does enough damage. Hey, GD Kupo, what's up? Yeah, sure, sounds good. I'll show you in a sec. We're just in the middle of discussing Sanctuary Aura, and what's available. Day 1 Conviction Pally is naked. All you do is make a portal, he sits there until he dies, and you click him back into the portal. He dies and dies, and you never pick up his body since there is no item. Necro's also naked, it just dies. Lawbringer is not for the damage, it's just knockback undead when Conviction Pally is AFK. Oh, I see. Okay, well then, fair enough. I thought he was talking about it for the damage, but even if we talk about it just for knockback effect, that still doesn't address the number one issue is, frankly, like, how do we have a way to do more damage, or as much damage as a Blizzsork, basically? That's not easy. Because I want the run efficiency to be roughly the same. But I also don't want to have to rely on multi-boxing like a fucking Hammerden to do the dirty work for me, I guess. Anyway, that was run number, the 713 is coming up. Let's try this one more time. Hopefully I can be let in because it kept booting me out for some reason. Okay, GD Koopa, let's show you my equipment. Before I get started on showing you my gear, I'm going to actually pull you a link to D2D2-Bear. Here's the armory. But just going over the equipment quickly. This is my weapon. Okay, it's pretty ghetto, but it actually gets the job done. Like, it really does. Harmony on Switch. Smoke as my armor. Rhyme as my shield. Okay, so overall, these 3 items like are budgeted as shit. Gold wrap too. Yeah, no, I'm not even kidding. Here, let me just check something out. How quickly do I attack with normal attack? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so check this out, okay? This never gets old. I'm not even kidding. This right here just never gets old. I love 6 Shale Phase Blade. And once I discovered that this was a thing, I realized there's no other way to fucking play this guy. Like, you gotta slap on this fucking 6 Shale Phase Blade. Yeah, dude, I'm not even kidding. Like, anyway, dude, you gotta try it for yourself. You gotta see it to believe it. It's fucking hilarious. when people were first when I was first showing them the character, I had like 40% IAS on like a dagger, and I like stuffed a shale in it. And finally, when I showed them 6 shale phase blade, it was like night and day difference. I'm like, oh yeah, it's like fucking lightning. Anyway, besides the point though, I'm stroking my balls a little too much. So smoke, rhyme, gold wrap, right? I'm actually rocking Nagel Ring, and I'm rocking Raven Frost. So really, and then even a 3 shapeshifting skills Ami. Like this is actually a pretty dirt cheap build, I would say, for the most part. Like, yeah, I'm rocking Drax, but I mean, the Drax definitely helps me a lot when I'm going through. I'm using this not for the life stolen per hit. I'm using it for life after each kill. This makes it so I don't have to fucking go in and keep using, like, dropping full rejuves or using full rejuves on my guy, or using super healing potions. Like, it just speeds up my run. Or I wouldn't even say it speeds up my runs. It just makes things faster. Yeah, I love Drax too. So Drax, and the reason I'm using Nagel specifically and these boots, they get me up to exactly 200 MF. Okay, 200 MF. I was trying to hit exactly this number, no more, no less, for the sake of science, because we're trying to do 1,000 runs, 200 MF, and yeah, that was the way I was able to organize my equipment. You'll even see that I even have a 4 MF SC to accommodate the 200 MF that I was going for, and then of course Raven Lore with a P Topaz is the kicker. Ideally, I would want to have a 5/5 Fire Facet, but again, I want to hit 200 MF. That's more important to me. So yeah, that's my build. Rest of my inventory: 36 MF Geeds, shapeshifting GCs with life, thanks to very generous people, and then of course just a bunch of 7 MF SCs. Torch, Nihilus, nothing special, nothing crazy, but that's kind of the point of this build. It's a cheap build, and it slaps. It quite literally goes around slapping everybody, so it's great. Those boots are pretty nice. They are pretty nice. Admittedly, the rolls could have been a wee bit higher, but yeah, by and large, it's a pretty solid. It's a pretty solid 10, especially because it has 20 MF. That's the big thing. Like, I use it because it has 20 MF and it has the faster run walk. Yeah. Yeah, but no problem. Thank you for taking an interest in the build. Yeah. At some point, let me know if you want to try and make it, or if you do make it, let me know how it goes. I'm kind of curious to see how it turns out. You will find D-Web today. Yep, just like I found an orange box last time. Okay, time to end my stream. Then for sure your prediction will be false. But no. I have faith. Or I have confidence that yeah, I will not be finding a D-Web today no matter what I do. But hey, you know what, if I find a D-Web, I'll be happy to be wrong, man. I will be happy to be wrong. What else were we talking about earlier? So with lower res plus conviction, are you able to remove fire immune from trash mobs? Yes, you actually can. Of course it depends, it depends which mobs you're trying to remove the fire res off of, but in Chaos Sanctuary, I believe that the Venom Lords have a maximum, well, not including the uniques, of course, or unique monsters, but they have 130 fire resist, which means that if you have a conviction that's level 30, that pushes it to, I think it's 25 or 30. At some level, it reaches negative 150, right? So that's negative 30 on immunes. So that takes them down to 100, and then you need any level lower res to pop it off completely. So yes, you actually can do that. And in fact, when I was first conceiving the one of the things that, like, this is a bit of a side tangent, but when I was coming up with the Nova Baller, one of the things I took into consideration was that if I was going to go a pure Fireball Sork, then one of the options I could have made it work was that I could actually get a Fire Sork with a Conviction Paladin and a low, like a Necro, right? So that their lower res I could lower res and Conviction, I could pop off immunities like that, but that just sounds like a huge hassle. I have to fucking multi-box 3 characters, and then that's one of many reasons why the Nova Baller was born. But yeah, I do know that yes, you can actually, with lower res and with Conviction, pop off the pop off the immunities on those monsters. It's related to Chaos Rip. Not sure what Chaos Sanctuary always pays out. Well, I'm not farming Chaos. Maybe that's why I haven't found anything this season. How you doing, by the way, Koopa? It's nice to have you on board with us tonight. Hope you're having a lovely evening if you're still around. Yeah, I mean, I don't have really too much to say. I've just been doing my runs. I want to, I want to hit 1,000 Mausoleum runs by the end of the season. I think I'm actually making a pretty good pace. I'm at run 713 right now. I'm going to probably be doing another 30 runs by the end of tonight or so. Trying to do 50 runs a stream every Wednesday. And then hopefully, maybe one of these weekends, I can maybe make some time to do like a side stream. Maybe, yeah, do like a side stream or like a stream outside of the usual routine and finish more runs. Just cheat another stream in there. Yeah, you would just go Maggot Lair all day for Fire Sork. Okay, that's fair, and that's actually a very good idea, right? Like, and it doesn't have to be Maggot Lair necessarily. You could go like City of the Damned. You could go like trying to think of some other place, Arcane Sanctuary. Of course, that has its own problems because there are fire immunes there, but here's the thing with the Fire Sork in Maggot Lair, or just the Fire Sork. When I came up with the Fire Sork, I wanted to have a way to do Chaos, right? Like, I actually wanted there to be a way for me to make a Fire Sork be able to do Chaos, and I mean, I came up with ways to make a pure Fire Sork run Chaos. Like, yeah, okay, fine, but I wanted like a Fire Sork, or like a Fire-ish Sork, I guess, that was able to do Chaos without having to rely on fucking 3 other characters in order to successfully run Chaos. So, yeah. But for Maggot Lair, absolutely. Fire Sork 100% can run Maggot Lair. Even Nova Baller can run fucking Maggot Lair. Maggot Lair is a pretty straightforward area, especially if you're doing it on P1, like, no question about it. But yeah, that's true too. That is also true. You could do Vizier runs. Again, I'm telling you, that's what I gotta name it from now on. You could technically just do Vizier runs. That's also an option for you. Or cows. There is another good one. Although, again, I mean, low-key, I think, I feel like Fireball or Fire Sork for cows just isn't... It simply doesn't have enough AoE. I don't know how to put it. At least if you're trying to farm it optimally. Like, yeah, you can do cows, but you don't really have the, you can't really... Like, it's never gonna be like a tier 1, fire, like, cow farmer, because it just doesn't have the same level of AoE as other builds. I'm not even like talking about compared to like the Trapsin or the Merc Mancer / CE Necro or a Poison Necro. I'm talking about like even compared to. And you're talking about even compared to like. What's a good example here? What was it? It was on the tip of my tongue. Even a Light Sork, actually. There's one example. Oh, what's the example I was... Trapsin, there you go, that was the one. Even, like, a Trapsin could probably run cows way quicker than, or quite a bit faster than Fire Sork, just because of how much AoE they have, and, yeah, I just don't feel like... I don't know. Anyway, we're going all over the place, though. We are going all over the place. I do think, yeah, Maggot Lair, Fire Sork, yeah. I don't want to say match made in heaven, but, it's a good setup. Nothing wrong with that. But yeah, like, you know me, I love Chaos. Oh, I mean, I farm Chaos more than any other area on Slash, like, no doubt. Like, it's always been my bread and butter. If I need, right now, I bet you, if I were to, like, make a new character, go start farming Chaos, get a high room by the end of tonight, like, no problem. I even have a Sork that's ready on ladder already because I went in 4-box with Seth, right? So maybe that's my calling, but obviously I like to switch things up. Want to know what else awaits me. At the same time, though, I kind of wonder if instead of like this is just a completely different topic, but I wonder if instead of doing like 1,000 AT, 1,000 pits, 1,000 mausoleum, like 2,000 trav, 4,000 LK. Like, if I had just taken all that time and I pulled it into Chaos runs, I could actually have a pretty comprehensive, like, set of, like, 10,000 Chaos runs, I bet. Yeah, it's just a thought that occurred to me. Like, how cool would that be? I always talk about how I kind of want to branch out and do all these different areas, but if I had just focused on Chaos alone, then it might have been interesting, actually, to just be like, hey guys, yeah, I ran 10,000 Chaos, and these were all my results. Yeah. I mean, I don't regret anything, of course. I was just it was just a thought that occurred to me, and I'm kind of mulling over this. I'm like, yeah. I wonder if it would match up with my prediction of about one. Honestly, Chaos is about 1 in 100. 1 in 100, or 1 higher in every 100 runs or so has always been my kind of like from what my runs have shown. It's something like that, right? But like, again, like if we really pushed it to like 10,000 rather than only 1,000, a lot less room for variance. It'd be kind of cool to see if it would be like that, stay like that, or if it would actually change up and be closer to like, you know, 1 in 110 or 1 in 80 or something. I don't know. Think about that when doing other areas besides AT. Would have been at 17,000 AT runs. Yeah, bro, that's fucked up. I do not know how you have that level of patience. Like, I've had people who, in the past, when I first ran my 1,000 counts, they were like, wow, you have such a, or even my LK runs, they're like, wow, D2, you have such a high level of patience. You have such a high level of patience that you can do 1,000 chaos runs, and now I look at you, I'm like, yep, fatty, yeah, you have such a high level of patience, you know, you're fucking running 17,000 AT runs, like, not 17,000 AT runs, but you know what I mean, 17,000 AT runs worth of time, I guess, farming. And most people will embellish their numbers a little bit, but I'm pretty sure that in your case, it really is 17,000 fucking runs. Like, it's just funny. It's honestly just hilarious, in a way. Anyway, next run number 715. So after this run, we'll have done about 25 runs this evening, or 20... Why the hell does it keep doing this? Why do we keep FTJing? This is since last ladder to... Oh, that's even worse, dude. Like, I just don't understand. Like, I wish I had your level of dedication. That's crazy. Okay, hold on a sec. I just want to take a moment to appreciate this. 688, right? I started at 688 today, so I'm actually almost at 30 runs today. Yeah, that's pretty good. Probably another 2-3 hours. We're already at, like, we're roughly the halfway point, I guess. Okay, come on now. But hey, I got my thing. What is your thing? Oh yeah, your Tyraels. Yeah, of course. No, you're right. You're right. I mean, congratulations. Honestly, if I were you, I would have just said, fuck it, I'm done for the season. Like, I'm impressed that you still have the capacity to keep going. Like, you have so much stamina. It's crazy. Make the stamina bar in D2 jealous. There's like 20 to 30k area runs at level 85s on Slash. Yeah, dude, I don't know. That's just, oh man. Like, good on you. You even toughed out, like, the lag in a lot of cases too, right? Like, you have, like, a shitty connection to the server, even now. Not as shitty as before. Before it was, like, shitty, like, unplayably shitty. But now it's just shitty, I guess. And even then, you're like, nope, I'm gonna do it. 350 ping. But yeah, dude, like, I don't have anything else to say. Like, I mean, good job, man. Like, blows my mind. People like me, we talk about achievements like, alright, I mean, I ran 1,000 bombs, but that's, like, what you've done? Bruh. That's, oh, man. Not even looking at it in terms of, like, oh, I found materials. Not even looking at it in terms of, like, oh, I got, like, that you got materials, but, like, that you actually put in that amount of effort into getting materials. I'm just like, damn, dude. Meanwhile, Enjoy be like, okay, I found tutorials in a season, but I wasn't able to find any other, like, no high runes, no. Anyway, whatever. That's different, I guess. Could have gotten to 50k if no ping issue. That's true, but I think that it's more impressive. Like, it's just about as impressive to me that you know, yeah, you didn't run as many runs, but the amount of struggle that you encountered in those 17k runs was roughly equal to 50k runs, just because of the freaking latency issue, right? Like, if I were you, and I had to do like 10 runs of chaos on that ping, I would say, fuck that. I'm out. I'm gone. Goodbye. I'm not fucking with that, you know? So, in your case, like, wow. I don't even know. Like, I'm just thoroughly impressed. Like, I could run 50k. Or, okay, that's easy for me to say, but, like, I feel like, given an unlimited amount of time, I would be able to... Oh, hey, look, a Great Mall. Hold on. Let me turn that down. Sorry about this, one sec. Okay, sounds good, Coaster. I mean, I get it. We bore you to death, so... Anyway, yeah, I'll definitely talk to you about the build, because you insist about it anyway, so I'll let you know after the stream's over. And otherwise, you have yourself a lovely evening. If you're planning to stream, then I'll maybe host you later if you're still on, but yeah. Go have fun with whatever it is you plan to do. Okay, so going back to Fatty though, so what I was saying to you, Fatty, was like yeah, in my case, given enough time, I could probably run 50,000. Let's say 50,000 LK. Like, if you give me, you know, enough time, enough incentive, you could, like, maybe for the sake of science, and maybe somebody's gonna pay me like, you know, $2,000, $3,000 or something to do it, or some fucking shit like that. Hypothetically, I could tough it out. I could maybe do it, right? But I know for sure there is no way that if you told me, hey, D2, run, you know, 50,000 LK where you have like 300, 400, 500 plus ping, there is no way I would want to do that. Like, no fucking way, dude. I've seen what it's like for the Europeans who play this game to be forced to play on the New York server back, like, even like a year and a half ago. That shit was awful. Right? Like, yeah, I don't know, man. So for me, when you say, oh yeah, I mean, it could have been 50k, well, yeah, I believe that, and I think that it's kind of impressive. It's kind of impressive that despite the latency issue, you actually just straight up committed. That was much worse, man. 500 ping gaming. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I'll bet. And, oh, there it is. I was looking for this. Right? Like, I'm saying this all hypothetically. There is no way... There is no way that I could... Like, I can't really... it's easy for me to say, like, oh, yeah, you know, I could do like 10,000 runs, or do that. Like, maybe I wouldn't even be able to do 10,000 runs, let alone 50,000 runs. But yeah, it's like if I had a choice between one or the other, yeah, absolutely, I wouldn't want to fucking play this game on fucking 1,000 ping or whatever it is you had to deal with. Anyway, I'm gonna take a break here. I'm gonna just mule quickly. 716 next. And yeah, again, I found that mall, so let's throw that on the mule. And in the meantime, well, I don't know. I don't have too many topics today. I'm just trying to do my thing, trying to do my runs. Battle orders. Oh yeah, maybe. I really should be picking up Thul runes. I know that what's his name was looking for him. I know that Drizzle was looking for him earlier, so. Where's my wealth meal, dude? Affirmative. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, so what are you up to now, Fatty? It's nice to have you on board with us, but yeah, it's basically just you and me right now. I think we put ZZ to sleep. Nah, he's ZZZing. Nah, I think he's probably in the middle of doing something else right now. So, whatever. Time to end stream. Already did 30 runs. Oh, no, he's still here. Speak of the devil and they shall arrive, I guess. Oh, you are here. Okay, cool. Teleport and POD is so similar to my TP on Slash. Oh, how the... interesting. So even in POD where there's like 30,000 fucking servers, like it's still bad there, I guess. You're doing math over here. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, I was wondering about that. Just don't remember which... I just don't remember which thing it is that you would want to be trying to do math for. But anyway, yeah, it's fine. Okay, hold on a sec. Yeah, I'll just get rid of... I don't know, I find like a shit ton of angelic rings. Let's throw that out. Put this on. Just figured out Barb can hit 7k HP with near perfect gear. And this is without or with 300 strength. If you go pure vit. Okay, well that answers my question. Okay, cool. So bases. I see. I'm here but 9th inning. Bases loaded. Okay, cool, cool. I mean, glad to see that you're having fun with that. Alright. And hey, user miss, hello. I'm here playing Hades. Okay, cool. Nice to just check up on all of you, making sure that... Well, really, I was just... Yeah, no one was saying anything, so I just assumed, like, okay, yeah, there's no one here. Apparently, all you guys are here, so it's kind of nice to see, actually. Anyway, just to figure, you go up here for 300 seconds, costs you 200 vit, which is 2,400 life with good bow. All right. 15 Gristarials might same season, good freaking game. Yeah, I mean, 2015 Griffs is cool, but I don't know. Just for me, like, I can't help but feel thrilled for you when you pull open that armor, sacred armor, because it's, I don't know, like, if it were me right now, if I had a choice between a 2015 Griffs and a fucking Tyrell's Might, and you told me, hey, D2, which of these two items do you want to have drop in your game? 100%. I take 2015 Griffs. Because while it would be nice to have a Tyrell's Might drop, I would rather pawn off my Griffs, right? In your case, 2015 Griffs, it's a cool find, but it's, you know, it's just a Griffins, right? Like, you find Griffins every season. Like, maybe not a 2015 Griffs, but you find a Griffs every season. This is the one season where you get the rarest item in the game, bar none. The number one, numero uno. No other questions asked, right? Well, rarest unique, right? Like, so I don't know, man. For me, I'm just, yeah. I'm just focused on the materials. Like, if you had walked out of the season, you found 2015 Griffs, you'd have been kind of satisfied, like, you'd have been impressed, but you wouldn't be satisfied with that. So, yeah, materials was your big thing. You're gonna have 4.5k life with battle orders, which is likely enough. Yep, that is more or less what I would have said. Even 4k would have been enough. Imagine. Huh. From 1914 too? Okay. Do I want to use Dusk Shroud or Sacred? Does it matter? What's the their chance to hit going to be? Never see anyone using Sacred on Slash. Yeah. I mean, why would people use Sacred? I mean, max out defense, I mean, I guess. But yeah, something, high strength requirement, something. Let's see. So close to perf. Oh no, the horrors. You found a 2015 and a 1914. Oh shit. Shucks. The shame. The horrible shame. But I like the Jostler same cow game on day 4 of ladder. Yeah, well, there you go. You know, now that I think about it, one of the things that I still haven't seen all my time playing on Slash, I haven't seen a game where 2 high runes drop in the same run. I think I've here, let me just check. I know that for sure that whoa, no way. Whoa, shit. Oh shit. Yo, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Now that is a drop worth charting down. Is it worth a damn? Probably not. At this point in the season, I don't think anyone gives two shits about this stupid jewel, but that is a pretty good find. Let me actually all caps it. It deserves to be all capsed. On run number 716, this is probably my coolest find alongside the cold FHR GC and the Cham and the Vex, I guess. Jewel, 15 IS, 26 fire res. Pretty solid. Whew, got me there. So, what was I gonna look for though? I was I was talking about something. That sir was burr. 1 Charon equals Enigma found, but that's kind of the nature of the game. It's kind of the nature of the game that where you can like you can play one run of Diablo 2, and it's super unlikely, but you can get things like this to happen, right? Anyway, besides the point though, what I was trying to say earlier is my record is low run 320, burr 322. So 2 runs apart, I found low burr. And I think, you guys remember the luckiest stream of all time on Slash, I found Ohm on run 574 and Jaw on 575. And of course, Burr on 564. But the Ohm and the Jaw, so basically I found Ohm Jaw within 2 runs of one another. Within a run of one another. Not on the same run though. But it would be nice to have some time, at some point, someday, where I find, I don't know, 2 Burrs in the same stream. Or in the same run. That'd be fucking amazing. No, I'm kidding, of course. It doesn't need to be 2 Burrs. It just needs to be like, you know, Burr, I guess. Well, 2 high runes. You guys get the point. Yeah, 2 high runes would be solid. Considering at the Andes you need around IAS with 21 plus fire as Jewel. Yeah, I know. I know. And if it had been like 1530, then maybe I could have gotten like good money out of that. But I don't. It's a 1526. Maybe somebody will offer like a gull at it or something. Maybe. If I'm lucky. It's a good jewel. Don't get me wrong. I'm very happy that I found it. But I don't think it's going to fetch too much so late in the season. Maybe it will. I have to try. Gotta make a post for it. But it might just go the same way as the cold FHR GC. Where when I ran the cold FHR GC, or when I found the cold FHR GC, I thought it was actually going to sell for at least 1, and then nobody bought it, nobody even bid on it. So it might be that same story. That 30 ohm stream, yeah, yeah. I think closer to 25, but yeah, it was a crazy stream. But yeah, Ohm Jaw, a run apart. Also Burr and Jaw 10 runs apart. Like hell's yeah, you know. EGDG, do you think you get to a certain point where having more HP doesn't help you since you tank enough hits to be able to use a rejuve no matter what? So I have two things to say. First, I don't play P8, so I don't know if this is the case. But I usually find that there's just a certain point where it just becomes too difficult to die. Like you know, if you're rocking a barb with fucking 4,500 life, like maybe if it's P8, like it's a different story. But I'm kind of like, you have a guy who can whirlwind with lifesteal, who's basically going to have an absurd amount of defense from probably a really good fortitude and shout, and you know 15% DR, and I'm just like, what do you really? 4,500 on P8 is a ton. Usually I'm happy with 3,500. Okay, so yeah, like 4,500 on P8 is 100, or is on P1 is absolute overkill. End of discussion. I don't think I need to say more than that. But when you talk about P8, I'm a little bit hesitant to give you my, like, oh yeah, this is my opinion, because I'm like, I never tested on P8, so I don't know these things. But what I can say is this, right? For me, I'm like, even if you had just 4,500 health by itself, alright, that's already a lot of life. You're trying to fucking push it to 7,000. The only time you ever really need 7,000 life is when you're fucking PvPing, maybe. But, like, if you go in PvM, like, 7,000 life is plenty to survive. Or, sorry, 40, even 3,500. Yeah, like you said, you're happy with 3,500. Even usually 3,500 is enough to survive just about anything that's thrown at you. And if you're about to get killed, then yeah, just pop a fucking Juve, right? You need a very special set of modifiers to kill you, maybe, on Lister. It needs to be, like, cursed, extra fast, extra strong, like, Fanat, or Might, actually. Let's say Might. I don't know, man. Yeah, I just don't see it happening, dude. I just don't see you needing any more than 4,500 life. Even on P8. That's just my personal take on it. And the second thing I was trying to say earlier, like, take it from me as somebody who ran a pure Vit Singer Barb, I don't fucking even, like, when I was running my Singer Barb, like, back, I think even before you step foot on this channel, right? My Singer Barb, I realized in retrospect, after the season was over, I'm like, I don't really need fucking 3,000 life on this Singer Barb. I could have traded out 3,000 for 2,000 life, and I could have just dumped the rest of those points into energy, so I had a bigger mana pool to spam Warcry with. You know, like, I'm like, I don't know. I just feel like I get better use out of that somewhere else. Now, the trade-off again is that for the 2,500 life, the 2,500 life, the trade-off for the 2,500 life, you get what you said, 10% flat damage or what? I don't know, man. I don't know what that means, but like, it doesn't sound like that much. But I feel like damage is just more important than life at that point if you're already nigh unkillable, right? And you're not gonna just fucking, like, if you're like about to pass out on your keyboard, like, you know, if you're like high out of your mind, maybe you might need the extra 2,500 health, but yeah, probably you'll be good with just Jews and that. So 10% real damage increase. Yeah, like, I just don't. Maybe try it for yourself in like single player or something, but like, shit, dude, that's like, what? 7,000 health is a lot of health. You're gonna basically go fucking AFK, go take yourself like a big fat shit, come back, and then maybe your guy will be dead. You know what I mean? Like, damn, dude. I also have 80 light res from Ford. Okay, yeah, like, I don't even. Do you need light res? I'm most worried about physical damage, to tell you the truth. The two things I'm worried about, the two things that would remotely come close to killing you, is either A, an aura enchanted monster that has conviction with lightning cold fire enchanted, right? Maybe. And the other one is Lister with like amped, or no, sorry, not amped, sorry. Cursed with amp damage, with like aura of Fanat or like might or something, you know, like, and the latter just seems a lot scarier. Like, I don't know. I don't know if you really need the extra 5 for anyway. Anyway, whatever. Like, see, again, I haven't tested myself. I don't know. Let's talk about Neophax Snakes. Okay, what about Neophax Snakes? The thing is, ZZZ is never going to be farming Neophax. I don't know if you're saying this with regards to ZZZ, but ZZZ isn't really... Like, is he going to be doing Neophax? I don't think he is. Like, I'm thinking about this. Maybe he might decide, I feel like I want to go fight Neophax. But I just don't see it happening. Like, why would he? Why would he go fight Neophax? What does he gain out of that? I mean... Neela for level 98? Then at that point, that begs a different problem. That's it's a different problem. He probably need to adjust his equipment for that in some other way. But like the way his equipment is set, I get the vibe of he's doing bail runs or chaos runs. Probably bail runs, to be honest, just straight bail runs. And if he's doing non-stop bail runs, I don't really think, you know, having 80 light res or 75 light res is really going to make too much of a difference. Like, if you were going to go, like, I don't know, you know, last season, when I went into WSK2, and I fucking threw on my T-Gods, and then, yeah, those souls tickled, right? Same with, when I did the, same with my Merc, when I threw on the, I took off G-Bane, replaced it with Guardian Angel. He tanked those souls like a champ, but I don't think that ZZZ is ever going to go up against souls. I don't really think he's going to go up against snakes either. If he is going to go up against snakes, then he's probably going to build his character a little bit differently to kind of deal with snakes. So I'm kind of like, I don't know if snakes are really a huge deal here. And also, yeah, that's true too. I totally forgotten about that too. That, yeah, you can just fucking help them out, right? But snakes are easy, yeah. Well, anyway. The red on map pack. 10% real damage increase. Yeah, I don't know. I still don't... The reason I'm hesitating a little bit too, I'm kind of like 2,500 health for 10% damage. That's... Or not even... I shouldn't say it like that. 33% less health, I should say. Or like 40% less health for 10% more damage. It's like... Not a very good trade-off under most circumstances. I think that's kind of where the main hesitation lies. But yeah, just play around with it and see. Again, I don't know if you need the health, but yeah, maybe if you do some P8 runs and you know you go under half a bunch of times, then you'll be like, well, what the fuck. Also, the other thing too is if you have more health, obviously you're less likely to end up in hit recovery. Again, with 4,000 health, I still don't think you'll be going into hit recovery all that much, but maybe like some P8 cursed monster can give you a hard time with that. I'm not really sure. Okay, but the damage can be used. Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying, right? The health might not be useful. That's exactly my argument, but still, it's like, yeah. That's the reasoning I've been going with to push you towards the damage, because you actually kind of could use the extra 10% damage. But, of course, this is under the impression that you actually don't need that extra health, right? I've convinced you? Alright. There you go. Although I assume that that's kind of what you had in mind from the very beginning. So, yeah, basically just convincing you of what you already wanted to do from the get-go. Barb hit recovery is not an issue. Alright, well, then there you go then. Elite Beetles and WSK could kill you with Fire Enchanted Bug, no? I mean, why would he want to be in WSK though, right? Like, he's going to... I'm thinking like late game, like if he's... Yeah, if he's trying to build this character, he's running P8 Throne Room. I'm going to be very specific about this. He's running P8 Throne Room to try and level himself as quickly as he can. He's not going to try and hunt down beetles from WSK2. He's not doing full clears like me with my martial arts assassin last season. He's trying to focus on leveling, and that comes from Throne Room packs, Neolithak, Diablo, Bale, right? So I don't know if it's really a big deal, Fire Enchanted Beetles or what. Only CS Throne. Yeah, exactly. HP went to like 1k in two seconds. As well, farming Maggot Lair. Yeah. Oh, I'm actually kind of surprised. Yeah, leaning Pure Vit. Yeah, I mean, it might feel good to be safe, or it might be good to feel safe. I meant to say, but yeah, I'm telling you, probably try it out. See if you ever come close to dying. Like if you do 10, 15 runs of, like you could easily emulate that in P1, right? Just set up your barb with pure, or not even pure vit, sorry, with the damage build, and just see if you ever go below half health. If you go below half health, that might be cause for concern. But if you don't ever go below half health, especially when you're just gonna be fucking life-stealing everything back to full anyway, like. Probably not a huge problem. Yeah. Don't take it from the guy who's never actually tried this before and is just trying to rationalize this with words. Having said that though, we're on run 719 now. We are good to go for another 2 hours. I'm just thinking that puts me up to run 740. Yeah, we're in a pretty good pace. Yeah, on board with this. Contrary to what ZZZ was saying, I did manage to make it beyond run 30 tonight, believe it or not. My blood... See, yeah, that was the other thing I was thinking too. Like, something I realized a while ago. You said that you had 15% DR. And I realized I never actually really asked you from where that DR is coming from. And then I thought about it, and I realized it was String of Ears. And it's like, if you have String of Ears, you also have Lifesteal from String of Ears. So I don't even know if you need those rings, but if you do get those rings, then you're actually up to like you said, 15 to 20% life leech. I mean, assuming, of course, that you get like just some scrappy blood ring. Like you said that they can go up to 11%. Like imagine if you get a fucking 11% ring. That's like, it's pretty insane. Well, life leech is better. Yeah. I'm trying to think if there's any other way you can like boost your DR even higher. I think there really is. I'm kind of at a loss. I wish I had something, but yeah, no, yeah, we talked about Burr and G-Face earlier, but I'm just thinking about the rest of your equipment. I'm like, shield? Nope, can't do that for obvious reasons. Armor? Nope, you're going for it. You need the damage, or you want the damage. And then, of course, that only leaves your helm, which, again, you kind of need for, well, the fucking damage. And Deadly Strike, which is in turn damage. So, yeah, that's kind of out of the question. More life leech is better. I need one rare / blood ring for mono leech. Yeah, I believe that. That's it without dropping fort. So I thought about that too. Actually, I was gonna. This thought occurred to me. I was like, oh well, you could go treachery and proc fade, but I'm also kind of like would ZZZ really want to do that? Like carry around a fucking treachery in his inventory? And it's like, all right, well, you know, I need to proc fade at the start of each run. I'm gonna proc fade, and then I'm gonna like proc fade by like what? Standing in a fire, like running into a pack of monsters. Like no, it's okay to do it. There's nothing wrong with it, but if you're trying to maximize like that takes time to do, and it also takes like a fair bit of effort. You don't want to have to fucking switch that shit like 1,000 times. Like it's okay if you're trying to do like treachery pre-buff when you're doing like what's that thing called? When you're doing like Ubers, right? Because you don't run 1,000 games of Ubers in one go. But like imagine ZZ is like doing like 1,000 runs of Bales to make it to like 96 or 97, let's say, and it's like he has to pre-buff 1,000 times. Oh shit. 200 damage to demons, 100 to undead. Okay. 2 skills is effectively 26 ED. Yeah, so 226 ED. That's actually kind of... That's true. That is true. Yeah. Is it 26 ED though? That's like 16 to your whirlwind. I'm not a barb, so I don't have the numbers on me. But it's +2 to sword mastery, and it's also +2 to your whirlwind, so might be more even. Although we probably factored that in already. Chains of Honor. Yeah. Yeah, Chains of Honor wouldn't be a bad idea, I guess. I'm just trying to think, like, what... Although, if you get Chains of Honor, though, the trade-off is, like, you do get, like, 8% extra DR and a bit of extra damage, but then you also lose out on, like, that significant chunk of it, right? I don't know if you... Well, yeah, just fucking leave it be. Yeah. So, I don't know if that bit matters. COH would cost me like 10,000 final defense. That's a lot of defense, I feel like. 4+ life isn't bowable. Oh, that's true. Yeah, yeah. That is a good point. COH gives more life because 20 strength. Ooh, 3 open socket dust shroud. And oh, right. So at that point, you're really only losing out on. Actually, you even get like +2 battle orders too. Now that I think about it. But yeah, at that point, you're really only losing out on 100% extra damage to undead and like that same amount of damage to, well, 100%, 200% damage to animals, something like that. Yeah, not useful. And I don't know if you're really killing animals in WS or in the throne room, or if that even really matters. How do you get that sick item drop prefix on your BH config line by line? Well, first of all, welcome to the stream, Shinra. How do I get this by line? Oh, I see what you're asking. No, it's the version of map pack I'm using. It's the version of map pack I'm using. Okay, so let me actually just pull this up for a second. Or let me just double check this just to make sure that I'm not mistaken here. But I believe this is the case. Yeah, that's just the way my... That's just the way my map pack works. In the later versions of the map pack, they got rid of the item dropped message. But all the ones that... Well, the ones that come prior, they start off with item dropped. You're on 1.9.6. Really? 1 second. Let me just check this out. Wiki, map hack support, yada yada. Legacy setup guide. Okay. Sorry, give me a sec. Legacy map hacks. .9 So how old is yours? Like bottom line is, I think my map hack is like ancient. Like yours might be old, mine's ancient. Okay, and there's like a really classic map hack, and that one's like fucking Stone Age. But this is an older version. I'm pretty sure that my version is older than yours, and that's probably why I get this message. Because I'm looking at my config file, it doesn't actually include the words item dropped. It comes with the map pack itself. Like that means the map pack itself is actually producing that message and then putting what I have written in the config file instead. Which, by the way, that config file was more or less the default config provided to me like 4 years ago when I first started playing here, and then I tweaked it along the way, right? So anyway, so Shinrax, that item dropped, was removed in version 1.9.2 because the BH makers are stupid. You can't get it after version 1.9.2. On 1.9.6, the old one. The config I has from Bullet. Then old. 1.5 and 1.8 are old. Yeah, sure if it's from Bullety 1. It's older though. It was set up about a year ago or more. Yeah, I used Lolly BH for years. Okay, thanks, ZZ. So, yeah, there you go. So ZZ apparently knows for some reason. But anyway, that's nice to have. I used to Lolly BH for years, then after using HD Map Hack, it sucks to switch it up. I mean, yeah, the HD Map Hack, longer line of text is definitely more noticeable. I mean, if you want to do the ghetto method, you can always just put item dropped at the beginning, but I know that's obviously a hassle. So yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Yeah, I can imagine why that could be better for you. Yeah, again, like, I know that the HD map hack does come with a lot of cool new features, though. I think that that's definitely worth the trade-off, like being able to see more of the screen. You can like the config, you can like do a lot more with it. You can see the resistances of the monsters you're fighting, right? Like all of that is just much better. I'll take that as trade-offs for the item dropped. The reason I use this map hack still though is I'm like, it works and I don't want to break it, you know, like I've just had way too many situations where it's like, oh shit, you know, something new came out, I try to switch to that new thing, and it fucking breaks everything. None of that. This map pack does exactly what I needed to do, and I'm happy with it. That's good enough for me. Besides, for me, the new map pack, like, it has that HD resolution, and I really didn't want to use it with the HD resolution. I know, because I specifically looked up in the map pack code when it was removed because I wanted it in my map pack. I see, fair enough. But anyway, yeah. I look into trying to get the older BH config on an HD map pack. I play on a 35 ultra wide, and even then my D2 screen is very tiny. Don't know if I could do 800 by 640. Yeah, fair enough. I mean, mine, I'm using a 1080 monitor, basically, but I'm kind of, yeah, I'm pretty committed to using 800 by 600. That's kind of the box that this game came from. So I stick with 800 by 600. That's how I roll. The line-by-line method. Yeah, tell Shinrax, in version 1.9.8, there is an option where it says the exact name of the item you have as it displays on the floor, so it appears longer. Oh. Oh. This has helped me a lot, and using a different config does nothing. It's not a config issue. It's a version issue. Okay, well, there you go then. Yeah, just see what ZZ said. Yeah, I mean, I don't really play around with this map hack stuff, so I wouldn't know. Like, it's not really. Ooh, what was that? Was that Thunderstrokes? I believe it was. Mistakenly did the line by line deal. Definitely upload so others who have the same issue don't have to struggle for it. Well, it's very kind of you, Shinra. It's very kind of you. But again, the line by line method, maybe there is some way around that, because that just sounds painful. Anyway. You missed what? I missed what you said. The BH makers just need to fix it. Yeah, well, as a temp, though, it's kind of like, it's the temporary solution. Well, as somebody who's not a BH maker, right? The intuitive option would be to go into the config file and fucking add item dropped at the start of every item that's available in that config, which that just sounds like a nightmare. Yeah, kind of is. 2 Jav 15, no, sorry, 150 ED T-strokes on run number 18. Yes, that's exactly what I just said. That is just not myself. It's an idiotic idea. Well, okay, well, if you like to, anyway, whatever, man. Yeah, it's okay. It's an okay find. It's not really gonna be able to sell it for anything. It's a cool find, but it rolled low, and again, it's not really worth much. So, hey Shinra. Okay, I'm on Twitch now, so you can see. All right, perfect. That's an idiotic idea. Then we'll say that on the floor. Yeah, but then you got to actually see it. Also nice, almost anti-perfect Alibaba. Yeah, sounds good. Pretty idiotic, but if I've got time to kill on D2, I've got time to enhance the game for myself. Yeah, that's a fair way of putting it. But I imagine that ZZ has a much simpler solution. Hopefully one that doesn't involve, hey, yeah, tell the BH people to, like, step up their game, because that's not really gonna do much, I think, in this situation. But yeah, user miss Yankees. And of course, Hob3 Watcher saying, "Ooh, the Yankees win! Congratulations!" It sounds like you're pretty happy about that, pretty enthused. Nice to also see that you guys were watching the same game. Version 1.9.8. That's all I gotta say. All right, well there you go. Yeah, ZZ would definitely know more about this newer map pack stuff than I would. I don't. That's not really my. Yeah, I'm just using like the really old map pack, not the oldest version. There's like classic map pack. That one's like really old, but yeah, I'm not using the same one that you guys are. This is a touchy subject for me. Why is that? Okay, so we are going. Oh, nice, Fatty. You're gonna basically necro this topic. This is gonna be good. Day 1 Chaos farming without Blizz would be interesting to see. Alright, well that gives me even more incentive to see if I can cook something up. To fall asleep to D2, sweet lullaby voice, so may not chat much more. Good luck, only the purple. Only the purple, as always? Okay, well, thank you for that, I guess. Yeah, well anyway, thanks for dropping by home through watching. Really appreciate you tuning in as always, and you have yourself a good night. And yeah, I'll probably talk to you again soon. Good luck on the purple. Oh, yeah. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. I was like, anyway, but yeah, no, for real though. Like, yeah, thanks for tuning in, man. Talk to you soon, and you have yourself a good night now. Congratulations on that win, like I said. So yeah, I'm gonna probably be going for another hour and a half myself. And then we'll see from there if I want to keep pushing or if I want to call it. But I think at this point we've done about a little over 30 runs. And it's been, what, 4 hours? So not really planning to stay up until fucking like 2 a.m. So yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Purple find isn't that hard? Oh, it is. It's just the way you worded it was not like, I was like, good luck only the purple? I was like, huh? But you meant good luck on the purple. So, okay, that makes way more sense. Anyway. Okay, well, that's enough on this run. Your special project being made public? Sunday. Probably Sunday. Yep, I said that last time too, but again, I looked at what I had, and I was like, okay, I can do better than this, so I tried again, and I did better than that. Yeah, so we'll see how things go. Only one who doesn't know about the special project. I'm sure it's another harebrained meme build. Yeah, well, I mean, you're not far off from the truth on that one. No, don't worry. It's between me and Hom3 Watcher. We have something in the works, him and I. But yeah, you have yourself a good night, Hom3. Talk to you soon. Don't worry about that project though. ZZ. So anyway, in the meantime, can't be that bad. Bad as farming 44 minutes chaos with martial arts decides. Okay. Okay, look, Fatty, I don't know if I can ban you on YouTube, but listen, man. We don't talk about the 44-minute chaos run, okay? There's just certain things we don't do here. That's like going to church and saying Hail Satan, you know? Like, that's like a forbidden topic. We don't do that here. Okay, we gotta tuck that sweep that under the rug, never to see the light of day again. Anyway, going back to ZZZ though. Without Blizz might be interesting, but it's not going to be better. Oh, I don't expect it to be better. I just want it to match. If I can get it to match, I'm happy. But even getting it to match will be interesting. Yeah. Yeah. Just the raw numbers on Blizzard are just way too strong. I don't know what more to say about it than that for sure. Oh boy, boy. All right. Okay. Oh man, getting sleepy already. Alrighty. So what will be my goal next ladder? That's a good question. So you're talking about like next season with if I do my, you're talking about like next season or the season I run this 4-box strategy? Because the season I run my 4-box strategy, I don't really have a goal specifically in mind. I'm honestly just most interested in the very beginning, to tell you the truth. Like, because the very beginning of the season, yeah, the very beginning of the season, I'm always like, oops, sorry. Yeah, like, the couple seasons back, I ran, like, so much LK, and I want to actually match up the amount of wealth I make from running Chaos to the amount of wealth that I made running LK. I think that's kind of the main motivator for me. But as far as the whole, like, number of Chaos runs are concerned, without a doubt, I'm gonna do a minimum of 1,000 Chaos. Like, not even just as, like, a, oh, well, that's my goal type deal, but, like, Chaos runs with a Sork are so... They take, like, a minute, especially if you're seal glitching. So, like, here I'm doing, like, look at my Mausoleum runs, right? My Mausoleum runs take about 5 minutes. 5 minutes a run, okay? Like, sometimes they take a bit more, sometimes they take a bit less. And with that pace, I can do, like, 12 runs an hour. With my Sork, I can do 60 Chaos runs an hour if I'm doing it once per minute. So yeah, like, you know, within like a day or two, I could do like 500 to 1,000 runs of Chaos without that much difficulty at all. So yeah, I don't really expect, you know, 1,000 Chaos runs to be nearly so much a goal as it is an expectation. And I actually think that I made this on the wrong server, but I don't really care. Right? Yeah, anyway, so that's gonna be for, yeah, the 4-box season, that's what I'm gonna call it anyway. The 4-box season, I'm definitely expecting the 1,000 Chaos runs are going to be, they're gonna be a given. As for goals, I kind of would be down to do, I kind of want to open up that mall. That sounds like a lot of fun. Giving people incentive to collect something other than just runes for a change. That sounds pretty legit. I might just farm wealth for shits and giggles, so that maybe I can like fund somebody's silly little PvP tournament. That also sounds like a pretty cool idea. I might decide that, hey, you know what, with all this wealth, I might be able to actually challenge ZZZ to leveling. That would be kind of funny. Especially because I think here's actually a fun little topic that might get ZZ riled up. Um, I know ZZZ and I have talked about this, that you can't, there's no way to really focus on wealth and then focus on farming. Or, sorry, there's no way to focus on wealth and XP at the same time, right? Like, or at least optimize for both. But I'm wondering if, like, what if you focus on the wealth aspect first so that you have the way to, like, do the farming quickly, if any of that makes sense. So, I don't know, maybe that might be fun to try, right? Like, I haven't really planned out, like, a long-term goal, but these were just different ideas that came to mind, like, because at some point, like, I don't really have anything I would do with that many ohms, to be honest, right? Like, here's actually, I got another really cool idea too. I could try to make like a a Slashdiablo Holy Grail. That was another idea that came to mind, where I have to collect every item, but I can also pay for every item. So that would actually give me incentive to buy items from other people, if that makes sense. For ridiculous prices. It's like, okay, well, can you guys find, I don't know, fucking Crown of Ages for me or something, right? Like, I can't find it, so can you guys? That way, I can continue doing my rune hunting, which is what I'm good at, while other people like Fatty, or like you, Fatty, who are really good at finding orange boxes for some reason, well, you guys fetch those, and I just trade you for it. That'd be kind of cool. Here's another idea I had. I was thinking, well, if I'm gonna have all this excess wealth, I mean, assuming that I have all that excess wealth, why don't I actually try to, like, make characters that fit that wealth, right? Like, what I mean is, why don't I start making one of each character, right? Like, I could try to make, in that season, a Sorc, an Assassin, a Barb, a Pal, basically just fully gear up one of every character. And by fully gear, I mean, like, you know, just equipment. Just get their equipment up and, like, basic equipment, not even, like, lifers, but, like, maybe, like, Enigma for, like, whatever I feel like. Or just make, like, a really expensive character, you know. Tesladin, for example. A Tesladin that has, like, a 6/5/5 light faceted phase blade or some shit like that, right? Like, I don't know. There's different things I could do. I don't really know if there's any, like... Yeah, there's a lot of different things I could do, for sure. I don't know how else to put it. I could become the next Swisher and just start farming torches. Trading for Grail items. Yeah, the reason I like the trading for Grail items is because that would foster some kind of community aspect, I feel like. In a way, it kind of would, right? It would at least intrigue people, like, oh, maybe this Lanemo isn't complete junk, or maybe this Biggins Bonnet isn't complete junk, because D2D2 is offering, like, IST for it, or some shit like that, yeah? So there's an idea, and then at that point, if somebody gets Tyraels, I can pay some good money for that. I'm trying to think of some other options. Pay for data collection. That was something I did a while ago, where I got people to run Mephisto. I tried this in a couple seasons back. I got people to run Mephisto, 100 runs. They got to tell me what they found in those 100 runs, and I pay them for that, like a Gull Rune or whatever. I could try crafting. I mean, I did a lot of crafting previously, but then at that point I would also need something really good to craft for, or craft towards, right? Rerolling Baled GCs, that's another really cool one. Or perhaps the focus shouldn't even be on wealth. Perhaps the focus should be on trying to break the economy, right? Like, what if I went after I do 1,000 chaos runs, let's say, and, you know, I have an infin. Why don't I just start farming a shit ton of keys? And when I say shit ton, I'm talking about, like, more keys than any individual person on Slash has ever farmed to try and pull together for a single bulk selling, right? Like, so, you know, once upon a time I farmed 36 T keys, 36 hate keys, 36 D keys with my barb. What if I, instead of using the barb, use the sork, and then I fucking end up going for like 100 T keys, 100 hate keys, 100 D keys, or something like that, right? Like, there's definitely a lot of options I have. It's just a question of what I feel like doing by the time that season rolls around. But that season isn't going to be for another couple months, at the very least, so I'm not really too worried about it. I'm still most interested in the idea of starting the Mall, but my main issue is if I ooh, wait a second. Hey, ZZZ, do you need an Eth Colossus sword by any chance? Eth the 4 open socket Colossus sword. I know you were asking for Conquest sword, but perhaps you might want might be interested in this instead. I don't know. Yeah, I just happened to find this off the ground. Perhaps it's destiny. I don't know. Yes? Okay. Bring your acid and come get it. Can't even pick up this rejuve because it's eating up all the slots in my damn inventory. Yep, there you go. ZZZ. Baba. There he is. The Baba. Baba! Alright, it would be easy to do that then? Yes, it would be, but I think more than Oath. Interesting. What do you need more oaths for? Thanks, ZZZ. Anyway. Okay, there we go. Back to the run. Oh, man. The okay. Yeah, thanks for trade. Yeah, alright, where are we at? Fucking thanks for trading my ass. Alright. Whoa. I just realized how fucked up this, Moz is. So basically I have to go up, down. Ugh, whatever, okay. Please dupe 1,000 birds, thanks, as user miss. Yeah, well, you're stockpiling oaths. What, so you can make, like, a lot of oaths to people? Like, gonna have a collection of oaths, okay. Fair enough. One of every possible oath. Is this just like your random goal for the season or something? Like, but yeah, no, really though. Like, there's just so many different things I can do that Sork season. I don't know, man. Like, I had to find something to decide. Like, I was originally, I'm worried about the whole, like, that meme, the Mall. I love it. I actually love it. To be honest, it'd be really cool to start up a Mall. A mall where you can only buy shit with malls. And by the end of it, at the end of that season, look at all the number of malls I've collected, and then just show Slash my mall collection, you know? But, at the same time, I don't really... know if the mall meme is going to be alive by that season, to tell you the truth. Like, it's gonna be good inside joke for all of us, but really that's not good enough. Like, it needs to be something. I need to strike while the iron is hot, you know, that type of deal. But anyway, that's all for later on. Another thing that kind of strikes me as a really cool idea too, aside from crafting, is actually imbue quests. I remember Dude's Crib and I used to collect pelts, and then he used to pay people for imbue quests. I think it was Vex per 9 imbue quests for level 80 characters. And the way it worked was really quite simple. Yeah, like, if you have a level 80 character, he would just take your imbue quest and then imbue one of his pelts, and hopefully he gets a beautiful pelt that has like 2 druid, 3 NATO, and like a bunch of other cool shit, right? So that was kind of what he was gunning for. I like the idea of re-rolling Bale GCs. That's always fun. If you can get like a light Sork GC with like 43 to life or some shit like that, that'd be kind of cool. But crafting also is just way too much fun. I could just be like the crafting guy for that season, because yeah, it would be nice to actually craft some like good GG amulets that we all look at and are like, whoa, that, like, I crafted that. And you guys look up like, oh, D2 crafted that, like a 2 Sork 20s or 2 Necro like 20 FCR amulet with like all res strength. Like imagine that. Now that would be a trophy for sure. Like that'd be it. So I don't know. These are all crazy ideas. I can't tell if at this point you don't usually say that, so I don't know if you're being sarcastic or not. Okay. What do you want? I just finished my run. Did you want to see my gears? Oh, I saw most of it already. Appreciate it, but yeah, I'm pretty much good. I don't know what you have this FCR ring for though. Probably mana stolen per hit, I'd imagine, because you don't have anything better. But yeah, I'm good. Yeah. Thank you. I'm pretty much set. Cryptic and Conquest Sword, but just... Anyway. FCR helps with fine item. That's true. That is very true. Hanky actually crafted that. 220 Necro with all res dexterity, both of them high roll. Ooh, man. It's rolled bad, so I need better ones. Fair enough. That actually makes sense. I didn't actually pay attention to the ED rolls on the 267, 225. Yeah, well that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. But yeah, dude, I mean, again, they're not really crazy ideas. I don't know. I think it would be kind of interesting just to do all these things. Something on yeah, cheers, appreciate it, ZZ, thanks. Yeah, moving on, next run. So, yeah, like, we're playing on a community server, so, like, it'd be nice to actually do something that fucks with the community, you know, like, like, helping out funding with the PvP tournament, because, to be honest, part of the reason I feel like these PvP tournaments, one of the reasons these PvP tournaments, don't take off too much is, like, well, no, I shouldn't say it like that. Because that wouldn't be true. No, like, the people that set up the PvP tournaments are those that, you know what? No, let's skip PvP tournaments. Events. Honestly, it would be cool to do events. It doesn't even have to be PvP tournaments. It would be pretty cool to have, like, a purple box. Oh, whoa, what was that? This one came out of a coffin. No, I've never actually seen a 30 max damage jewel trade on Slash. I didn't even know that was a possibility, dude. Believe it or not. 9 max, 57 AR, 33 life. Woo, that's kind of a cool find, not gonna lie. $57 AR and 33 life GC. And that was on... Oh, yeah, right. ZZZ could actually use that GC, can't he? 724. 724 Coffin, I believe. Should have tried to do the Frostburns for that. Well, I'll tell you what. If you find another Frostburns, we can swap. That's no big deal. You know me. I'm apparently still collecting these fucking Frostburns. I should honestly just open up a Frostburn shop. That'd be pretty cool. Like, every season, just open up a shop. Rotate it around. Doesn't have to be malls or Frostburns or what. Anyway. But yeah, that was a really pretty cool find, I think. But I'm gonna carry on now. So what was I talking about? Yeah, no, like I was talking about events. That's what it was. I feel like it would be really cool to do some kind of like events for people on the server. Just like, I don't know, purple box race, or like try to like do an event where I like reward people for streaming Slashdiablo server. I don't know, like there's a lot of different things you can do with wealth. It doesn't have to be tied to just in-game stuff, right? Like Like doing, because you know, you see all these PvP tournaments and they're run by people like KDK, and they actually do pretty well with it. I'd say, like, they're not getting like, you know, hundreds of people to sign up. But even the fact that they were able to get 16 people to sign up, like, in 2v2 tournaments, I think is fucking awesome, personally. I don't know, like, it would be nice to do something like that for some kind of MF tournament. Not even MF tournament, I shouldn't say MF tournament, but like... Anyway, my point is, it would be nice to put my wealth to good use rather than just letting it fucking sit and rot on a mule. Especially when I run out of shit to do. I already had my stupid Nova Ball Sork, who I tried to perf out most of my gear for, which still isn't done, by the way, because that stupid 5/5 white light die, which I still have yet to find. But anyway, but like... Yeah, like, it would be nice to run, like, some events, to run purple box races, and then just put, like, runes as the incentive, or better yet, specific, very specific items that are just so out of the ordinary, and then try to reward people for finding them, right? Like, no, if you find a, I don't know, a Cham, there you go, there's a good one. I'll offer you low rune for Cham, or like Templars, for example. Like, oh, well, why Templars? I don't know, just a random junk item, right? Or Mang Song's Lesson. There's lots of really different, weird, bizarre things that I could try to do. Would people look at it and say, D2D2, this is a waste of time and a ripoff? Maybe. Like, yeah, I mean, I'm obviously not profiting if I'm fucking paying like an ohm for or like a low rune for an item that's only worth, you know, a vex, but or less than that even. But at the same time, that's not the point. The point is to kind of like just have some fun with the server and see if we can mess around with that, or make some really cool, weird, fun builds, or like try to fund people's really weird and fun builds, and yeah, I don't know. Or even pay people to, like, do chaos runs for lower levels. I don't know, something silly like that. Yeah, there's, like, so many different things you can do. Like, I don't know, for me, these aren't like fantastic ideas, okay? It's not like I look at any of the ideas and I'm like, wow, I'm a fucking genius. But I don't know, at the same time, I'm kind of like, these certainly beat, you know, every season you're like fucking just like, oh, okay, I'm just gonna make a Blizzork, and then once I finish with the Blizzork, I'm just gonna quit the game. Like, okay, you can do that, that's fine. Like, if you feel like you've gotten all the enjoyment you could out of making a Blizzork, and, you know, using up all of your you know, fully decking her out with like towels and not even really making it to like infinity or anything like that, then hey, all the power to you. But if you want to have some fun and try out other things, then that's also an available option. I really do want there to be one season where I just dick over the economy. Just start, yeah, I don't know. Oh, Protester. Or not Protester, sorry, Proster, is that right? Proster? Here, Path of Diablo. That's a funny, that's a touchy topic around here. Anyway, more on that in a second. I just wanted to quickly answer Fatty. Fatty was saying there was one awesome cow event. Every mob was spawned with cow. Oh yeah, that's yeah, that was for April Fool's Day. All Cows Day, I think is what it was called. Every mob spawning with burning souls, yeah, that'd be messed up. Magic Find Olympics, yeah, exactly. That might be kind of interesting. Like, you pull in all of the uniques you find, and there's like a tallying system. That'd be pretty cool. But anyway, so going to talk about Path of Diablo quickly, though, Proster. I have tried Path of Diablo, and I don't like it. That's why I don't play Path of Diablo. Yeah. I recommend it to people. I think it's a great mod. I think it's a very well designed mod. But I personally don't enjoy it as much as other people do. So I play on Slash because I prefer Slash and I have more fun with it. And whether or not there's more people or fewer people is largely irrelevant to me. What matters the most is how much enjoyment I get out of what it is I'm doing. And for me, I get the most enjoyment out of Slashdiablo. So that's what I stick with. Especially because, yeah, this is the community that kind of I've been hanging around for the last little while. Kind of difficult to switch over. So, Proster, are you yourself a Path of... I don't even know you're still around, but yeah, are you a Path of Diablo player yourself? I'm guessing you probably are, otherwise you probably wouldn't have brought it up. Hey, a rare tiara. Ooh, that guy died real fast. Ooh, one Amazon skill levels 20 FCR. Wow. Useless on two fronts. Good to know. That guy who was like, yeah, I would play Slash, but I don't like map hack. Weren't there a lot of those? And he never came back. Isn't there a lot of people who say that, though? I don't remember, ZZZ. There's a lot of... I mean, I think you feel much more strongly about that kind of thing than I do. And frankly, like, there's so many people that come and go, like, that have come and gone over the years that really I'm hard-pressed to keep track of all of them, so... I mean, the most recent one, I'm gonna be frank with you, no, not really. I distinctly remember it happening. I don't remember his name, though. I don't really care much for it. Or, like, if people... Like, here's the thing. I frankly don't care. Like, if people want to... You know, if they don't want to play Slash because we have map hack, then, you know, fuck it. Whatever. Sure, good for you. Then they can go do whatever it is they normally feel like doing. It's not really, I mean, the most recent one who came after we talked about it. Yeah. I don't remember exactly what had happened, though. I don't remember exactly what had happened. All I know is that that dude did show up, and that's definitely not the only time this has happened. Did he, like, leave right away after we started talking about it, or I don't even remember. It doesn't even... Yeah, it wasn't really something that I really was all like, ah, yeah. Like, there's definitely some people I remember for sure. Like, I remember, ooh, 3 faster unlock, 3 fire... Ah, fuck it. This is pointless small charm. I don't know why I'm holding on to that. Anyway, like, there's definitely some people I do remember, though, like... Yes, thank you. Thank you for that example, Fatty. Yeah, that guy who freaking came in and talked about 2 to 4 super chests at Alke. Like, that, I remember that. Like, I would not forget that. But, like, somebody saying, oh, shit, I want to play on Slash because of map hack, like, alright, sure, I mean, get in line. Like, I've seen people who complain that on Slash, the, let's see, the drop rates are different. There you go, there's another one. I'm like, okay, well, I mean... If that's holding you back from playing on Slash, I don't know what to say. Like, it's for me personally, I don't care about the drops as much. Like, I just want to play my silly ass builds. So that's never really been a factor for me, but if it's a problem for other people, I don't really care. I mean, like, if it were up to me, I would want it to be vanilla, just for the record. But the fact that it's not vanilla certainly doesn't stop me from playing on the server at all. Same with the map pack. But yeah, again, I don't remember him, and yeah, probably the fact that he never came back is part of the reason for this. I tend to remember people after they, you know, I talk to them like twice, maybe 3 times, and I'll recognize their name. Like, oh yeah, that guy. Or like Farallon Fever. Like, that guy? Like, you know, he always comes in, he's always got some good ideas, he's never impolite about it. He's always like, okay, D2, how about, you know, have you considered this? Or, you know, okay, you said this, but, actually, take... Anyway, like, I remember with when I did 5,000 Pindle runs, I was like, man, I got fucking dog shit. And he's like, yeah, you're like fucking level 94. That's something that I didn't even pay any attention to. So that was kind of cool. Right? But But yeah, these people who freaking come in here just to be like, oh yeah, well, you know, Slash is this or that. I'm like, okay, well, I mean, that's not the first or last time it happens. I don't really remember them. I remember the people who, when they do that, or I remember people when they do that, but that's really about it. Or I remember, like, I guess, yeah, I remember that there are people who come in and do this, but that's really the extent of it. Anyway, what else? What else were we talking about here? So, going back to more interesting topics, rather than me ranting about the same thing for 30 minutes. Yeah. Next season, though, was that Thresher stream this season? Yes. Yes, it was. Because I remember because I found it in Mausoleum, specifically. And I haven't found a 4 open socket Thresher, or an out Thresher since, funny enough. That was hilarious, though. It was a good season. It was a good occurrence. Fucking Titus. Like, oh look, it's a 4 open socket Thresher. Oh shit, dude. Like that cracked me up, and Coaster too. Like, what is that? And I was like, wait, this isn't a 4 open socket Thresher. Oh shit. Oh boy, oh boy. Anyway, Fatty, with regards to next season, though, I know where I'm farming. My goal is probably going to be to farm that area. That's going to probably be, like, the main goal. Kind of like this season. My main goal is farming Mausoleum, right? Next season, it would be great to finish my character. And of course, but I mean, my main goal is going to be to run that area a bunch of times. That's kind of my intention. I don't really think I plan beyond that. Also, I wanted to, like, help Dewscrim with some of his goals, because honestly, his, like, hunting for the Druid pelts was a lot of fun. Like, I'm not normally one to just be like, yeah, like, I'm gonna... Well, actually, no, who am I kidding? I do that a lot, like I was gonna say. I'm not normally one to be like, oh, I'm going to help this person out for whatever it is they're trying to do. But actually, sometimes I actually do end up doing that. If it's something interesting, if it's somebody that, you know, that I'm chill with, then yeah, like, I'll go out of my way, like, try to help them for whatever goal it is that silly goal it is that they have. And honestly, it just turns out to be a lot of fun a lot of the time. So, yeah. That's what happened this season with Dewscrim when we were trying to get those pelts and the crazy Druid Amulet and the Druid Alley Lifer. There were just so many things like that I learned that season, and also that I had a lot of fun with. I wouldn't normally otherwise touch that part of endgame, of the D2 endgame, and I think that that was also the same season. Well, I don't know. Well, that season we didn't really get much. We weren't able to get, like, the Druid Amulet in the end. We weren't able to get the crazy pelt. So this upcoming season, maybe Dewscrim will want to do those things again. I don't know. We're gonna have to wait and see. Right? Infinity bases confirmed more rare than purples. Yeah. But only with Gull, apparently. Ooh, I almost just walked... Well, I walked right into that pack. The pathing on that was so weird. Anyway. Okay. Okay, so let's begin this run. It'd be nice nice to make it to run 750, but I don't think it's going to happen tonight. Down another 40 runs. Just looking at this right now. So 688, did 40 runs. Did do another 15 or so runs. That's like another hour and a half. Yeah. Yeah, we'll see where we end up. In about an hour, I'll definitely be at like run like 700 or so, 737 to 740. After that, I'll decide if I want to do 5 more after, just to make the 745. Call it there, because last time I ended up at a really awkward spot. That's because there was a call I had to take. There was a call I had to take, and I didn't. I wasn't able to finish all 50 runs that I want to do last stream, so gotta figure out if I have enough energy to make up for it this time around. Yeah, booty call. Anyway, how about you, Fatty? I didn't actually get a chance to ask you, what are your goals for next season then? That's kind of the big question for me, which I think is actually more interesting, because, like, this season, as with every season, you were going for Tyraels, and now you've got Tyraels, so what are you really gonna do? Like, right now, you're leveling your character, or not leveling your character, you're trying to, like, farm what, trying to, like, level your character, do whatever you feel like, but, like, after that, then what, right? After next season rolls around, you're gonna repeat the process, you're gonna look for another Tyraels, oof. Make another Merc-Barian as your main build. Not gonna lie though, like the more I think about that season where I'm gonna be where I want to be super rich, the more I'm actually really you know what? I think I know what I'm gonna do. I think I know what I'm actually going to do. I'm pretty convinced. I am pretty convinced that I know what I must do. This game server will restart in 15 minutes. Okay, great. Okay. I think that's that for now, and then this is the last area. I'll have finished everything. Anyway, yeah. By the way, Fatty, what are you up to tonight? What are you doing? ZZ's in the middle of messing around with his Bobo. Probably at some point he's going to be going to sleep soon enough, but I don't know what you're up to, Fatty. I don't know if I saw you. I don't think you were online, were you? Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. 10 more runs sounds like a really good stopping point. Although, yeah, I'm gonna man up. And do it. I'm just gonna go for run 745. I think that'd be a pretty good compromise, because I'm like, I don't have enough energy to go to 750. Probably I'll be here until like 1:30 in the morning. I don't really want to be up that late. But at the same time, I feel like if I end at 740, then I've only done 50 runs, and I'm kind of like not making the progress I want to make, because I had to make up for the lost 12 runs from last stream. So I'll just roll with it. Just do another 12 runs plus 5, so another hour and a half. Yeah, another hour and a half. Speaking of which... Yeah, probably the next few runs, I mean, we're not really saying too much, so I'm just gonna like try to plow through them as quickly as I can, I guess. No pressure. Not trying to force you guys into a conversation or anything. I just don't really have too much to talk about today. Oh, it seems my travel runs are slower since I respec to Whirlwind from Frenzy. Really? That is surprising. Like, yeah, that's kind of surprising. Figured that Whirlwind would be faster, but perhaps it isn't. I don't know. Why would your trav runs be slower now? Also, I gotta check up on Seth. Haven't talked to him in a while. He's been, speaking of booty calls, Seth has been, ever since he's found his missus, I think he's been having a lot of fun there. He doesn't have time for silly old me, the boomer, anymore. F. But of course, yeah, I don't know. I was thinking about it. Haven't really... I don't know how I actually managed to do this back when I first started doing these streams. Like... I'm trying to think, like... I had so much energy back when I had first started doing these streams. Like, what, a couple years back? I always had topics to talk about out of thin air. But maybe... I don't even remember what I used to talk about. Maybe I should go back and check out my past streams and see if, like, which topics I would cover. Although maybe part of the issue was back then I had a lot more wiggle room with what I was actually doing. Like yeah, there's one of the things about playing this stupid bear druid I realize is that I just don't have enough wealth at any point of the season to really do anything worthwhile. Whereas back when I was playing like the Poison Mancer, I had a lot of things going for me. Like I always had something else to get. Like I could talk about why I don't run 75 FCR. I had like yeah, like I had most of my gear already. I could open up that stupid shop, 500k gold shop, and I could actually sell items to people for gold, and that used to be a lot of fun. But anyway. And now I'm just thinking about it. Way back then, it was actually pretty awesome having the 500k gold shop. This was before I think even you stepped forth on this server, ZZ. I've talked about this a bunch of times, but yeah, like, I mean, I didn't actually. It's not like those people who had like uniques and set items. Now all of their items were worthless. No, but I think a lot of people who were buying from my shop really enjoyed that they could get these items for 500k gold. And it was very worth it for me because I was getting tons of these items, but I definitely needed that amount of gold to maintain my chaos runs with my necro without, well, doing full clears. Anyway, maybe next season I should consider doing the same thing. But of course, that's assuming that I can actually get a decent number of items. That's in itself is a pretty tall assumption. Idea I must try later on down the line. Anyway. Sure, I'll go down right first, I guess. I think I'm going slower just being bad at whirlwinding. Slower since I respect. I haven't done it in a long time. Oh, seriously? Yeah, I was saying earlier, you hadn't yeah, I'd asked this some time ago. I was asking like why would those runs be any slower with whirlwind? Very surprised, actually. I mean, honestly, oh, motherfucker. What I will say is that I tried Frenzy, I think, back when I was in single player with Double Grief, and I don't think that. I think Frenzy, I was able to get it to be pretty even with Whirlwind and how much time it takes to do both. But I wasn't really able to get, one to be like substantially faster than the other, which was a bit of a surprise. After 500 Frenzy runs, I was getting really good at it. Okay, that's kind of interesting, actually. I'm glad you're. The fact that you were getting good at it kind of means that you're improving, and I feel like that probably would be kind of fun to get better at the runs. Whereas here, with these stupid Fireclaws Druid runs, I don't feel like I'm getting it faster. In fact, if anything, when I first started, I was actually quicker. But anyway, on a good WW run, I'm equaling my Frenzy time. Yeah, maybe it'll just take time. Then I don't know. There's also no way to lure the You know what? What about that? What if you taunted the council members so that they're forced to come at you melee, and then you can just whirlwind them? Would that make the runs any faster? Depending on their positioning, they might be split apart real far, or spread apart really far, so that might make it easier so you can just fucking whirlwind them all at once. Hey, Thresher. Plain white Thresher. I did one Moz run on my Barb, found my 3 open socket PB there. I'm guessing you got it from a monster and not from a rack, right? Either way, good for you. 3 open socket faceplate is always a nice find. Sometimes it can take a while for that shit to drop. At least for me, that was the case. Problem is they need to be on my Merc so he can decrep them. Let's see. I'm gonna take a break here, actually, just because the servers are restarting anyway. I might just get ready for bed, use this time to do that, and then come back and continue the runs after they restart the servers. So I'm just gonna write that there. Then said nope. Yeah, I don't blame you though. I mean, Moz is probably because Moz is fucking boring. It kind of is. Yeah, Mausoleum's boring, and also like there's just not enough mob density or monsters that have a good chance to drop like good things, I would say. Anyway, need to be on my Merc so you can decrypt. Oh, I see what you're saying. I got you. You know what? There is something I didn't bother to check. Let me actually check your Merc, or not your Merc. Sorry, your weapons on Switch. Okay, dual blades of Alibaba. So probably trying to go tele stuff is out of the question. Now, what about? You want your merc to be on them so you can decrep. What about this? Let me try a run. I'm curious about something. Conan the Barbarian, who's finally level 94 at last. Alright, do I have the right hotkeys on this bad boy? Hells yeah, I do. So, what if you moved Endurance first, then oh wow, it's already restarting in 1 minute. Then you lure everybody over. This is one where they're all right next to the entrance, of course. But yeah, yeah, like the ones who are far away, once they're grouped together, then you can just hit them with the good old war cry. So you've been doing that already. Oh, feels good. So you've already been repositioning your guy and then, I guess, taunting them so that they come close. Oh man, I've forgotten how fun it is to actually play this build. You're not using taunt. Yeah, okay, so you're not using taunt, you're just straight up using that trick to bait them. Gotcha. Alright. No, I don't believe you can. I don't believe you can. They are bosses, so you shouldn't be able to. I can test it right now, actually, but you should not be able to, from my understanding. Alright, here we go. Miami. That's exactly where I wanted my game to be. Okay, well, here's a great place to check out. Nope, you cannot taunt. You are not able to taunt the bosses. In fact, if you try to taunt the boss, it'll default to the nearby monster if there is one. I'm just trying to see what other options you have. Battle Cry, yeah, I don't care about that. Although sometimes I wonder just how effective Battle Cry actually is, in terms of like actually reducing damage from monsters. But anyway, that's never really used it. I know the speedrunners use it. I don't even have taunt spec. Yeah, fair enough. But it was just an idea, something worth trying out maybe if you're having problems with trying to get monsters to group up. Yeah, it's one of the more underutilized barb skills. I'm just trying to remember. What did I use taunt for? I used taunt for something. I think it was actually that. I got sick of all the council members fucking like running in circles, so I was like, okay, fuck this. Taunt, bring them all together, and then just start spamming Warcry. And yeah, like, I think this was before my merc had decrep. I think he had obedience. This was like back when I was starting off my merc. Actually, you know what? No. This was not with my Singer Barb. This was probably with my my Whirlwind Barb that I was using taunt. Problem is, I'm getting owned by Monoburn. So the Monoburn issue, the solution to that, I believe, is actually double swing, if I'm not mistaken. Is it double swing? I'm pretty sure it's double swing. Yeah, if you level up double swing in you got that. Okay, so you use double swing to combat Monoburn. And then yeah, I don't know. It works, okay. Getting owned by Monoburn. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if there's really a way to counteract that. It still slows you down. Well, that's fair, yeah. Monoburn. What can you do against Monoburn? Yeah. Is your belt all full rejuves? Or do you have a column of mana potions too? Because to tell you the truth, this is why... where is this? Where is the fucker? There he is. Okay, cool. GS4. Come on. You added monopots now? Okay, cool. Yeah, this is why I always run one column of mono potion. The exception of the barb, because the barb is the Warcry barb. He pretty much never runs out of mana when he's just teleporting. Like, if he gets mana burned. Oh, you know what? No, it's because when I played my barb or my Warcry barb, I was only ever really running pits, and I can stun monsters with Warcry. So if ever I get mana burned, my response to that would be to switch to leap. To use leap to push the monsters back, so that I can full rejuve and then start war crying again. That's how I did, and then it would stun lock them, so then they can't mana burn me again. I don't believe that that's something that you have at your disposal, though, ZZZ. But yeah, try the monopots and see if that helps any. Again, full rejuves, all full rejuves. This is why, specifically why I don't run all full rejuves. I just don't like it. Come on, man. Okay, there we go. Yeah, having one row of monopots to deal with mono burn is handy. They're helping for sure. Okay, good, good. That's nice to hear. It's always nice to be able to contribute some good advice, I guess. I mean, yeah. Other problem is one of my swords is literally 0 range. Bad choice. Is it the one that I gave you? I mean, either way, I guess it doesn't really matter too much, but yeah, I'm not too surprised. Anyway. Ah, go figure. CS is 2 range. Yeah, I was wondering about that. 0 range. That's good. Yeah, I guess you're gonna need to switch out that blade of yours to something else. Colossus sword, that is. Ah, I see. Honestly, though, I gotta say this right now. You and Fatty have inspired me, ZZ. You know what? Let me tell you this right now. I was gonna do another 4-box on my own time. Like, this is something that for sure I want to do. Like, I've been saving it for a rainy day. Like, if I have nothing better to do and I don't feel like streaming, this will happen. I was gonna do another 4-box attempt where I do all 4 characters at the same time. Not the stupid 4-box method where I fucking like level the sword first and do every other character after. I actually really like leveling all the characters simultaneously. Like, I just find that way more fun, to be honest. I also feel like you can actually get a lot more gear early on like that too, because you can take advantage of Q-Bug Bail. So probably I'm thinking that the next time I do Quest Bug Bail, or sorry, the next time I do the 4-boxing where I level all 4 characters simultaneously, I'm going to try and see if I can get through the game, or at least parts of the game, faster with a non-Blizzard Sorceress compared to a Blizzard Sorceress. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna try and do. It's gonna be quite the challenge, I'd like to think. So that's what I'm gonna try and do. I don't know, kind of hyped for it now. Kind of exciting. Be some good shit. I don't think it's gonna happen. Like, if I'm being frank with you, ZZ, I don't think it's gonna happen. But you never know, right? Like, it's kind of like pushing the limits of the game and seeing if this is at all possible. I mean, right? Like, like what the fuck not? Although I do need to look at what skills are available to me, if that's what I'm gonna do. Yeah, I know the speedmen use Blizzard. I'm aware. I'm fully aware, but also the speedmen don't have 4-boxing, so maybe there's something that we can take advantage about that. That's, but yes, exactly. I know the Seedmen use Blizzard. I know. But okay. But the Speedmen were also using stealth for quite a while before they decided, you know what? Forget Countess, skip Countess, just go straight to the finish line. You know, so. And besides that, again, they have one box. Whereas if you have like Conviction Pally, lower res Necro, you know, a fourth box where you can have an enchant Sork or a like a Trapper or like a Druid, maybe not a Druid, Hammerden or something. I don't know. That was an evolution. Yeah, fair enough. But imagine if tomorrow Indrik discovers that if you aim the Frozen Orb a certain way, it actually could do more damage than Blizzard, right? Like, that would also be an evolution. So, I don't know. I think there's always room for possibility, I guess. And besides, the worst case scenario, alright, well, I had to get the runs faster to where there was less time with stealth, so they got less benefit from it. Yeah. Yeah, fair enough. Your box point is legit. Yeah. Yeah, now I just need to figure out what skill would be able to match up. That's gonna be the fun part. So I'm gonna need to work that out. I think I have an idea as to how I would want to build my guy, but my sword, but I need to think more of that going forward. The Colossus Sword or Balrog Blade. Actually, yeah, come to think of it, I gave you the stupid Colossus Sword already. I guess you need a second one now. By the way, Phase Blade. Is the range on a Phase Blade 2 or 1? I can't remember. One? Okay, I see, I see. And I don't remember this off the top of my head. Hey, it's a Balrog Blade, except it's a fucking white Balrog Blade, I'm afraid. So, yeah, if you have one sword that's 2 range and another sword that's 1 range, and you whirlwind, does it check the range of both when you pat like every hit check? Does it look for the range of the sword that's active? Because I know. Yeah. Okay. I see. Okay. Cool. Cool. Cursed. I think I did get cursed there. Makes my life a bit easier. Okay. Cool. From what I read. Okay. I see. But I didn't test it. Yeah. Very hard to test. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's one of those things that you're probably gonna have to take the word of the whatever forum you read that from. It's not easy to play around with. Actually, I should just make another cryptic sword, so I get used to 1 range, not 2 range. Wait, what? because... Oh, I get it. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Alright, okay, what now? I think that's the end of the run. I'm gonna move on to run number 732. Bam. Okay, another 12 runs to go. Whew. What a life.
Join my army of the dead.
Ooh, looks like I found a Thunder Maul with one socket. So let's get another +1 in there with the Maul. Or the Maul counter. Very nice. And a superior Balrog blade, which unfortunately is not ethereal, so rest in pieces. My AR is kind of low with Whirlwind. Okay. Uh, do you have Angelics? Are you willing to use Angelics? That would probably solve all of your problems as far. Oh, but then again, you would have to give up High Lords if you did that. Then what other options do you have for attack rating? They are kind of low. Fuck no. Using G-Face, not Ariats, but I think of what other options you got. Your good old attack rating. Are you using a mighted merc? You're using a might merc, right? Guessing you're not open to the idea of Blessed Aim merc. Probably not, but I figure I'd throw it out there anyway. Okay, so that's 3 minutes. Keep going. Never mind. Oath has 100 AR to demons. Okay. It's not that bad. Okay. What's your chance to hit right now anyway? Like, the higher level you are compared to them, also the higher chance it'll be that you hit them too. So it's like, the higher level you are, the higher chance you'll have to hit them, independent of. I shouldn't say independent of, but like. So it's not just the AR, but if you level up too, then this might not be as big a problem. Kara screen says 67. Yeah, that is really low. Should be 70. Oh, huh, interesting. Most of my charms have AR. Yeah, yeah, I've seen your inventory. It's been loaded with like a bunch of AR GCs and like random ones that need more. Yeah, I thought that you had like all of them as AR GCs though, aren't they? Yes, Dex gives AR. That's correct. You know, now that I think about it, I could lend you these temporarily. Like, I say lend, but I mean, like, you can have them. But I mean, just for the memes, you can always pay me back with frostburns if you want. Not all? Okay, I see. Well, either way, why don't you just take these from me, and then you can just pay me back whenever. I don't really care. You're doing me a favor too, because then I can actually make some room in my inventory. You can just give me back frostburns whenever you feel like it.
You've got to get a hold of yourself.
Well, you let me know if you feel like it. If you want it, you know, just go and take it. So I don't know if you're in the same boat as me though, where I don't like taking stuff for free, or unless even IOUs I'm a little bit hesitant about sometimes, but you know, that's totally up to you. You decide. I mean, I don't know if you have any other alternatives. I mean, you're doing okay with your Here's the thing. You're doing okay with your 67% chance to hit already, like I would imagine, but I mean, if you want to see what kind of potential your character has, then it might be worth giving this a try at least. And besides, you also were talking about, you're asking about Dex gives AR, and the answer is yes. I don't know if you have stat points just lying around, but you can allocate them to Dex. I don't remember the exact amount, though, that each point in Dex gives, to tell you the truth, so you're on your own for that. Ah, small charm of some kind. Speaking of which, I'm surprised you're still on. It's like fucking like almost midnight for me, which means that's probably I don't actually remember if you're East Coast. Central, maybe? Central time? We used to have 44 more decks, okay. And what happened to this 44 decks that you used to have? Central, okay, so it's like fucking almost 2 AM for you then. Yeah, I'm surprised you're still on. Actually go to bed by now. Because of Lawbringer. Ah, okay. Cool. That'll do it. Ooh. I'm telling you, man, it's a sign. You know, I'm legit telling you, it's a sign. Like, the game is feeding me like even this fucking attack rating plus life GC, which I would normally otherwise throw away. I'm telling you. The game is telling me to hold on to them. Honestly, you can just try them out, and if you don't like them, then you know you can always just pass them back over to me at some point, or you know, I mean, I'll just leave it on a mule until next week. Like, it might be a bit of an inconvenience, but come on, like, just give it a try, man. Just give it a go, check it out, see if it's any better, see what percentage how much it gets upped by, if it's any good. For the sake of science. Drop the tone down portal. Okay, there you go. Yeah, let me know how it goes. Back to my runs. Elegant Blade F. Okay. Definitely not Frostburns, but Mage Fists! Oh shit! Thanks for trade. Ah, I'll go type T4T, but Mage Fist. It's like the discount Frostburns. Oof. Not counting these. Oh boy, oh boy. Alright. Sacred Globe. Okay, so what's your chance to hit now compared to before? Previously it was 67, so now it's 71? Question mark? Okay, there you go. Town, refill. Get out of here. Oh boy, alright. 10 more runs. I'm gonna have to take a short break at 7:40 though, or run 7:40. Get ready for bed. 71. Okay, cool. I'm a bit surprised that it actually went up so high. To tell you the truth. I mean, even though that was my guess, like, I'm still kind of surprised. By the way, it's easy. I just found a Steel Grand Charm, 102 attack rating. Do you want it or no? If not, I'm gonna junk it. This is one that doesn't have anything else aside from attack rating, unfortunately. So not no life or damage this time, I'm afraid, or dex. Hells yeah! All right, cool. You know the drill. 735 or D3 735 password one. Actually, as a matter of fact, I might even. I'll take a short break after this one, actually. Just gonna get ready for bed after this, and then we'll continue on just after. After I return. Yeah. Need a short break, I think. I'm surprised, actually. I'm actually surprised that there's still, what, 7 people watching, even though it's really only ZZ and me chatting. Yeah, very surprised. I mean, not that I'm particularly upset about that, of course, but still. Lurkers. Yeah. Anyway, one other thing I was curious about. Are you ending your run? You're ending your runs in Act 4, right? Not Act 3? Silly question, but I figure I might as well ask, just in case. Try to swap cast, maybe 90 people will come. Oh, just fucking asshole. This ZZZ. Lurking on. Oh, so you are still here. Yeah, I was... Oh, okay. Interesting. I'm surprised you're still here, Poster. I mean, we were talking a bit about Path of Diablo earlier, and then I gave a reply, and then you never said anything, so I thought you'd just dip. I thought you were like one of those, like, POD guys. It's like, yeah, I'm like, yeah, just gonna come in, talk about POD, and then just leave, because I've seen a couple people do that, but... Anyway, okay, cool. I'm not gonna try to force you to chat or anything, I just... it's just surprising seeing so many people going, so many people still on, watching my stream, but not really saying too much. It's not really unusual, but still. Not, yeah, anyway. Can't be asked to go to Act 4, okay? I mean, I guess. That's surprising coming from you, of all people. You're like one of the people who's always like, nah, I don't want to be lazy, blah, 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 so... Anyway. I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna go get ready for bed, and I'm gonna come back in like probably 5 minutes or so. Just need to stretch my legs, walk around a little bit for the remaining 10 runs. So, see you guys in a sec. Okay, guys. Sorry about that. I'm back now. So let's see. Run number 736 coming up. Alright, feeling a lot more energized. And then I've gone for a short walk, got some water, got ready for bed, and so on. Okay. Can't be asked to go to Act 4. I'm actually running with no TP book. Okay, fair enough. All I got is 4 TPs in my belt for emergencies. I might try it again here. I don't know what it is you're trying, unless you're talking about TPs. Now that my runs are getting shorter. Okay, this AR helped a lot. Okay, that's good to hear. I'm glad that there was a noticeable difference in the speed of your runs. Very surprised. That's like a 7%, 8% difference now. Not even... I don't even think it was that much, but alright. I mean, if you can actually hit shit, that's great. Okay, let's see. You know what? Now I know what you're missing. You're missing Ravenfrost, I think, is one of your rings. There you go. Because I think you get a shit ton of decks from Ravenfrost, or even like a rare ring with like plus attack rating. You don't really have either of these things. Actually, no, that's not true. You have one rare ring with like attack rating on it, but like it's not too much. Like 103, right? The other one doesn't have any attack rating, if I remember correctly. Does Raven shatter a lot of bodies? Ooh, yeah, right, that. From my experience, it shatters about... I don't remember the exact number. I think it's about 1/5. Yeah, it shatters about 1/5 the people I hit. Yeah, with cold damage. That is a good point. Yeah, right. Forgot about the whole shattering issue. Yeah, pretty sure it's about 1 in 5 chance that if something is frozen solid and you kill it, that it'll shatter. If I'm not mistaken. Okay, let's keep going. Well, I've done this run, I think. Maybe not. Alright, let's see. Just finished 600 runs and hit 88. What did you start off at? Like 70, 75? ED and cold damage. But yeah, congratulations on your hitting 88. That's pretty cool. Come to think of it, I'm only level 90, so you'll be catching up to me very soon already. 80, I see. So you started off at level 80 somehow. Probably leveled up to that point by farming like Countess or some shit. Or Countess's tower. And then after that, you went from 80 to 88 off of just Trav. Yeah, that actually sounds about right. Huh. It's pretty good actually. I would have expected it to be a lot less productive, but I guess that's sort of to be expected. You were self-leveling in pits for a while. Okay. Interesting. Self-leveling in pits. So yeah, you were doing pits then. Yeah, come to think of it, I asked about that earlier. You said you didn't want to do pits because it was not... didn't want to cater to the good old 1%er strats and whatnot, but yeah, I guess you did actually at some point go do pits so that you could get yourself to 80. 30 to 40 pits, yeah, okay, that makes sense. I mean, pits is relatively safe as long as there's no like archers. And the mob density is larger than Mausoleum, of course, so I'm not really too surprised. Yes, then I realized while I was running pits, hey, this is a scam. Well, I mean, I imagine if you were at pits, you were doing it so you can get XP. Like, okay, yeah, you could go to like Chaos level there, or same with WSK, but the monsters there are quite dangerous. Whereas pits, not really. Freaking Fallens? Nah, man. I went to Trav and it was easy and good XP. Oh, interesting. I actually wouldn't have expected that you would have found Trav easy, of all things.
I don't feel this is right. I don't know, should we let go? Diving into your mind just to overflow.
You are familiar with Trav. Okay. That certainly helps quite a bit. Not so much pits. Okay, well, fair enough. But I just feel like Trav itself is just such a, I wouldn't say a difficult place to farm, but you definitely need to prep a lot more for Trav than pits. Like, Trav, it's pretty straightforward, but the monsters are more dangerous, I feel like. You know, they drop fucking Hydras on you, they hit really hard, they're fast. You gotta deal with 3 of those mofos at the same time, the bosses. And then they can amp you. And if they amp you, it's like, alright, well, G fucking G. Not so much pits, I don't like the archers. Fair enough. I figure you would just skip the archers or run away from them. Edge of the screen is annoying as fuck. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Yeah, no, I mean, that's the thing about pits. Like, pits is easy except for the archers. And the archers are especially, or can be especially annoying. Especially if they're, like, mighted, Fanat Pact, etc. I can read their affixes and act accordingly. That's fair. That is a good point. That is good. Hey, wait a second, I just realized that was an ogre mall, so I gotta actually up that hall count. Yeah, I found a lot of malls today. There you go. At low level, the archers have like 100% chance to hit you. Oh yeah, that's true. Especially while you're moving too. Like a single archer could kill me. Yeah. True, true. I believe that. Hey, the fuck? Where's the bolt? Oh, it's... Of course, I ran out of keys. That's why it just mysteriously disappeared from my inventory. To mark them as red on my map. Yeah. But as other people would say, you just gotta get good, man. Nah. But yeah, no, it makes sense. Like, for real, though, it totally makes sense. Like, yeah, like, that, yeah, archers are more dangerous than Trav. It's counterintuitive for me, but when you explain it like that, it makes perfect sense. But I mean, the fact that that works for you is good. Like, that you have that system going, that you were able to get up to 80, and then you were able to just do Trav up to 88. Like, more power to you. Good battle orders, I don't need that. I've armed Trav with armor stand, weapon rack, yada yada. Trav with Barb on my cloud days when I was a youngin', okay? A youngin'. Yeah, I mean, I guess especially if you have familiarity and practice with a specific area, it definitely becomes a lot easier to farm that area. We didn't do no pits on the classic, yeah. That makes sense. Who would want to, smell pits? It's just not a good place to be. Trav, huh? In mass gold to farm to gamble 210 amulets. That was the meta? That's actually so cool. Never thought about that. Yeah, because you don't get to craft, I think, in Classic, so that is the only available option you have. Shit. Okay. Classic Helltrav, super good chance to drop SOJ too. Okay, that I didn't know. What else? Like, I imagine that there are quite a number of differences between Helltrav and Classic and Helltrav and Expansion. Because the other thing too is area level. Like, I don't know if... Actually, come to think of it, there are no runes in Classic, so you would never be farming Trav for runes. You would be farming it for... you would probably be farming it for rings and amulets and gold and jewels. There you go. And, well, I guess probably not gems, but I mean, stupid, you had gold and SOJs, that's it. You got me really thinking. So, how good are the odds of getting an SOJ in Ultra? You said stupid good. Like 1 in like 100 runs or something? Because if that's the case, then trying to make wealth, I'm doing it wrong on this server. I gotta make a classic character to start farming Helltrav and then upgrade to expansion. Occasional random rare. Okay. One second, I'll check the drop deck. Alright, sweet, cheers. Alright. Just finishing up this run. I think we are in the final stages. We've got 5 more runs to do after this, so it's looking pretty good. Well, actually, technically 6 runs, but who's counting except for me? 6 runs. So yeah, 5 minutes each, another half hour. Okay, cool. Oh, there was a mall that just dropped too. Ogre Mall. Blue Ogre Mall. If that is the case. Also, what about imbues? Do people use imbues a lot? I imagine they would. Like, imbue quests on... I don't know. I mean, pelts and claws don't exist, so... Shields, maybe? Boots? I guess you want to be boots. Trying to get a good set of boots. That'd be about it. Or maybe orbs. Sork orbs. Either imbue Grim Shields or Martel de Fer's. Not boots, no. Seriously? Yeah, I guess come to think of it, yeah. With no rare or uniques, or elite uniques, and no rune words. Probably have to just get like a rare elite tier weapon. It makes a lot of sense. You can gamble boots at low level. Interesting. You Grim Shields. Huh. Trying to think about that. So, Grim Shield. Oh yeah, Grim Shield has highest chance to block. That's why. I can kind of guess why already. Why imbuing Grim Shields? Why not? I was gonna say like, why not one of the other types of shields, like a Monarch? Well, Monarch is not an available option, I think, in Classic. Maybe it is actually, but Grim Shield. Well, we'll use that stupid Monarch for 4 open sockets anyway. That's not really a problem in Classic. Oh, wow. Interesting. There's actually people trying to practice for that. Worst like LLD tournament. Yeah. Oh, man. Just wish I had a bit more wealth to help these guys out with. That'd be kind of cool. To help fund that cause. Drop calc plus my fuzzy math estimates 1200. 1200 classic health trav for SOJ. That actually sounds like pretty good odds, I'm not gonna lie. 1200. Okay. Fuzzy math. Yeah, what's the individual drop odds for one specific council member though? That was what I was originally expecting to get. 23k. Interesting. That is pretty good. I think Far Cry, even from expansion, like way better than expansion for sure. Yeah, probably because the pool of possibilities for unique rings is so low. No Dwarf Star, no Raven Frost, etc. Okay, anyway, that's the end of this run. Not surprisingly swell. Huh, back is 63k, just checked. I would have expected it to be, well, well that's interesting. Yeah, I didn't have any expectations for that one, but 300 MF, okay, cool. Also, just looking at this, probably by the time I finish all these runs, I'm going to be level 91 on this bear, but that's about it. Duriel drops SOJ 1 in 300 quest bug. You can quest bug in Classic, as I think we discussed before. And this is Nightmare Duriel in Classic, right? That really gets me thinking. If that's the case, maybe I'm doing this wrong. Maybe I should just be... actually, maybe not. I was going to say, maybe I'm doing this wrong. Maybe I should just start farming Nightmare Duriel in Classic, and then like converting the SOJs over to Hell, or into expansion on Slash. But then I thought about it, and I'm like, I'm actually probably better off just doing Hell Duriel, because then I actually have a good chance to get Facets, Arachnid Sash, and what's the other? Like Shakos, right? Towel pieces. Same chance Nightmare and Hell. Oh wow, okay. If SOJ was still for declone, then yeah. Yeah, definitely. Definitely, yeah. Because back when SOJ was for declone, those things would go upwards of like 5-6 ohms, which was glorious, but obviously that was not a system that they could keep. Some of these fuckers were probably doing that. Probably. Now that I think about it, yeah, probably low-key, that's what some people might have done. But then again, even the 1%ers, I don't think were clever, in quotes, clever enough to do that. Because, like, the thing is, like, there was always a shortage of SOJs. We're probably doing it, not telling anyone. That's funny. 300 Classic Duriel takes like 5 hours. Yeah, and it's basically like 5 ohms, 6 ohms right there, at least. But, I mean, I think part of the issue, like I mentioned, is that don't believe... Wait one sec. Stupid fly looping around my face. But anyway, yeah, like, I don't know. I feel like if these people were really doing that, they would have been a lot more proactive about, you know, oh shit, there's somebody offering 6 ohms for an SOJ, better take that trade. The only person who I saw actually actively farming for SOJs, and he got laughed at for doing this, but it was actually Seth, like Purple, the Green Cable, whatever you want to call him, the guy that I did the 2.8 with. That guy, his way of making money back, I think, a couple years ago, back when it was global SOJ spawn, or global declone spawn for SOJ, he actively went and farmed, I think it was either Nightmare or Hell Andy, I think it was Nightmare Andy, just for SOJs, and he straight up made his fortune off of SOJs. Like, he was filthy stinking rich. It was so dumb. It was a hilarious system, and he was quite happy that yeah, like, he got so much wealth off of that. But people were actually complaining that, oh wow, it's so stupid that SOJ is worth so much and blah blah blah. And it's kind of like, well, I mean, that's kind of what happens when at the end of the season the only item that actually really matters is SOJ. Of course, not everyone was doing it, but maybe someone knew. I'm sure someone knew. They wouldn't say if they were, because 1 in 300 is a lot better than 1 in 900. They wouldn't want anyone else doing it, flooding the market, and they make less. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's funny. That's funny. I mean, I can sense the, this train of thought is... It makes sense. Your train of thought makes perfect sense. And I sense that probably you got your eyes squinted as like there's some dirtbag that was probably actually doing this, and then they just stayed under the radar and managed to get away with this kind of thing. Yeah. No, it makes sense though. Like, I mean, if you could print high runes too, you probably wouldn't want everybody to be jumping on the same method for printing high runes. You would want an edge over the competition. It's just kind of like just trying to think of other things that have been kept under wraps. Oh, nothing off the top. Do Questbug Duriel maybe? Like Questbug, I don't know. I don't have a good example. Anyway. Alright, run number 742. 4 more runs. Can't believe we're already almost done. Time flies. D2 has always been that way. Yeah. Yeah, I believe that. But also, why the sneaky neckbeards hiding secrets so they can get rich off of them, dupe methods, etc. Well, duping, botting, JSP. Yeah, no, it makes sense. I mean, why it might seem frustrating that people do that, but also that, you know, that people do this. Like, they want an edge up or leg up over their competition. They don't want to share their trade secrets. Undetectable hacks. Yeah, well. Just like torch farming, I'm sure Swish has his methods, like he likes to keep hidden, that doesn't talk about. Or even when I like talk about like 4-boxing, I mean that was something I was trying to keep under wraps for a while. Not because, you know, I wanted a leg up over the competition, because I was not using it really anyway, but because, yeah, it would be nice to actually show that off in like a season where I actually use the method. I show it to you guys rather than trying to describe and explain it. Yeah, I've always been the whole, what's like the whole show not tell style of going into these strategies, I guess, farming, or just playing the game. But I don't know what to say. Yeah, I don't know if people were taking advantage of this system in Classic. Probably, to be honest. Like, there's plenty of people on the server who play Classic, right? And they would carry out C rushes for people. But I wouldn't be too surprised if some of them kind of realized that it probably would be a good idea to start farming some Duriel and then just converting it over into expansion. So, yeah, I'm with you on this one. I would expect that people would try to take advantage of that, yeah. One ohm per hour. Yeah, that's pretty good rate. Except 1 ohm per... Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, that makes sense, actually. Yeah, that's a pretty good rate. I mean, even my LK... even when I was running LK, I think I was getting a high rune once every 180 minutes, I think. Or a little under 180 minutes, so once every 3 hours basically. So it was close to that rate, but Well, either way, it doesn't matter. I mean, that method no longer really exists because SOJ is no longer the trigger, so I don't really think it's really an existing current problem anymore. Even if it was before, or not even, it was never even really a problem, just, you know, people try to keep things a secret, of course. Anyway, so these are my last 3 runs, so if ZZZ, you, or, well, if anybody else has any final things that y'all want to say before I head out, probably for the week, and come back next Wednesday, then now's the time. Yeah, we're getting closer and closer to run number 750, and then closer to 800, and then closer to 1,000, so this is looking pretty good. This is actually looking pretty good. I hate to say it. Let's see. Let me take a moment to just look at how many more weeks we've got left. So, the last reset was late, was it late August or July? Okay, here we go. I'm just taking a look on my other window, my mule window, and it says that the most recent reset was July the 24th, right? So count 4 months forward. August 24, September 24, October 24. Wait, is that right? August 24, September 24, October 24, November 24. So late November, if I'm not making a Papega calculation here. I feel like there's like a month there missing, but anyway, whatever. So around November, so I still have like what? I still have like a month and a half actually to finish this. So I got plenty of time. It's crazy. Like 5 weeks, is that right? 5 weeks, 50 runs each. I don't even think I'll need to do a side stream after all. I could probably finish these runs even just by maintaining once a Wednesday, or one Wednesday a week. Well, anyway, I'm just running a calculation on how many more runs I should expect to need to do here. But so far, or not how many more runs, but I don't, well, basically I wonder if I can finish this by the time the next season rolls around. I think I absolutely can. I'm definitely in a good position to be doing so. So, yeah, getting a really good pace here. Might even have some room to slack off, do other things in some of these weeks, or to just take a break leading up to the ladder reset. That's another option, or to just farm wherever I feel like. That would probably be a really good one. Running this character in places other than Mausoleum, because Mausoleum has been, by and large, pretty dry. I don't know how else to put it. Yeah, what's up, ZZ? Fort or COH? Well, there's 2 things that that I feel like that I would take into consideration. The first is, when it comes to COH, you get damage boosts to demons and undead. What are the monsters that you're... So that's like an extra 0% damage to animals, right? What monsters are you going up against in Throne Room, and which ones are the most problematic? Basically, Venom Lords, Council members, and basically waves 1, 3, 4, and 5 are demons. But like the surrounding monsters in the Throne Room that aren't a part of the waves, are any of them animals? If not, then, you know, COH is looking increasingly like the better option. And even the undead, like, you only get 100% damage to undead, but the reality is that's still probably better. Just straight up better. like, you probably do enough damage to insta-kill most of the undead anyway, except for maybe Akmel the Cursed. 4 out of 5 waves are demons, 1 is undead. Okay, so we've got that covered, and I mean, also even the undead wave, like, even if you didn't have any damage boost off of your COH, you'd probably demolish them, so yeah, like, the only thing I'm really wondering about is, what about non-demon, non-undead monsters in the throne room, right? Which ones are those? I don't know off the top of my head all of the monsters that can spawn. Claw Vipers? I think Claw Vipers can spawn in the throne room. That's really about it. I don't think those are a problem at all. I don't think you need the extra damage. Meanwhile, or you don't need, I mean, you don't really need extra damage against them, but you absolutely need extra damage against Lister. Looks like Deathlords are animal. Okay, so Deathlords are animals. So here's the trade-off. You do more damage to Lister's path, because again, like, if you can deal with Lister better, then the rest of everything that comes before that is like whatever when it comes to demons. But animals, like basically, you trade off some ability to deal with demon or Deathlords to get a little bit more damage on Lister and Minions of Destruction. And Bale. Assailants. Okay. Those are pretty weak. It's mostly just the Deathlords I would be worried about, to tell you the truth. Especially because I don't believe can you curse Deathlords? I don't remember off the top of my head. I know that they're like either uncursable or like you can't use mind curses on them. I can't remember which it is. It's kind of like Oblivion Knights. Like, you can't. Our problem because they're immune to fire and 66 DR. Okay, so you can amp them. Okay, cool. So you can amp them. Alright, so animals then. Oh, what a problem. The other thing I was trying to take into consideration, ZZ, is that COH requires a burr rune. And I mean, you might say, oh, well, you know, in endgame that's not really going to matter because, you know, we're just going to assume that by then I'll have all the runes I need. But I'm also kind of like, Fortitude is just way easier to make. And if you have a burr rune in your, like, that you can use to build COH, then would you not just be better off stuffing that burr rune into your G-Face or something? Like, I don't know. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying, right? You just burr your G-Phase if you have like a burr lying around. It's like, you want to replace your Fortitude for COH. You get a lot of resistances. I don't really know if you need those, actually. You get a lot of extra damage. To demons. But you have less damage against Deathlords. Just get rich, forehead tuber. Well, I mean, yeah. Honestly, even now, like, if I really wanted to get rich, I probably could, but that's besides the point. Hell, even you probably could. Just run a Sork. Just run a Sork, go run some Chaos Seal Glitch, and then come back a couple days later. And then start building your barb. No, but seriously though, yeah, you could burr them both. You could just burr them both. But I'm just kind of like, I don't know. Basically, I guess what I'm trying to get at is you're spending a burr instead of a low to make COH, and I just don't know if you're really getting any useful bonuses out of it. You do get to deal with Bale better and Blister, and really those are the two big ones, but I don't know. Then you lose a bit of damage on Deathlords. At the end of the day, I feel like that's just kind of an... I feel like that might almost be a nitpick. Like, I really don't know if it's going to make any difference in the long run that, you know, you have like an extra 200 or 100% damage and you already have like 2k damage or something, or 2,000% more damage, right? Main thing I want the life leech is less DPS, less defense. Oh yeah, you get life leech off of COH, but then again, you also get 20, like, your rings and your string of ears only gives you a pretty big chunk of life leech, so. LL and DR, yeah. 10k defense. I don't know, man, that's a lot of defense. Ooh, look at that. Oh, yeah. Yes, 4-4 cold. I sense 4-4 cold off this rainbow facet right here. Came out of this coffin, right? 5-5 light die. Ah, of course. Alright, here we go. 3, 2, 1. Wow! Whew. Whew. Ooh, that is good. Well, I mean, you got two of the components, right? 5-5. 5-5 green poison. Ooh, that is sexy. 5-5 green poison, or 5-5 poison. Green 5-5 poison die facet. And this came out of a coffin too, that's crazy. 744 coffin. Huh, that was to be expected. Yeah, that's actually pretty GG, dude. No joke. Like, for real, that is fucking amazing. Oh, yeah, that is a trophy find for sure. That's easily the best find I've gotten all season, as much as I hate to say it. All your drops coming out of coffins. Maybe it's a sign. It's a calling. Almost like there's no monsters there. Don't remind me. Anyway, so let's go back to your chat here, though. It cost me 10k defense. Get LL and DR. I don't know, man. I feel like 10k defense is a lot of fucking defense. Especially when, like, you already have 20% lifesteal from the rest of your equipment. And, you know, you're basically trading off 10,000 defense for, like, what, 8% damage reduction? I feel like reducing chance to hit when you're playing P8 is essentially a form of damage reduction in itself, isn't it? And I mean the of course counter argument though that I'm not so sure about this, but if I'm not mistaken, while you run, your defense actually gets reduced to 0 or close to 0, or it gets drastically reduced at the very least. So I don't know how much good it'll do you to have that 10,000 defense either, though. But if I don't run, I'm not a noob like all of you guys. All right, all right. Well, thank you for making my point stand even further. Then, yeah, like the 10,000 defense actually matters quite a bit to you, right? Like if it's somebody like me who's just running around, but maybe the defense doesn't matter. But in your case, especially if you're in P8, 10,000 defense is like, you know, the odds that yeah, that's like reducing the chance that a monster, like even reducing my defense rating by like half, from 2,800 to 1,400. Chance the skeleton will hit me goes from 45 to 60, like 15% extra chance, or increased chance that they can hit me. So I'm kind of like 10,000 defense is, I feel like that would be even. It does, yeah. I know defense does have diminishing returns. I'm not saying like, okay, well that's going to be 75% reduced or increase in getting a chance to get hit, but like, I just feel like that's a lot of defense you're missing out on. Like the odds of a monster hitting you, like that's. Anyway, but I don't know the exact numbers here, and I mean, it doesn't really matter too much. If you want your life leech and your damage reduction, go for it. To tell you the truth, at the end of the day, I really don't think it'll matter. Like, regardless of which armor you choose, you're probably just gonna be beefy, and you're probably just gonna be able to kill monsters just as fast. I'll bet. Like, I feel like it's gonna be the difference between you doing like what you said it was 14,000. No, let's say 20,000. Let's just say 20,000 damage per second, right? If indeed you're getting like an additional 100% on that when you're already getting 2,000% boost, right? That's like an additional 1,000 or 2,000 damage. Like, it's probably not going to make, especially when you have like Deadly Strike and CB and all that shit, it's probably not going to make that big a difference regardless of which of these two things you choose. But when it comes to the life leech and the damage reduction versus defense, I just feel like, yeah, like I would try to play around with it and see if I get hit a lot more often, right? But if not, then I'd value the life leech and the damage reduction more. I guess, like, what I mean by this is, I find that if my defense is like particularly low, then, you know, even having like a lot of damage reduction, it just isn't as valuable as just making it so that monsters are less likely to hit me. If monsters are like much less likely to hit me, then I feel like I just take a lot less damage than if I have a lot of damage reduction and life leech, but I still get hit a lot, if that makes sense. Yeah, please do the math on the defense. It'd be nice to actually have some pretty concrete numbers. Because I can only theorize, especially with the diminishing returns and what that comes out to. Anyway, so this is my second last run, and the one that I'm about to do now is going to be my final one. So after that, I can just chill for a bit and chat with you, but otherwise, that is going to be the conclusion for me this evening. We're at run number 1250, so yeah. Sorry, we're at run number 745, and it's like 1250 for me now, so do what I gotta do. Alright, so that's that. This way, hit these guys, go this way, hit these guys. The thing also about these runs is there's not really much to say about them, just go in and just whack them. These with the martial arts assassin, I had to be a little bit more careful as to which rotation, skill rotation I was using depending on what I was going up against. The level of WSK. Small charm. Okay, what do you got? Oh, I've been waiting for this. This is probably gonna be the last discussion for the night, but otherwise it's been real. A lot of fun. On the life, okay, cool. Okay. With COH, Lister has about a 30% chance to hit me, with Fort 20%. I see. Okay. So in essence, that's like a 10% damage reduction. Is that right? Or actually, no. That's closer to 33%. No, my math is off. Sorry, hold on. Because you're getting hit 33% less with Fortitude as opposed to with COH. I see it as getting, okay, well sure. I see it as getting hit 50% more. Okay, well, sure. Is that right? Yeah, there you go. Yeah, 33% less or 50% more. Sure. Yeah. So in a way, yeah, I was kind of right here. I mean, folding up my words, but yeah, like, and the thing is, like, to be honest, it wasn't up until recently. Oh, frick. It wasn't until recently that I've had a like an actual appreciation for defense skill. Probably because I always played casters, so I was always in backline. But I think the season I played my last season actually, when I was playing martial arts assassin, well, I paid extra attention to my defense because like I really didn't want to get hit, or else my shit would get interrupted sometimes. So of course, I had to boost my defense skill up, and I noticed that there was such a massive difference if my defense was not even like super high, but even a little bit higher. It's like block, the more you push towards the cap, the better it gets. Resist the same. Yeah, I mean, I don't really understand the whole math behind it. All I know is chance to hit, or chance for monster to hit me. Reducing that is good, and you know, using like a shittier armor is probably bad. But again, you run the math behind it, you decide what you feel like doing. If you feel like you really need the life leech and the DR over that, great, good for you. But as soon as I heard 10,000 defense as opposed to like 8% damage reduction, I'm like, alright, 8% damage reduction isn't trivial, right? That's the difference between like monster hitting you, you take like, instead of taking, I don't know, well, I mean, you already, we know for sure you're keeping 15% DR, so instead of taking, let's say, 100 damage, you take 85 with the string of ears, and then you reduce another 8 damage with the COH, you go down to like, you know, 70, 77 or whatever, right? So it's just like, well, I don't know why I bothered even. Run the calculation like that, that was stupid, it's getting late. But anyway, point is, I compare that to like, oh, well, now the monster's chance to hit is like much lower. I just feel like that's just better, especially if getting hit by like multiple monsters. You don't want all of them to be able to hit you. If all of them can hit you, like, the damage reduction will reduce a lot of that, but it's just not as good as just not getting hit in the first place. But anyway, that's what I was thinking anyway. And yeah, I mean, there's the cheaper aspect if you care about that at all. Like 75 resist is twice as good as 50 res. Yeah, right. No, it's true. I mean, using Guardian Angel is such a prime example of this, taking 5 damage instead of 25 damage. It's kind of nice. Well, I mean, sorry, no, it's actually 10 damage instead of 25, but at least combo Guardian Angel with, like, T-Gods, so, anyway. And the and the Death Lords are an issue. Yeah, that's true. I do care because I am on Slash welfare. Minsky gives me food stamps. No, yeah, that's what I was saying, right? I'm like, you don't farm well, and you're not even using a character that's meant to farm, like, if you're a CE Necro, okay, well, you go into cows, give it a couple days, you know, you'll be filthy stinking rich. But, like, you're not doing that. You're farming like Trav with a bar, and you're probably going to go into the throne room, and maybe you'll get lucky, and, you know, maybe you'll find a bird, a jaw, or something, but it's probably not going to happen, I would imagine. So with Fortitude, your advantages are you get more damage to Death Lords, you get, and I think really it's cheaper, right? And then of course the really big thing for me is just that, yeah, like you're getting hit 50%. Sorry, yeah, you're getting hit 33% less, which, I don't know, man. That for me is like, alright, that's, I can't really argue with that. At least I wouldn't want to argue with that. When you already have sources of DR and Life Leech. Yeah. Yeah, well, you've heard me. I don't want to sound like a broken track record. I've said it enough times already. Same reason I don't want to make Enigma. I thought that you didn't want to make Enigma because it was, well... Because although you get teleport, you already have a Sork, and you just want to maximize the damage on your Bard, you know? Otherwise... Yeah, otherwise it's kind of like, whatever. Anyway, that's a reason. Yeah, but really I don't want to farm it. If you could farm, and like if John Burr were to fall into your lap right now, would you make Enigma over a Fortitude? You're making up this max damage build? Okay, fair enough. Yeah, I mean, I didn't want to go 75 or 125 SCR armor Poison Necro, so I ended up making a max damage Poison Necro. So I understand. And this is probably the last thing I'm going to say tonight, too. Yeah, like, legit. Like, if you had access to Enigma, would you still want to use it for this max damage build of yours that you're trying to work towards? No, I would think not. Just because your Sork is probably going to be the one that gets you the teleport, right? That's going to teleport you to pretty much everywhere you need to go, which are Throne Room and Bale. Fuck. Throne Room and Bale himself. And if you really, really wanted some kind... What are you even using on Switch? I forgot to ask about that. Are you even using anything on Switch? If you're not using anything on Switch, then probably you could even just throw on like a fucking Magistaff and teleport whatever you need to. Well, teleport in Worldstone Chamber over to Bale. That's probably the only time you'll ever need to teleport, I would imagine, and that's basically it. I would think about it and try it and see. Alright. The other thing too is, of course, Enigma itself gives such a massive increase to defense, and it gives the damage reduction that COH provides, but it doesn't really give anything in terms of damage, but yeah, so I don't know, but I'm gonna let you work that all out. There's plenty of stuff for you to figure out, I guess, or to think about. Hopefully I was of some assistance. I mean, I'm just really the wall who's here that you bounce ideas off of, and at the end of the day, you're the one who crunches the numbers and tests them out, so I don't know what more to say. I'm glad I was able to help you with your decision on the Vit versus Strength build, but this armor issue of yours is probably going to be something that you're going to need to work out yourself a little bit more deeply, because this one is not so simple as compared to, you know, just being like, okay, yeah, you probably, if you already have 4,000 health, who gives a shit? If I had my hands on both, I'd try them both. I see. You don't want to test this on Hero Editor beforehand, do you? Because that's usually what I would do. I'd just set up a build. Okay, B2, B2. Alright. But yeah, no, really, like, if it were me, I would just go, and this is even what I would probably do with some of my upcoming ideas. I would probably just make a good old character on single player and then go test it. Hero Editor testing seems like cheating a little bit to me. Okay, well that's interesting. Feels weird. Okay. I mean, that's very interesting. That's very interesting that you think that it would be cheating to use Hero Editor to playtest a hypothetical character and see how it actually performs. Rather than, like, for me, it's just a huge time save. Like the feeling of theory crafting a thing on paper than working. See, that's the thing. When you say cheating a little bit, that's different from, yeah. So if you, yeah, in your case, I figure that if you're not already doing this on Hero Editor, it's because you probably want to actually work towards making it yourself and trying it out. But if, you know, if you say it's cheating to do it in Hero Editor, that it's cheating because you tested it. I see. Basically, you have a different goal in mind. Yeah, for me, I like to test it in single player and then make sure that it works and then show it to you guys rather than just showing it to you guys and be like, oh shit, no, this is actually bad, it needs revision, and then working it out along the way. And even then, I still need to revise along the way, but yeah. Well, there is no doubt. But in your case, it's different because you actually have a build idea in mind that you want to test. So you don't actually want to know the end result. Yeah, okay, well that's fine. Yeah, that's kind of what I expected, frankly. But when you said it's cheating a bit, I was like, wait, hold on. So you have an issue with Hero Editor, but you don't have an issue with map hack or that kind of stuff. But no, what you mean is you're cheating yourself out of like the enjoyment out of it. Always things you overlook. That's true. That's true. No, you're right. There are, despite even going into Hero Editor, like, there's things that I don't even think about, like, okay, when I was playing my Assassin, I was like, okay, I'm gonna go double Bartux, and then somebody's like, oh, why don't you make Plague? And I'm like, shit, I never actually even thought about that. And definitely a lot of things that I forget. Yeah, you're right, it's actually cheating, but it's like, in my own mind. But it's kind of like, like, whatever. Well, I mean, even if you did hold it against me, like, meh. I mean, we are. You're fucking. I mean, both of us are right now. We have our Diablo 2 windows open with fucking map pack on it. Like, we're playing on private servers or a private server. Like, how much worse does it get than this? But having said that, like, yeah, if it's a choice between this cheaty way of playing versus the, oh, I'm so legit, all I'm playing is vanilla D2, single player and BNet, vanilla all the way, I don't even use pluggy. Fuck it, I'm taking this 100%. Hate purists. Well, yeah, I mean, you know I'm right. Pluggy. See, at the end of the day, I don't really think that it's a worthwhile discussion to say what is or isn't cheating. I think the only question is whether or not by cheating you kind of screw over everybody else that's playing the game. Like, again, single player pluggy, no one cares. I hero editor my character, who gives a shit? Right? Like, you can call it cheating, but at the end of the day, it's like, okay, well, the only person who really doesn't benefit from this is me. Guys reading chat during a speedrun is cheating. They tell you stuff. That's true. But it is also, I would argue, a distraction, right? So, you know, there's like so many different ways that it's just like, eh. And also sometimes chat will tell you, okay, do this, and it's actually a horrible fucking idea. You just lose time off of that. Whereas if you actually took time to kind of like figure something out yourself, well, you might have ended up with a better result. So for me, honestly, it's really not a worthwhile discussion unless it's like something really big. Like if somebody's actively using like an RNG manipulator for a speedrun, then yeah, that's definitely a problem. Or if you're using bots on botnet, which is kind of what killed botnet in the first place, then yeah, that's a problem. But again, if it's fucking single player and all you're doing is fucking playing pluggy to try and like holy grail for your own personal, you know, amusement, for your own personal enjoyment, whatever. I don't know what more to say than that. Anyway, whatever. Having said that though, going back to what we were originally talking about though, like, try them both. Yeah, no, I agree with you on the theory crafting a thing on paper though. No, I expected that to be the case though, like, that you would want to try it out for yourself. Like, yeah, you strike me as the type of person who, if you have something in mind, you would love to actually play around with it and see if this is something that would work or not. Anyway, but that's basically all I'm gonna say. The last thing I'm gonna remark on too is I do these budget build videos, and I start my character at a high level. I mean, I don't really feel like there's much more of a difference, or there's really no good reason that I should go and level my character all the way to level 75 just so I can demonstrate something. Right? Like, that's like what? Let's say 8-9 hours of gameplay, just as a conservative estimate, rather than just, boom, time save, and then you actually do what it is you need to do. Wow, says EZ, what? You didn't level your budget naked Zon? Yeah, well, that's exactly what I'm saying. But anyway, that's just the point I was trying to make. Yeah, there's some things for which, yeah, it's much more worthwhile to just pop open the fucking hero editor and check to see if something works. Or here's the other one too. The testing out the mechanics of dual dream holy shock. Like, is it 1 pulse of holy shock or is it 2 pulses of holy shock? When you rock 2 dreams, or also when you throw on your own personal holy shock, does that make 3 holy shocks? I don't know. Should I go and try to like farm 2 jaw runes? Sorry, 3. No, it is 2 jaw runes. 2 jaw runes, 2 pul runes, and 2 IO runes just to make 2 dreams so I can test this shit out on Slash? No, forget it. Content creator, by the way. Oh, fuck off, ZZ. Anyway, I'm gonna head off to bed. You have yourself a good night, ZZ. I don't know if you're ever gonna be going to bed, but I certainly am. It's getting late for me. It's like fucking 1 in the morning, and I think I've done a good batch of runs. Done 50 tonight. Actually, more than 50. It's like closer to 60 even. But anyway, I'm gonna leave it at that. If there's anyone out there, you guys have a lovely week. Same to you, ZZ. Hope you enjoyed the stream, and I'm gonna be hopping off now. So you guys have your. Well, hope you all, is Coaster streaming? I don't think he is. Otherwise I would have hosted him, but... Oh, Click It! Oh yeah, I'll host Click It. There you go. Good. I'll go watch your YouTube videos on the... Oh, good luck with that. Anyway, guys. Yeah, I'm gonna get myself some rest. You guys have a great evening. Enjoy the rest of your week. I'll see you guys next Wednesday, hopefully. Try to start it, like, around 6 o'clock, usual time, my time. But otherwise, yeah, this was some 50 runs with the Fireclaws Druid, or 60 runs, or however many. And we had some pretty lovely discussions today. Thanks again, ZZ. Much appreciated. Shout out to ZZ for the continued topics to talk about, which passed the time by for these runs. And Fatty's gone now too, but he had some pretty good contributions earlier too. I mean, I am inspired though. There's a lot of things I'm gonna need to try out, like doing the simultaneous leveling and trying out different elements of sorts to see what might work. So yeah, that's going to be a lot of fun trying out. But otherwise, this is where I'm going to be hopping off. So have a good night, everybody. This is DG2, signing out.